hands on his hips, his face screwed up in frustration. To bury something in a spot where the soil is so often turned by the runoff from the rain, and place a fresh animal carcass nearby. When the dogs dragged me up here, I thought they smelled the raccoon's blood. All of this dirt looked as if it had been disturbed recently. He shook his head. I should have noticed the rock had been moved. Stop berating yourself, I told him. As you said, the murderer was clever, and it looks like he did his best to keep any animals from being able to dig it up. Yes, buried deep, and placed a rock over it. None of us spoke of what it was, but I could tell Gage and Philip suspected the same thing. A collective sense of horror weighted the air. The footman may not have known exactly what we were looking for, but they took their cues from Philip and Gage and dug carefully and quietly. It looked as if another foot or so of dirt had been cleared away when Gage halted the footman beside him and bent down to look at something. I shared a look of mutual dread with Philip before he inched toward the hole. "There's something here," Gage murmured, reaching into the ground. He slowly lifted the object from the earth, affording me only a brief glimpse of ivory cloth before it was blocked by Philip's kneeling form. My brother-in-law had ordered me to stay out of the way if something was found, a command that had turned out to be wholly unnecessary, for I didn't think my legs would have supported me anyway had I tried to approach. I wrapped my arms tighter around my knees. My heart stuck in my throat as I watched their hunched forms. "This is no ordinary cloth," Gage murmured. "Look at the pale pink roses embroidered around the edges." "It seems to be a lady's shawl," Philip said. Gage's voice tightened. "And here is a second one." The men fell silent, their bodies so still that all the hairs rose on the back of my neck. I knew without their saying anything what they had found. A fierce surge of emotion burned the back of my eyes at the thought of the tiny, helpless infant. I sunk my teeth into my bottom lip in an effort to withhold the sob building at the back of my throat. I could barely see through the tears pouring down my cheeks as Gage shifted. "She should be placed in the chapel cellar with her mother," he said quietly. Philip exchanged some words with him that I did not hear, struggling with my grief as I was. Then he moved to speak with the footman and searched the hole for anything else. Gage rose to his feet, his face pale and drawn, and crossed the short distance to me. I swiped at my cheeks and took deep, heaving breaths, trying to gain control of myself. All I could think about was how swiftly that baby's life had ended. Had the infant cried? Had she made any sound at all? I felt sick and disoriented and angry that someone could be capable of such savagery. We weren't dealing with a murderer, but a monster, a sick, twisted human being who waltzed through the halls of Gairloch Castle and dined next to us at the table, and then marched outside to disfigure Lady Godwin and her child. Killing the Viscountess would have killed the baby too, but this fiend wasn't satisfied with that. He had to viscerally defile motherhood and terrorize the child by wrenching her away from the only warmth she had ever known and burying her alone in the cold, dark ground. Gage sat next to me, pulling me toward him. I allowed him to cradle my head against his chest while I sobbed. It was an unexpected comfort, and made me weep all the harder for the security and compassion he gave me when the child had been given none. When my emotions settled, he and Philip guided me between them back down the path toward the castle. Darkness had begun to fall, so Philip lit one of the lamps to show the way while leaving the other for the footmen, who were recovering the hole. I clutched both of their arms and allowed them to lead me on, resting my head against Gage's shoulder when it became too heavy for me. At the orangery, he passed the tiny bundle to Philip. Then, with one last troubled glance at me, my brother-in-law set off toward the Western Hall block and the chapel. "Come on," Gage said, wrapping his arms securely around me so that I did not stumble. Let's get you inside. I think maybe a hot bath would make you feel better." "I don't want a bath," I protested, my voice hoarse from the spent emotion. "I don't want to return to my room." I couldn't lie in the dark and allow images of Lady Godwin and her tiny unborn child to play over and over in my mind. That way lay only madness. "My studio," I insisted, before Gage could question me. "All right," he agreed, although from the tone of his voice I could tell it had been reluctantly. Revived by his acquiescence, I pointed him toward the servants' entrance, hoping to avoid the other guests. The fewer who knew what had been uncovered tonight, the better, particularly if the murderer was watching. One look at my distressed features and the dirt staining Gage's clothing, and the killer would know exactly where we had been and what we had found. I glanced up at the castle's looming facade, frightened I would see a pair of eyes staring out at me. I trembled, and Gage wrapped his arm more tightly around me. Chapter 19. When we reached my studio, I realized I did not have my key. I groaned. It looked as if I would have to return to my bedchamber after all. "What's wrong?" Gage asked. "It's locked." I reached out to twist the handle in illustration, and the door swung open. My mouth dropped open in shock. Gage stepped closer to peer into the dim interior. "I take it that should not have happened." "I always keep it locked. There are volatile chemicals in here. I can't have people wandering in and knocking something over and setting fire to the castle, or opening bottles and inhaling poisonous fumes. Think of the children." I could hear the panic building in my voice. He squeezed my arm gently. "Stay here." I watched in trepidation as he inched closer and pushed the door wider. The muted light of gloaming filtered through the large windows, blurring the lines of the furniture, canvases and easels. He eased one step into the door and reached back under his frock coat to extract a pistol from the waist of his trousers. I wondered if he always carried the weapon. His free hand gestured for me to slide out of view of the door. I considered disobeying, for if I moved, then I wouldn't be able to see what happened inside. But common sense reasserted itself. He wanted me out of the intruder's line of sight, and thus out of firing range should they also have a gun. Gage crept into the room, and I held my breath, listening for sounds of a struggle. In my mind, I pictured the layout of my studio and imagined him moving quietly around the room, weaving through my mess of easels and canvases, both finished and unfinished. There was a crash, and I jumped. I heard his faint curse and strained to hear any other sounds. When there was only silence, I began to worry. Had Gage been attacked by the intruder? Was he injured? Fear gripped my chest in its tight fist, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I glanced down the corridor, trying to decide what I should do. If something had happened to Gage, his attacker likely knew that I was out here waiting for him. Would he harm me as well? Should I run for help? My limbs tensed, eager to take flight, but I stopped them from moving. If I ran, the intruder would escape without my identifying him, and then who would be blamed for Gage's injuries, or worse, death? Me. The only person who was known to have been with him, the person who was already the prime suspect for Lady Godwin's murder in most minds. If Gage had been harmed, I could not leave him, nor let his attacker get away. I had to stop him. I reached up and carefully extracted the ivory comb from my hair. As far as weapons went, it was a rather innocuous choice, but it was the sharpest object I had on hand. A few tendrils of hair fell down around my face, and I blew them aside. Then, taking a deep breath, I took one tentative step toward the doorway, sliding along the wall. My palm was sweaty around the comb, so I gripped it tighter, feeling the bone bite into my skin. When I reached the threshold, I closed my eyes and said a prayer for courage. Leaning forward, I peered around the door frame to see into the room and shrieked. Gage flinched back and reached out to take hold of my arms. "Kiera, it's just me." I pressed my hand over my pounding heart and leaned forward to rest my forehead against his chest. "Are you all right?" I lifted my head and swatted him. "When I heard the crash, I thought someone had attacked you." He smiled softly, clearly not injured by my slap. "Sorry, I tripped over something." He glanced behind him. "I hope I didn't damage anything that cannot be replaced." I saw the dim outline of a twisted canvas and began to push past him, until I remembered why he had been fumbling around in the dark in the first place. I looked up at him. "There's no one here. If someone broke into your studio, they're long gone now." I moved to carefully light one of the covered lanterns set on the tables near the door. My hands still shook from my fright. "What do you mean, if?" He reached for the lantern on the opposing table and began to light it as well. "Be careful with that," I snapped. He looked up at me and nodded. "Are you certain you locked up the last time you were here?" "Yes," I stated emphatically, angry that he would question me on this. "As I told you, I always lock the door when I leave, even if it's only for a moment." I picked up the canvas he had managed to both kick and step through. Fortunately, it was only the background of a portrait I had started months ago and never returned to. I tossed the ruined canvas to the side and knelt to examine the other canvases leaning against the wall near it. "Who else has a key to this room?" "Mrs. McLean." "No one else?" "No," I replied testily. "No one else has cause to possess a key. Perhaps Mrs. McLean had the room cleaned and forgot to lock up." I stood to look at Gage, who was picking up various jars from the shelves, storing my pigments and examining them. "I don't allow anyone to clean this room." He glanced back at me. "If it needs tidying, I do it myself." He looked back at the jar of deep red madder in his hands and set it carefully back on the shelf. "These pigments, are that poisonous?" "Some of them, yes," I replied, moving toward him. "It's the fumes. They are the most toxic while I am mixing them. That's why I wear gloves and do it outside." I reached out to pick up a bottle. Once the linseed oil is added in the right increments to make the paint, it stabilizes into something that is much less harmful. However, I still do not want my nieces and nephews stumbling upon it and ingesting it. He nodded his understanding. "I'm much more worried about the maids knocking over a bottle of turpentine and setting the entire castle ablaze." He grimaced. "Yes, I suppose that would be bad." I raised my eyebrows at his understatement, and he smiled more genuinely. Uncomfortable with the softness in his eyes and the memory of his arm around me as he guided me into the castle, I turned away to face the rest of the room. Breathing deeply, I inhaled the familiar, comforting sense of my studio. Fumes that to someone who was not an artist choked and burned the delicate hairs of the nose, welcomed me like a favorite four-course dinner. For cooks, the smell of herbs and fresh ingredients made their noses tingle and their mouths salivate. For an artist, the scents of linseed oil and turpentine awakened the mind, making it stretch and search for a brush and canvas. After a difficult day, it was like coming home to a loved one. It grounded me like nothing else ever could. My studio was housed in one of the turret rooms, so the stone walls were rounded. Large windows alternated with stone columns on most of the wall surface because the turret projected out of the corner of the east block of the castle. At my request, Philip had also installed a skylight at the southeast angle on the slanted roof to provide me with more light. It was by far the best art studio I had ever occupied, even with the small amount of Highland sun I contended with in winter. At my childhood homes and Sir Anthony's London townhouse, I had made do with a conservatory or a small bedroom. "Can you tell if anything is missing?" Gage asked. I turned toward my finished canvases first. It seemed likely that if anyone wanted to take something from this room, it would be a painting they could sell, not a raw pigment anyone could purchase in Edinburgh, London, and at least another dozen places in Britain. Apparently he had the same idea, for he stood over my shoulder studying each painting as I sorted carefully through the canvases propped against the wall underneath the southern-facing windows out of the reach of the sun's rays. As much as I needed light to create my portraits, so the finished paintings needed to be protected from it to keep the pigments from fading. They all seemed to be accounted for, so I moved to examine the works in progress, currently propped on my 3 easels, and left Gage to continue studying the finished images. I sighed in relief as I flipped the canvas cover back over the portrait I had begun of the children and Philip's dogs lying together in a pile. None of the objects worth monetary value were missing. Canvases, linen, pigments, brushes, and other supplies could be replaced. Of course, some of those items were quite expensive, like the set of brushes that had been specifically weighted for my hands, and new canvases took time to treat. I frowned and moved to sort through my equipment, grateful I had taken inventory only the day before. "Lady Darby." Gage's voice sounded funny behind me, and I hesitated a second before turning, somehow knowing I was not going to like whatever had tightened his voice. His face looked pained. "Do you know what this is?" He held up a crumpled white apron that looked as if it had been smeared in carmine paint. If not for the discoveries over the past few days, I might not have recognized it immediately for what it was, but visions of Lady Godwin flashed through my mind, and I knew exactly what stained the fabric. I gasped and clutched the edge of the table behind me. "Where did you find that?" His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. "Against the wall behind these paintings." I could feel the blood drain from my face. "That's not mine. I don't know how it got there." My voice was thin and reedy to my ears. I shook my head in denial. "Please, Gage, you have to believe me," I pleaded. "That's not mine. Someone must be trying to blame me." He crossed the room toward me, still holding the apron in front of him. I shrank away from him, my eyes darting back and forth between him and the blood-splattered fabric. His face was controlled and pale. What was he thinking? Did he believe me, or did he think me culpable of such crimes? Was he going to have me locked in my room? If he did, I would be as good as dead. I would never be able to find the actual killer and prove my innocence. The procurator fiscal would pronounce me guilty and see me hanged, or thrown into an asylum where I would wish for death. I gasped for air, wondering if I could run, if I should run. Or would that be the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, for Gage? Would he see that as an admission of my guilt? My arms strained against the table to hold me up as my legs threatened to give way. He stopped a few feet away from me and stared down at me so intently that I felt his gaze to the depths of my soul. I couldn't look away, even if I had wanted to. I just couldn't break eye contact with the man who held my future in his hands. With every ounce of my being, I silently begged for him to understand, begged for him to trust me. "Gage, please, it's not mine," I pleaded again. His pale eyes softened, and the corner of his mouth creased. "All right, Kiera," he murmured, shaking his head almost in bewilderment. "Maybe I'm crazy, but I believe you." I crumpled to the floor as the breath I had been holding left me in a shuddering sigh. He believed me. I almost couldn't trust it. No one beyond my family ever believed me. I cradled my head against my knees and trembled in relief, smothering the sound of my sobs. "Hey." Gage placed his hand gently on my shoulder as he sank down beside me. "Thank you," I gasped between tremulous breaths. "Thank you." He smiled sadly at me. I sniffed, swiping at my nose and eyes with the palm of my hand. He handed me his handkerchief, and I took it. as mine was already sodden from my tears at Lady Godwin's baby's grave. "I'm sorry," I said, hearing the husky timbre of my voice. "I don't normally cry so much. In fact, I don't think I've wept so many tears in years." "Did you cry at your husband's funeral?" he asked evenly, too evenly. I hesitated for a moment. "No," I finally confessed. I had often wondered what that said about me. I wondered what Gage would think of my admission. I looked up to find him studying my profile. His gaze was soft, like a caress. My breath fluttered inside my chest, and my skin grew warm. I turned away. "Now will you please tell me what happened to you after your husband died?" he queried gently. I stiffened. "I told you that I believe you are innocent, and I do. But I need to understand, Kiera. I need to know what all these people are accusing you of." It was the third time he had called me by my given name, but for some reason it affected me differently this time. Perhaps it was because of the warm inflection of his voice, or the proximity of his mouth to my ear, or the fact that he actually believed in me. All I knew was that the sound thrummed through me, as if a hand had brushed down my spine. He was right. He deserved an explanation. Not because I wanted him to keep my name out of the investigation when he spoke to the official from Inverness, not because I wanted to prove my innocence once and for all, but because he trusted me. He believed in my honesty and goodness, and because he was willing to do so, I owed him the truth. And astoundingly, I realized I wanted him to know. "Everything is as Philip told you," I began, staring at the mauve skirts of my gown. Sir Anthony was a renowned anatomist and a friend of my father's, who arranged our marriage. None of us realized why exactly Sir Anthony was interested in me. I suppose my father assumed it was my appearance and normally quiet disposition. At the time, I hadn't cared whom I married, so long as he promised to allow me to continue painting. I plucked at the dove-grey piping down my skirt. Of course, Sir Anthony neglected to tell me until we were wed that there was a provision to his promise. He wouldn't let you paint unless you assisted him with his anatomy book, he guessed. I nodded. I don't know if you can understand, but my artwork is everything to me." I blinked up at him. If I were not able to paint, well, it would be like perdition, like losing part of my soul. He did not speak, but the compassion in his eyes told me he grasped what I was trying to say. I turned back to my skirts as the flush in my cheeks cooled. I did not want to help my husband with his anatomical sketches, but I didn't want to lose my painting privileges. I almost spat the word, even more. I took a deep breath and forced myself to remember. The first dissection was like a living nightmare. The rancid smells, the shush and pop of his instrument slicing into flesh and spreading open the chest cavity, the welling blood and bulging organs. I vomited less than a minute into the procedure. Sir Anthony told me that now my stomach was empty, it wouldn't happen again, and the next time I would remember not to eat anything beforehand. I couldn't keep the anger out of my voice as I recalled his pompous tone when he talked down to me where I knelt on the floor of his examining room while my body still shook from stomach contractions. Each time he would slice into the man on his dissection table, I thought I would faint, and the idea that I might collapse on top of the corpse or that Sir Anthony might reach out to catch me with his blood-smeared hands made me want to run screaming from the room. I paused and sucked in a steadying breath, feeling light-headed just from the memories. Gage reached out to rub a hand over my back in comfort. His touch reminded me I was no longer in the past, but grounded firmly in the present. I leaned closer to him, wanting to feel the warmth of his leg against mine. "I don't know how exactly I made it through that first time, but I will never forget Frederick Oliver. I looked up into Gage's questioning eyes. That was the name of the man on the dissection table. Sir Anthony did not have names for all of the subjects he examined, or at least he didn't tell them to me, but I did know the name of the first. Frederick Oliver was not particularly attractive or healthy, but seeing him as a man still helped me somehow. I tried to imagine him as a subject for one of my portraits, a very odd and disconcerting subject. Gage's eyes crinkled into a smile. He wasn't the first disconcerting subject I'd had, after all. I tried to explain. I had painted a portrait of Lord and Lady Acland a year before, and Lord Acland had the most disquieting way of looking at me while I worked. His eyes hardened at the mention of Acland's name. "I can well imagine," he muttered dryly. "Acland is a scoundrel of the highest order." "Oh," I replied, suddenly seeing that strange experience in a different light. "I wonder if that explains why he kept trying to convince me to paint some fellow named John Thomas." Gage sounded as if he were choking. "I told him I probably could, but I would have to meet him first." "I hope you had a male escort with you during those sessions." He seemed angry for some reason. "My father always insisted that my brother accompany me to their house, and Lady Acland was, of course, present, since she was also in the portrait." Gage nodded in satisfaction, and I blinked at him quizzically. "Go on." I swallowed, thinking back to where I'd stopped. "How long did you sketch for Sir Anthony?" he asked, helping me. "On and off for almost 3 years. There were weeks when Sir Anthony insisted on dissecting one part or another each and every day, and then 2 months would go by when we did nothing." "Did he autopsy a new body every day?" he questioned in shock. "No. He used the same body for several days, up to a week, until the body began to decompose too quickly." I cringed, remembering how the stench increased with each passing day the corpse spent on Sir Anthony's table. "Where did the bodies come from?" I shook my head sharply. "I honestly do not know." I did not want to. Perhaps that was wrong of me, but I'm not certain I could have handled knowing. What would I have done with the information anyway? A magistrate would never have listened to me, and if Sir Anthony had discovered I tried to tell someone, I shivered. It was better to keep quiet. I rubbed my fingers over my amethyst necklace. I did see 2 men come to the servants' door one night, but I didn't stay to see what they wanted. I told the magistrate that. "I thought you didn't go to a magistrate." "Not then. Later." "So you had nothing to do with the requisition of the bodies, as Mr. Fitzpatrick claimed?" "Correct. I did not go wandering through the streets at night searching for victims, nor did I seduce men to their early graves," I retorted, repeating just a few of the charges levelled at me. "If Sir Anthony performed a human vivisection, I was never present for it," I added, thinking back on Mr. Fitzpatrick's words that day in the library. I would not have been able to handle that. The blood drained from my face at the thought of someone being forced to endure being dissected alive. I shook my head hard. "And you don't have to tell me you're not a cannibal." Gage rubbed my back again. "I already know that." I nodded and swallowed. "So, how did Sir Anthony die? And what happened afterward?" "An apoplexy," I explained. "At least, that's what his physician said. I was not there when it happened, and I had no reason to doubt the man." I tilted my head to the side. "In light of everything, I'm glad I wasn't there. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might have been blamed for his demise as well." I shook my head. "He was buried, and I prepared to move into my brother's house, because I knew Sir Anthony's townhouse was to go to his cousin. Then, during the reading of his will, his friend Dr. Mayer was given the finished pages of his anatomy textbook and asked to see that the project was finished. My name was not attached to the manuscript, so I assumed I was finally free of it. No one but Sir Anthony and an old assistant of his who lived in Edinburgh at the time the will was read knew that I had anything to do with the book. I sighed. Sadly, I was wrong. Of course, I was aware that my husband could not sketch with much skill, but I had no idea that his colleagues often mocked him for it. Dr. Mayer instantly suspected my involvement, but I didn't know that until he and a few more of Sir Anthony's friends stopped by for a not-so-friendly chat a few days later. I pulled my knees up to my chest and hugged them. I felt like I was facing their inquisitions once again, having names and epithets hurled my way. I didn't know that I should have kept my mouth shut. Instead, I tried to make them understand, but they treated me like I was some sort of monstrosity. I shook my head. I've always been aware of society's double standard when it comes to women. Ladies are expected to look the other way while gentlemen indulge in affairs and other amoral behavior, but ladies must remain virtuous and above reproach. And apparently, while a man may take part in a dissection without censure, the thought of a woman doing so is beyond the pale, as to be a criminal atrocity. Gage's fingers brushed across the skin of my neck as he rubbed my upper back in comfort. Were Sir Anthony's colleagues the one who notified the magistrate? I nodded. They sent 2 Bow Street runners for me the next day. Fortunately, I had the foresight to move to my brother's house the evening before, and my brother insisted on taking me to the magistrate's court in his carriage. He also sent word to Philip, who was in town. I sat up straighter so that I could look at him. Trevor and Philip were able to convince the magistrate to have my case thrown out on the grounds that I had been following my husband's orders, and they had no proof to say otherwise. But the damage was done. Everyone in the courtroom heard the charges levelled against me. By the time we left, the streets had filled with people jeering me and calling me a witch and a murderer. They threw things at the carriage and camped outside my brother's door until I left London. They were frightened because of the Burke and Hare case in Edinburgh, afraid that people in London were also being murdered and sold to surgeons and medical schools by enterprising grave robbers. I know, but I assure you, understanding the reasoning behind their reactions does not make me feel better about it, especially since I'm innocent of the crimes they charged me with. He grimaced sympathetically and rubbed the muscles of my neck and up into my hair. His touch made my skin tingle and helped the horrors of the past to fade into the background of my thoughts. I tilted my head so that it rested lightly on his shoulder, wanting to touch and be touched after all the dreadful events of the day. "What are you going to do?" I had been reluctant to ask it, but the question hovered on my lips and simply would not disappear. His hand stilled, but did not lift from my neck, so I did not move my head. I could smell the dirt and sweat clinging to his clothes and skin. "Well," he began in a low voice, "we now have several more pieces of evidence besides the scissors, a bloody apron and 2 shawls." What did the second shawl look like? He glanced down at me in question. "I heard you describe the first, the one with the pink roses, but what of the second?" "It was woven with fine gold thread," he replied, but did not elaborate. "Then it was likely Lady Godwin's. She wore a gold shawl to dinner the night she was killed. I wondered about it when it did not turn up near her body. I'd planned to look for it in her rooms." Gage contemplated this for a moment. "All right, so we have 3 pieces of evidence, one of which was found near the crime scene, one in the baby's grave, and another that was placed in your studio. I suspect someone is trying to make you look guilty, Lady Darby." I wished he would call me Kiera again. "Yes, and it's no wonder why. Most of the guests at Gairloch already blame me." His hand squeezed my neck in commiseration, and I felt the calluses on his palms scrape against my skin. I wondered again why he had such rough hands. "We need to figure out how someone was able to break in here. Perhaps they picked the lock. Did you notice whether there were any scrapes or scratches on the doorknob?" I didn't look. I had been too shocked by it being open in the first place. "I'll check on my way out." I lifted my head to gaze up at him in curiosity. "Can you pick a lock?" He smiled, and a devilish twinkle entered his eyes. "Well now, I wouldn't be a very good investigator if I couldn't. But don't go spreading that around about me." "Is that why you have calluses on your palms?" He stilled, as if I'd surprised him, and began to lift his hand away from my neck. Then he stopped himself and rubbed his fingers across my nape. "No, that's from fencing." He must be quite a serious swordsman to develop such tough skin, and wield his weapon with both hands in order to raise such calluses on each. "Don't you wear gloves?" He hesitated again, and I glanced up at him in curiosity. "Not often," he finally replied. "I like to feel the sword against my skin. It gives me a better grip." I tilted my head. "I think I understand." He lifted his eyebrows as if to ask me to elaborate. "It's like with a paintbrush. I need the hold and the angle to be just right, and I can't correctly feel the pressure of the canvas or the texture of the paint already applied if I'm wearing gloves." He smiled, as if I'd said something amusing. "Yes, exactly right." I tried to smile back, but the muscles felt strange after all of the scowling and crying I had done. "Well," he pushed himself hastily to his feet, and I suddenly got the impression he was eager to change the subject. "I would like to ask Mrs. McLean about the scissors, shawl, and apron tomorrow." He reached out a hand to help me up, and see if her staff or any of the guest servants have reported any items missing. "Then maybe we should start questioning the guests again." I brushed the back of my skirt off. "Why not tonight?" He waited until I met his eye before answering. "Because people have a tendency to see things that aren't there and give sensational answers when it's dark outside." He pointed up through the skylight. "Especially if there's a full moon." I stared up at the bright luminescent orb for a moment before turning back to him. "Do you know this from experience, or is that superstition talking?" He twisted his lips. "It is unfortunately a well-known truism among sheriffs, constables, and military men that more trouble breaks out during a full moon than any other time of the month." I lifted my eyebrows in skepticism, but opted not to argue with him. I didn't know that I agreed with his full moon theory, but it was true, in my case at least, that I tended to be more easily frightened at night. I suppose this fell under the same scope of his explanation. "Are you retiring?" "No, I thought I would stay here a while," I replied, reluctant to return to my room. Sleep would not come easy for me tonight, and I knew I would spend at least half of it pacing up and down the length of my chamber, as I had the previous night. Gage's expression darkened. "I really don't think that is a good idea." I frowned. "Why?" "Have you forgotten that someone recently broke into this room?" "Well..." I paused, trying to come up with an argument. "Did they pick the lock?" He arched an eyebrow at the irritable tone of my voice, and then marched across the room to examine the doorknob. "It appears so, unless you are particularly bad at sliding your key into the slot." He glanced up at me in challenge. "Then they can pick the lock on my bedroom door just as easily." He glared at me. "Yes, but someone can hear you if you scream in your bedchamber." "I'll prop a chair underneath the doorknob," I offered weakly, realizing I was not going to win this argument, and uncertain I even wanted to. The prospect of traversing through the darkened corridors of the castle alone made my heart begin to race. "And then if you accidentally set a fire, you won't be able to get out." "No, Lady Darby, I am not leaving you here alone." I sighed in feigned irritation, not wanting to appear that I had given in easily, and gathered up my sketchbook and the leather container holding my charcoal. If I was to be forced back to my bedchamber, then at least I could take some of my sketching materials with me. My eyes snagged on the bloody apron lying on the floor. "What are you going to do with that?" "I'll take it," he said, picking it up carefully in a spot that was not stained with red. He held it away from his body and glanced around the room. Do you have something I might be able to carry it in? I emptied out a small box that held old brushes and palette knives and handed it to him. He stuffed the apron inside, closed the lid, and then swiped his hand down his trousers. We each blew out a lamp. Then I waited patiently until the last ember on each wick died before following him through the door. Oh no, I realized. We still don't have a key, and this door must be locked. Gage looked down at me. That important? Yes. His answering smile told me he was getting far too much enjoyment from exasperating me. Give me one of your hairpins. I arched a brow at him curiously and extracted a pin from my hair. A heavy lock of hair tumbled down over my shoulder. He seemed momentarily distracted by the chestnut tresses. Here, I said, gesturing with the hairpin. He snatched it from my hand and knelt in front of the door. I tried to watch what he was doing, but the light was too dim and his broad shoulders blocked most of my view. There. He stood and tugged soundly on the doorknob several times. That should hold. He handed me my hairpin, now twisted oddly. Unless someone has a key or decides to pick it again. I nodded, impressed by his speed. How often did Gage go about picking locks and locking them again? Of course, I knew nothing about locks. Perhaps it was much easier to bolt a door than unbolt it. I vowed to find out. Now, he declared, if there are no further impediments, let's get you back to your room. I rolled my eyes at the familiar gleam in his eyes that told me he was pleased to have gotten his way. He clearly believed he had maneuvered me into returning to my bedchamber by overcoming all my faulty objections. I decided it was better not to correct him, and instead clung tighter to his arm as we passed through the dark corridors at the top of the castle, where the lit wall sconces were few and far between. Chapter 20. The world was warm and hazy when I floated toward consciousness the next morning, and I lingered there, pulling at the threads of a dream I could not remember. Yet I did not want to leave. It was cozy and happy, and streamed with sunlight, and it billowed away from me like a kite whose owner had lost hold of its string. It bobbed and drifted, letting the wind carry it far away. I rolled to my side and instantly regretted it. Muscles in my back and neck wrenched in pain, and something clattered to the floor. I blinked open my eyes to find myself staring at the cold hearth. I groaned. I had fallen asleep in my chair again, which explained the kink in my neck and the numbness in my right arm where it was trapped beneath my body. I shook it, trying to force some blood back into the prickling extremity, and pushed myself up into a seated position with my left hand. A glance at the clock on the mantel told me it was barely 7. I could still climb into bed for a few more hours of sleep, and no one would think it odd, but my sluggish mind was slowly catching up to me. The confrontation with Lady Westlock, the discovery of the baby's grave, the bloody apron in my studio. I leaned forward to cradle my head in my hands and emitted another groan, though this one was far more despondent. There was still a murderer to be caught, one who was far too devious and clever. I had a sick feeling in my stomach that our investigation was not going to get any easier, or be any less emotionally fraught. There had been no suspicious letter slid under my door the night before, something I was both relieved and curious about. Had the sender decided to stop trying to frighten me, or had they simply lacked the opportunity? I wanted to believe that they had ceased to worry about my threat to them, but I understood that to do so would be the height of foolishness. If anything, the lack of a letter made me even more anxious. I scrubbed my hands over my face and sat up. My sketchbook lay at my feet, and I realized I must have fallen asleep while drawing, which explained the stripe of charcoal smeared across the mauve skirts of my gown. I sighed and bent to pick up the book. It flipped open to a picture of a woman and child seated in a garden. My imagining of the Viscountess and her unborn daughter, Lady Godwin grinned at the child with a far more gentle and maternal smile than I'd ever seen her use in real life. The baby cooed back, lifting her pudgy arms toward her mother. It made me sad to think this was the only meeting the pair would have, short of heaven. I sank back into my seat, studying the beautiful woman and her child. What had Lady Godwin planned to do with the baby? It sounded as if she intended to hide away at the home of Lady Stratford's great-aunt until the birth, but what then? I had a hard time believing she intended to keep the little girl. Her husband's return from India would have made that difficult. It seemed more likely the child would be given up for adoption. But to whom? Had the arrangements already been made? And what of the infant's real father? Did he know about the child? We assumed so, since that was our best lead on a killer with motive to kill both Lady Godwin and destroy any evidence of the baby. But could we be on the wrong track? Perhaps someone else had reason to wish both Lady Godwin and her child dead. I didn't know what that reason could be, but that made it no less a possibility, one that we had overlooked in favor of searching for the father. Too troubled to continue staring at my rendering of the deceased mother and child, I flipped the page only to gaze into Gage's laughing eyes. I wanted to pretend that I had not spent half the night sketching images of him, but unfortunately I couldn't. The proof rested in my hands. 4 pages had been devoted to him, one of him sitting in the chair across the hearth from me, another of him at dinner, dressed in full evening kit, a third of him gazing out the skylight in my art studio, and the last of him shoveling dirt. His muscles seemed to ripple before my eyes under the fine lawn of his shirt as he lifted another heavy load of earth. I felt my cheeks heat at the evidence of the detail I had put into this last picture. The curve of his bottom as he bent, the flex of his upper arms. When had I had time to notice such things while my emotions were so jumbled with fear over what we would find? I slammed the sketchbook closed and tossed it on the table before rising. My back and ribs ached from too many hours constrained by a corset. I hobbled across the room to tug the bell pull and then stripped myself of all my clothes except my chemise. My bones and muscles thanked me as I released them. I wrapped a blanket around me, flopped back on the counterpane and massaged the skin that had been rubbed painfully by the boning of my corset. Lucy appeared not long after with my normal breakfast fare of chocolate and toast. My stomach growled loudly, reminding me I had foregone dinner the previous evening. I devoured the meal while I waited for my bath to be prepared. When I finally slid into the tub of warm water, it felt so good I thought I might decide to stay there the entire day. I scrubbed the charcoal from my fingers and the splotches I had smeared on my face and settled back in the water to relax. It was while I was contemplating the stains left behind on the washcloth and that last picture I had drawn of Gage shoveling dirt, which I could not seem to stop thinking about, that I realized I had seen something of importance in the maze the night we discovered Lady Godwin's body. I had missed any facial expressions, but I had noticed the mud splattering the back of Mr. Fitzpatrick's trousers. I sat up sharply. Mr. Fitzpatrick had given Gage an alibi, but was it completely sound? He could have murdered Lady Godwin, ditched the baby in the woods nearby, as we suspected, and then joined the men's conversation about horses. Later he could have gone back to retrieve the child and bury her on the hill next to the creek. But what was his motive in doing such a thing if he was not the father? I frowned. Maybe Fitzpatrick had lied, maybe he was the father, or maybe he was jealous of the father. I began to scrub my body quickly. I didn't know whether Mr. Fitzpatrick was capable of such a thing or not, but I definitely wanted to hear his explanation for how he managed to splatter mud halfway up the back of his leg in a dry, well-manicured garden. "I'm not certain that's much to go on, but it is a reason to question him again," Gage told me after I relayed the information I remembered about Mr. Fitzpatrick. "And to actually check his alibi with Sir David and Mr. Abingdon." I frowned at his unenthusiastic reaction. Well, I didn't say it was the key to the investigation, I remarked crossly. Did you speak with Mrs. McLean? He nodded and slouched deeper into the red chair he occupied in my brother-in-law's study. She's going to ask the staff to see if anyone is missing an apron. Without any adornment, she thought it likely belonged to a servant. I glanced at Philip, where he sat behind his desk. Some pained emotion tightened his features. "We have another problem," Gage said. I looked back and forth between the men as my heartbeat sped up. "What?" Gage nodded toward Philip, telling him to relay the news. "Alana knows about the baby," he told me in a flat voice. "How?" I asked. "She saw me carrying the child to the chapel and demanded to know what was going on." I pressed a hand to my mouth in thought. I could well imagine my sister demanding such information, but I was surprised he had given it to her. She must have pressured him hard to make him tell her. "Where is she now?" Philip turned to the side to look out the window. "She won't come out of the nursery." That seemed a natural response, and overall a fairly harmless one. Of course, she would want to be close to her children, to keep them safe. "I'll try to talk to her," I assured him. "But I don't know that it will do much good. At least, not until this murderer is caught." He nodded and continued to stare out at the courtyard beyond. My heart ached for his distress. He loved my sister so much. To see her so upset and not be able to do anything about it must be tearing him up inside. I rounded his desk to kneel by his chair. "She will be all right," I murmured as I grabbed hold of his hand. He gazed back at me blankly. "She's just frightened and needs to be with your children now. She knows they are all safe and secure together in the nursery because you made it so." His eyes warmed a bit. "Once the killer is caught, and they will be caught, Philip. I promised her that, and I promise you. Then she will come out of this. She will." I squeezed his hand determinedly. He stretched out his other hand to center a page on his desk. "Of course you're right," he said quietly, and then repeated it more confidently. "You're right." He lifted my hand to place a kiss on the back of it, and then helped me to my feet, already looking more like the self-assured man I was used to. He took a deep breath and moved toward the door. "I'll send a servant to locate Mr. Fitzpatrick and have him meet you here," he told Gage. "It will give you some privacy and a greater image of authority." "Thank you, Cromarty." He waved it off with a flick of his wrist and quit the room, closing the door behind him. Gage turned to look at me. His blue eyes brightened by the midnight hue of his jacket. I spoke before he could say something I did not wish to hear. "You should sit here," I instructed him, touching the back of Philip's large chair. "It will give your appearance more weight." He arched an eyebrow. "Yes, I'd already planned on that." He crossed behind the desk to the right, while I went in the opposite direction. "And just where do you propose to sit?" It was a leading question. "Why, right here," I proclaimed, settling back into the red wingback chair farthest from the door and straightening the pansy purple skirts of my morning dress. He sighed heavily. "I don't suppose I could convince you to sit out on this one." He sounded so hopeful. I smiled. "Sorry." "Somehow I don't think you are." He gazed at me for a moment, as if trying to decide whether to make any further effort to remove me. "All right," he relented, "but I'll ask the questions." I nodded, not caring who interrogated the man, so long as I was present. I feel quite uncomfortable. "You shouldn't have promised them you would catch the killer." "Why not? I certainly planned to." "Not every investigation gets solved, no matter how diligently it is pursued." His words were slow and precise. "Well," I faltered for words, thrown off by the pity in his eyes, "this one is going to be." I crossed my arms over my chest. "So stop trying to discourage me." "I just wanted to make certain you—" "I understand," I stated firmly. I glared at him, telling him to change the subject. He sighed and lifted his hands as if to ward off my evil eye. The chair squeaked as he leaned back. "So, did you remember anything else you saw in the maze, or just Mr. Fitzpatrick's trousers?" The end of his question was heavy with insinuation, as if I'd been intentionally examining the man's lower extremities, and I resented it. The door opened before I could respond. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Gage, but I was finishing my breakfast," Mr. Fitzpatrick exclaimed jovially as he entered. "Footman said you wanted to see me." Gage rose and reached across the desk to shake his hand. "No problem. The Cromaties offer quite a spread, don't they?" "That they do. The cook must know we men need a hearty break to our fast before we start the day. You know Lady Darby?" Gage gestured my way, and Mr. Fitzpatrick stiffened. "Oh, yes, of course." He recovered quickly from his shock and offered me a shallow bow. "How do you do, my lady?" "I am well," I replied, deciding to be cordial. "Thank you for asking. And yourself?" "Oh, wonderful, wonderful." I wondered if he planned to keep repeating the word through our entire conversation. "Have a seat, sir," Gage said, settling back into his own chair. "I just have a few additional questions for you." Mr. Fitzpatrick glanced at me out of the corner of his eye and shifted uncomfortably. Of course. "It has come to my attention that you had mud splattered all over the back of your trousers when you appeared in the maze after the discovery of Lady Godwin's body. Can you explain how it got there?" "Oh, well," he stammered, flicking his gaze to me once again. He leaned toward Gage and whispered, "Is this really an appropriate conversation to be having while she is present?" As if I couldn't hear him. "She is here for a reason," Gage replied, with a hard glint in his eye. "Now, ignore her and answer the question." Mr. Fitzpatrick huffed and fidgeted. "Well, if you really must know," his gaze shifted to me again. "I was chasing Lady Lewis." I couldn't stop my eyebrows from rising. "Chasing?" Gage queried, keeping his voice and face carefully neutral. "Yes," he grumbled. "She promised me a kiss if I could catch her." A twinkle lit Gage's eyes, and I could tell he was trying not to laugh. "I see. And the mud?" "I slipped in a flower patch and almost fell. It was damn embarrassing. She saw the whole thing." He glanced at me. "That's when I gave up and joined Sir David and Mr. Abingdon." "So you didn't traipse into the forest?" Mr. Fitzpatrick's face crinkled in confusion. "Why would I do that?" "Oh, there's a great many reasons, but never mind." Gage studied him closely, and I could tell he was trying to make a decision about something. I didn't think it had to do with whether to believe his explanation for the mud, which even I found convincing. "Mr. Fitzpatrick," he began seriously, "I need your word that whatever is revealed in this office will not be spoken of to anyone who is not present." Mr. Fitzpatrick turned to look at me more directly. "Do I have it?" He nodded. Yes, of course." I scrutinized Gage and wondered where he was leading this conversation. The reason Lady Godwin's figure had begun to change was not because she was getting fat. She was with child. Mr. Fitzpatrick's eyes opened so wide I thought they might pop out of their sockets. Well, are you sure?" he spluttered. Gage exchanged a glance with me. "Yes, Mr. Fitzpatrick, very sure," he replied dryly. "Well," he pressed his hand to his forehead. "Thank heavens Godwin was in India. If he knew I had been sticking my, he flicked a panicked look at me. Bedding his wife while she was in such a state, he would have chopped my, hurt me badly." Gage arched an eyebrow rather eloquently. Well, Lord Godwin is not here, and he's not the father. He's not? Well, I'll be. I almost sighed aloud at the man's idiocy. Then who is? That's what we're trying to find out, Gage replied with much more patience than I could have mustered. So far we know that Lord Marsdale bedded her in February, about a month before she would have gotten with child, and Mr. Calvin in— Mr. Calvin bedded Lady Godwin? Mr. Fitzpatrick interrupted. Well, I'll be damned. There's more to the prig than I thought. Gage ignored him. And Mr. Calvin in May or June, which is too late. You said you never bedded her until the end of June. That's the truth. So we're left wondering who lay between her sheets in March. Do you have any idea? Mr. Fitzpatrick leaned back in his chair and tapped his chin. Let me think. I couldn't help rolling my eyes at this display of mental acuity. Thinking this entire conversation was a waste, Gage's eyes smiled at me. Mr. Fitzpatrick shrugged. Don't think I can help you. Lord Stratford was her lover at one point, but I couldn't tell you whether that was in March. I jerked my gaze back to Gage and sat forward in my chair. Did you say Lord Stratford was one of her lovers? He asked for clarification. Well, yes, Mr. Fitzpatrick replied. But like I said, I don't know if that was in March. I watched as Gage shifted in his seat, trying to contain his excitement, much the way I was. Anyone else here in attendance who has been linked with Lady Godwin? He asked the man. He tapped his chin again and shook his head. No, not that I can think of. Gage nodded and rose from his seat. Thank you for your assistance, Fitzpatrick. He shook the man's hand. And remember what I told you about keeping this quiet. Of course, he said with a bob of his head. The door closed behind him with a solid thud, and I leaned toward Gage. Do you think Lady Stratford didn't know? He shook his head sharply from side to side and narrowed his eyes. Not for a second. So she lied to us. A lie of omission is still a lie, he stated. My muscles tightened in anticipation. Perhaps we need to have another conversation with her as well. Gage nodded. This time, unannounced. Chapter 21. Lady Stratford was not happy to see us when she opened her parlour door. In fact, she made little effort to suppress the scowl furrowing her features. Gage was, of course, charming, and she allowed us in, but she could not be bothered to offer any of the trite pleasantries ladies were taught to. Instead, she settled back on the pale blue settee she occupied the last time we spoke with her, and lifted an embroidery hoop and continued to stitch. I noticed the basket at her feet filled with threads, ribbons and needles, and the distinctive round handles of a pair of dainty shears. Gage perched on the edge of the chocolate-brown chair before Lady Stratford, but I decided to remain standing just over his shoulder. Lady Stratford, he began in the voice of a parent scolding his child for a minor infraction. I was disappointed to discover you lied to us. She glanced up at him, her brow lowering in irritation. Do not patronize me, Mr. Gage. I'm not in the mood, nor of the rank, to allow it. You neglected to tell us that your husband was one of Lady Godwin's lovers. That is just a nasty, uncorroborated rumour, she snapped, stabbing her needle into the fabric. Yes, but it also happens to be one I find remarkably credible. Lady Stratford glared at Gage. After all, your husband has never been known for his fidelity or discretion, and neither has Lady Godwin, he continued in an indifferent voice. Her grey eyes hardened to chips of ice. Much like yourself. He nodded once slowly, acknowledging her right to return his rude comment with one of her own. Can you tell me where you were the evening of Lady Godwin's murder? The Countess's bosom lifted and lowered as she took a deep breath. I had a headache after dinner, so I retired to my room, which explained her absence from the parlour later that evening, when Philip addressed everyone, but gave her no real alibi. My maid attended me. She can confirm my whereabouts. Except the servants could too easily be bought or threatened if they did not do as their employer wished. Her maid was a witness, but not a very good one, and Lady Stratford seemed aware of this. If the challenge in her gaze daring us to contradict her was any indication. Gage leaned forward and gentled his voice. You must have been terribly upset when you learned that Lady Godwin was being bedded by your husband. Lady Stratford's gaze dropped to her needlework. I told you, it was only a rumour. Yes, but it still must have hurt. It's one thing to be forced to follow convention and sit back and indulge Lord Stratford in his indiscretions, and quite another to discover they involve your closest friend, a woman who should have known better, who should have been loyal. His sympathetic words rattled the Countess, for her thread tangled, and she flung aside her embroidery with a grunt of frustration. Lady Godwin must have been aware that you would not approve. Lady Stratford gazed across the room toward the windows and laughed bitterly. Since when did she care for anyone's approval? Gage hesitated, as if waiting to see if she would elaborate. When she didn't, he goaded her further. Surely her closest friend's approbation meant something to her. Her eyes were bleak and wintry when they turned back toward us, as if a blizzard raged behind those icy grey orbs. You clearly did not know Lady Godwin, Mr. Gage. Her gaze rose to meet mine over his head. Did you, Lady Darby? I shook my head, chilled by the loathing in her stare. No? Well, count yourself lucky. Do you know when they... Gage began. No, I do not. Sometime in the spring, I gather, if the rumours are true. Is he... Lady Stratford abruptly rose from her seat. I'm finished. If you want to know anything else, why don't you talk to my husband? I'm sure he'll be happy to swap tales of your conquests. She called over her shoulder, one last parting shot as she exited through the door to her dressing room. Well, that went well, I muttered dryly. It did, rather, Gage replied as he rose to his feet. She just stormed out on us, I reminded him, confused by his satisfied tone. Yes. He held the door to the corridor open for me, and in doing so proved she is both upset by Lord Stratford and Lady Godwin's relationship, and has a temper. I considered his words, struggling with the idea of Lady Stratford as a murderess. Do you honestly believe she could have done it? He glanced at me. Why not? She has motive, and a pretty shabby alibi. Yes, I replied uncertainly, but somehow I can't imagine Lady Stratford slicing Lady Godwin's neck just because she bedded her husband, let alone harming that baby. It sounds mad. Well, maybe when she discovered their betrayal, she went a little mad. Such things have happened before. I contemplated this idea and then shook my head. No. Maybe if she had just found out, but the rumours circulated months ago. People don't focus on old relationships when there are new ones to gossip about, and it sounds as if Lady Godwin has hopped into any number of gentlemen's beds since she was with Lord Stratford. True, he conceded, turning down the corridor toward the main hall. But what if Lady Stratford only recently confirmed the rumours? What if Lady Godwin approached her at this very house party and told her she was expecting her husband's child? Gage raised his eyebrows. That would be quite a blow. I frowned. I suppose. However, we still have a few other issues to contend with, such as the amount of strength it took to inflict Lady Godwin's wounds. Anger can generate a lot of power, Lady Darby. That was true. But I still felt Lady Stratford was too dainty to have sliced the Viscountess's throat so cleanly. What about the muscle it would have taken to dig that hole in the forest and bury the baby? Anger is potent, but it also spends itself quickly when exerted. He was silent for a moment while he thought. Perhaps she had help. I looked up to meet his gaze. Her maid? I asked, thinking of her alibi. She seems the likely choice. I pressed my hands together, realizing he could be right. I didn't want to believe Lady Stratford could have committed the crime, especially as it involved a child, but I had to at least reconcile myself to the possibility. All right. Then who are we questioning first, Lord Stratford or the maid? Before he could reply, my question was answered for us. Mrs. McLean called our names and came hurrying down the hall toward us, huffing and puffing with either panic or excitement. She pressed a hand to her side as she tried to catch her breath. "Oh, Mr. Gage, my lady," she gasped, the pitch of her voice rising. "I was just coming to find you." "What is it, Mrs. McLean?" Gage asked calmly. "Has something happened?" "Aye, Fay, Lady Godwin's maid, ya ken. She told me that Celeste, Lady Stratford's lass, borrowed one of her aprons, said she couldn't find her spare." His gaze met mine, and his eyes seemed to sharpen like a falcon sighting his prey. "Thank you, Mrs. McLean. We'll go and speak with Fay." "She's in her room. I just came from there." She clucked her tongue. "Wanted to check on the poor dear." "Let Lord Cromarty know what you've discovered," Gage instructed her, "and send Lady Stratford's maid up, but don't tell her why." "Course." The housekeeper performed an odd curtsy and hurried off down the hall. I pulled Gage to a stop just before he entered the servants' stairway. "Aren't you concerned by how all of this suddenly seems to be falling into place?" "It normally does, once you hit on the right suspect," he replied. I could see the suppressed excitement in his frame as he began to climb. "Perhaps Fay remembers something about Lord or Lady Stratford that can help us." "Yes, but will she even speak ill of the Countess?" I asked as I followed. "The lady has been so kind to her." "Maybe." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused by his ominous tone of voice. "If Lady Stratford is the murderer, it would certainly shed a different light on her willingness to help the maid." "Guilt," I guessed, "or something much more nefarious. If Fay knows something, even something she may not realize is important, Lady Stratford might decide she needs to keep her quiet. Permanently." A chill crept down my spine, and I wrapped my arms around my torso. I just couldn't see Lady Stratford being capable of such evil things. But what if I was wrong? She certainly wouldn't be the first person to fool me. Sir Anthony had seemed harmless enough before we wed. It wasn't until a week after that I discovered how wrong I was. I didn't want to discover the same about Lady Stratford a week too late to help Fay. "Then I guess we had better help her remember," I said. He nodded and rapped on the door to Fay and Celeste's room. "Entrez," we heard Fay's heavily accented voice say through the wood. The little maid stood next to the window, looking out on the garden. When she turned toward us, I was glad to see she was more composed than the last time we visited her. Her eyes were still rimmed in red, but her appearance was neat and tidy. "Mon Dieu!" she gasped, and pressed a hand to her chest. "C'était rapide." "Mrs. McLean met us in the hall," Gage explained. "She said you allowed Lady Stratford's maid to borrow one of your aprons." "Oui, Celeste, The maid seemed to struggle switching back to English. "She is Lady Stratford's maid. She say her apron missing and borrow mine." "She also shares this room with you?" I peered around Gage. "Oui." "When did she borrow the apron?" Gage queried. Fay's wide eyes flicked back and forth between us in growing alarm, and I wondered if her reaction had more to do with her shaky grasp of English or the nervous energy suddenly radiating off Gage. The day before the last day." "2 days ago?" Oui?" She nodded. "Which would have made it the day after Lady Godwin's murder." Did she say how it might have gone missing? Her brow furrowed. No, it's just missing. She shrugged. I stepped back to lean against the wall as he asked Faye if she would like to sit. The maid shook her head no and clasped her hands in front of her. I glanced around at the sparseness of the room. As a rule, servants' quarters were normally rather bare and austere, particularly when 2 visiting servants occupied the room. There were 2 small beds, barely larger than cots, a small dresser, and a wardrobe. The floor boasted only a worn, thin rug, probably saved from the rubbish bin after it was deemed unusable in the main part of the castle. No curtains or paintings covered the thick stone walls, just a wooden cross hung in the middle of the wall opposite the 2 beds, so that the maids could reflect on it while they lay in bed, I supposed. Was Lord Stratford one of Lady Godwin's lovers? Gage asked lightly, propping his foot up on the frame of the bed. Faye seemed to take a long time considering her answer, but I knew she must have understood the question. Gage glanced at me, sharing my curiosity over the maid's hesitation. Finally the girl sighed and dropped her eyes. Oui. Why didn't you want to tell us? Because Lady Stratford's so nice to me. She her ladyship's friend. But my lady say Lady Stratford sleep with my lord, so she sleeps with hers, the maid stated, and pointed her nose into the air, defending her employer's reprehensible behaviour to the last. Lady Stratford bedded Lord Godwin? Gage asked doubtfully. Oui. Faye nodded her head once decisively. All right. Well, do you know when Lady Godwin and Lord Stratford conducted their liaison? The maid tipped her head to the side and closed one eye. Lent? Lent. Gage seemed to contemplate this. The 6 weeks between Ash Wednesday and Maunday Thursday, I reminded him. He scowled at me. I know what Lent is. It normally falls within March, I added, wondering if this was his issue. Thank you, he snapped, before turning back toward the maid, who was watching our quarrel with great interest. Could Lord Stratford have been the father of her child? He asked after taking a calming breath. Faye shook her head. No. This was not the answer either Gage or I expected. Why not? He pressed. He is... The maid waved her hand in the air as if searching for the word. Sterile. Sterile? You mean he can't have children? Oui, many people know this. Something nagged at me in the back of my brain, something important. I furrowed my brow, trying to remember. Gage turned to me and murmured, I bet you £500 he's not. And how exactly are you going to prove that? I asked him crossly. Why don't you take the bet and wait and see? I don't have £500. He shrugged. My loss. We looked up to find Faye scrutinizing us again, and then her face cleared. Ah, you are lovers, she stated, as if she'd just solved a great mystery. No? We both exclaimed. I scowled at Gage's reaction. Just because I was horrified by the thought did not mean he should be. I barely restrained myself from asking him what was wrong with the idea of having me for a lover, but such a question would imply that I cared, and I didn't. I turned away, wanting to escape this awkward situation, when the door opened and in walked Celeste. She seemed fidgety and uncertain, though in all fairness the expression on our faces was not exactly welcoming. Mrs. McLean said you wanted to see me, she asked, fisting her hands in her skirt. Yes. Gage cleared his throat. Close the door and come in. She turned around to shut the door softly and then took 2 short steps into the room before stopping. Her posture was as stiff as a statue, albeit an unstable one. The maid had Titian hair and a pink complexion. She looked more like an apple-cheeked dairymaid than a cold-hearted killer, a girl who was more likely to be talked into a roll in the hay with a handsome stranger than be convinced to help her employer commit murder. How long have you worked for Lady Stratford? Gage asked gently, trying to put the woman at ease. Since afore her debut, she replied in a shaky voice. I were her sister's maid afore that, but when Lady Alice married, she decided she wanted a different maid. Afore that, I was but an upstairs maid. Gage perked up, and seemed pleased to discover Celeste was talkative. You must be grateful her ladyship kept you for her lady's maid when she wed. That I am. Lady Alice thought me clumsy, but Lady Charlotte says she's happy to have me. Sides, she's much prettier than her older sister, and she's a countess now, and a great lady. Celeste raised her chin in pride, a tight smile stretching her lips. We've been told she was a good friend of Lady Godwin's. Celeste's smile fell, and she looked across the room at Fay. She was. Took her ladyship's death right hard, specially considerin'. She shrugged, leaving us to wonder what she had not said. Especially considering what? I asked. The maid chewed her lip and glanced back and forth between me and Gage. I suppose you know by now that Lady Godwin was expecting. I nodded. Well, her ladyship didn't want the babe. Least, that's what she told my lady. Her eyes flicked to Fay, who did not dispute this assertion. My lady convinced her to give the babe to a family near Glasgow, so that my lady could visit the babe whenever she stayed with her great-aunt. Gage folded his arms across his chest and tilted his head. She did that, even knowing the child's father was Lord Stratford. Celeste's eyes widened. Yes, even knowing that. She rocked back on her heels. Maybe specially 'cause of that. A frown puckered Fay's brow, as if she was confused by this answer, and wasn't certain if she should say something. Gage shifted and squared his body so that he could focus solely on Celeste. I knew the conversation was about to become even more serious. Can you tell me where you were the evening of Lady Godwin's murder? The maid's body froze, and her hands tightened in her skirt. I was tending my lady. She gets megrims, especially when his lordship is not behaving himself, she added defiantly. Her ladyship retired after dinner and I stayed with her. We didn't even hear about the murder till the next morning. Did anyone see you run errands for Lady Stratford that evening? Can anyone vouch for you? Gage pressed. Not after her ladyship called me away from the dinner table. I slept in her dressing room, case she needed me. Do you do this often? Yes. As I says, she gets megrims, and sometimes they be right terrible. The maid sounded frank and confident, but her body language told a different story. Her hands continued to twist in the fabric of her skirt, and she rocked back on her heels several more times. Was she always this fidgety? I wondered whether to trust her verbal or physical cues. Gage crossed the room to stand over Celeste, intimidating her with his height. She shrank away from him. Did you borrow an apron from Fay 2 days ago? Celeste's eyes flicked to Fay, and back to him again in confusion. Yes. Why? I had to wash mine, and my spare was missing, Celeste replied cautiously. Did you report this to Mrs. McLean? Gage asked, pacing around her. No. She watched dazedly as he paced behind her. I didn't think I needed to. Why? I figured it would turn up. It didn't seem like something somebody would go about stealing. I got more at her ladyship's house in London. I see. Was there anything distinctive about it? No. Just a white apron. By now I was getting dizzy watching Gage circle around the woman, and she looked a bit frantic. Have you found it, then? Is that what this is all about? We have, he admitted. Where is it? Did someone have it? Where is not as important as how we found it, and how it appeared when we did. Celeste looked positively flummoxed by his clever twisting of words. I don't understand. I think you do, he replied, halting in front of her. Can you tell me whether Lady Stratford embroiders? She blinked up at him, clearly thrown by the change of topic. Yes, she does. And what does she embroider? Samplers, and blankets, and shawls, and things. Oh, and once she stitched yellow roses onto a pair of gloves. They were right pretty. My stomach dipped. She embroiders shawls, Gage confirmed, and the maid nodded her head. Do you know she stitched pink roses along the border of an ivory silk stole? Celeste's eyes widened. Why, yes, it happens to be one of her favourites. Loves to wear it with her pink satin. His eyes met mine across the room. Do you know what her embroidery scissors look like? He asked. She looked down and licked her lips, perhaps just realizing that his questions were not so innocent. I believe they have vines and flowers and things on 'em. Gage reached into his pocket. Like this. He held up the pair of embroidery scissors we had found in the maze. They had been cleaned and the blood removed. Celeste seemed to cower from Gage. Yes. Are these her ladyship's scissors? Her eyes darted down to them, and then back to his eyes. She licked her lips again. Well, they look very like 'em. I don't know if that's her pair exactly. I heard Faye gasp behind me, and then release a string of curses in French. You murderer! Vous le cochon dégoûtant! I moved forward to intercept her before she could lunge at Celeste. Je découperai votre cœur! I'm not a murderer, Celeste protested. Her voice rose in panic, as if she only now comprehended exactly what all of this questioning was about. I'm not a murderer. I never touched Lady Godwin. I was with my lady. Meurtrière! Meurtrière! Her anger quickly spent, I managed to coax Faye to lie down on her bed, where she curled into herself and began to sob. I glanced at Gage, who was taking all of this in with a look of careful indifference. I couldn't manage such cold composure, not while my heart raced and my ears still rang with Faye's cries. Murderous! Murderous! Lady Darby, Gage said coolly, please take Celeste out into the hallway and wait for me there. I've done nothing wrong, Celeste shouted at him. Then you'll have no problem with my searching your things. Go right ahead, but I'm not leaving. She crossed her arms over her chest. He looked at me. All right, but stay over by the door with Lady Darby. Gage began rifling through her belongings, of which fortunately there were few. He opened the drawers of the dresser and slammed them shut again when he found nothing. Then he flipped through the garments in the wardrobe and searched the bedding on Celeste's tiny cot. See? Nothing, the maid declared belligerently. I sighed. Such a cheeky tongue was only going to anger Mr. Gage. He glared at her. We've already found more than enough. This was simply a formality to make certain you haven't any more damning evidence. A missing apron and my lady's embroidery scissors don't mean anything. They do when they're found covered in blood. Celeste gasped, while across the room Faye whimpered. Even I cringed at the bluntness of his words. That's not true. It can't be, Celeste said. I haven't done anything. You're coming with us, Gage declared, reaching out to take hold of her arm. She squirmed against his hold, and he clamped down on her upper arm even harder. But wait, I have to fix her ladyship her tonic. Her voice was desperate and her eyes wild. She needs it. I'm already late. Something in my memory clicked into place, and I halted Gage before he could drag her out of the door. What tonic? I questioned her. What kind? Her chasteberry tonic. She takes it every afternoon. Please, m'lady, she pleaded. Tears sprang to her eyes, and her lip wobbled. I haven't done anything. I looked up at Gage. Do you know what chasteberry tonic is used for? He did not shake his head, but I could tell he was aggravated by the question, believing it to be irrelevant. Like most males, he was clueless as to the tonic's medicinal properties. I think you should. I told him gravely. His gaze sharpened. "Let me place this maid under Mrs. McLean's supervision, and then we'll talk." Chapter 22. I rapped twice on the parlour door to the Stratford suite, and when no one answered, rapped twice more. There was only silence inside the chamber. Celeste was sequestered in the housekeeper's quarters, and though I wasn't certain where Lord Stratford and his valet were, I strongly suspected Lady Stratford was alone in the suite. At least, I hoped so. It would make all of this easier. Twisting my hands in my skirts, I glanced up and down the corridor before cautiously opening the door and peering inside. The sun-filled chamber sat empty, save for the furnishings, but still I hesitated at the threshold, troubled by what I might discover within, afraid I might find that a monster can lurk behind even the most fragile facade. It seemed absurd that I was not relieved by the information Celeste had given us. After all, this was what I had wanted, to catch the murderer and remove suspicion once and for all from myself. But I simply couldn't feel pleased with such a result. Not knowing that a woman like Lady Stratford could be so evil. It sent spiders crawling up and down my spine. I don't know what I had been expecting. Someone murdered Lady Godwin and her child, and though no one at the house party had struck me as a probable suspect, from the beginning I had been well aware that the likely culprit was a fellow guest. But Lady Stratford, especially knowing what I did about her health, that was almost beyond my comprehension. It was certainly beyond my understanding. I shook my head, saddened and confused, and sickened by the knowledge of what I must do. Glancing behind me once more, I stepped into the room and closed it softly behind me. I wished Gage was with me. No matter what he said about Lady Stratford being more comfortable speaking with a woman, I would be more comfortable with him by my side. I felt certain he would be better at coaxing her to talk than I, but he insisted that I interrogate her on the matter of the chasteberry tonic while he retrieved the embroidered shawl from the chapel cellar and located Philip and Lord Stratford. I knew the only alternative was for me to revisit the cellar and collect the shawl, and I had absolutely no intention of ever returning to that foul makeshift crypt. So in the end, my only option was to confront Lady Stratford alone. I wasn't afraid that the Countess would harm me, and in any case Gage and the others would be joining us shortly. However, I was still distressed by the task set before me. My hands shook as I tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. I surveyed the parlour. Lady Stratford's embroidery hoop lay discarded on the blue settee where she had let it drop when she stormed out earlier. It sat with her work, face up, and I realized with a jolt that she was stitching a picture of a rocking horse. For whom? For Lady Godwin's baby. Celeste told us Lady Stratford had arranged for the adoption of Lady Godwin's child and planned to visit the little girl. Would a woman do such a thing if she planned to murder the mother and child? I shook my head and strode across the room. There was no indication that the murder had been premeditated. Perhaps Lady Godwin had changed her mind about the adoption, or threatened to take up with Lady Stratford's husband again, upsetting Lady Stratford. Who knew what a person was capable of, in a moment of rage or despair? I knocked once on the dressing-room door before entering, having already expected to find the Countess in her bedchamber through the door on the other side. Beautiful gowns lined the walls, and delicate slippers were arranged side by side across the floor. A simple cot stood in one corner. Perhaps Celeste hadn't lied about sleeping in here, or at least she'd done so on one of the subsequent nights following Lady Godwin's murder. "Lady Stratford," I called, tapping on the bedroom door. No one answered, but I was quite certain the Countess was listening. "Lady Stratford, I need to speak with you." There was still no reply. I sighed and leaned my head against the wood, knowing I was going to have to say something far more ruthless to convince her to emerge. "If you do not speak with me now, I'm afraid you will find it far more difficult to do so when Mr. Gage and Lord Cromarty arrive. Such delicate matters really aren't meant for gentlemen's ears." There was a moment of silence, when I began to worry that even those words would not coax her to come out. Then I heard a faint rustling and the whisper of skirts gliding across the floor. Seconds later, the door opened to reveal Lady Stratford's irritated face. "What do you want?" she snapped, her mouth twisting in anger. I was so accustomed to seeing her immaculately coiffed that the sight of her wrinkled skirts and crooked fichu momentarily stunned me. I found myself wishing she did not suddenly appear so young and vulnerable. Her harsh perfection would have been much easier to confront under the circumstances. The reason for my shock must have been evident, for her scowl deepened and she reached up to repin a pale strand of hair that had fallen from her chignon. Recovering myself, I cleared my throat. "Mr. Gage has a few more questions he would like you to answer. Perhaps we should return to your parlour." Without giving her time to reply, I turned and made my way back across the dressing room, forcing her to either follow me or wait to discuss matters with Mr. Gage. I trusted she knew exactly what delicate matters I had been referring to, and their implications, and she would soon join me. "What if I refuse to answer any further questions?" she challenged, trailing me through the door to the parlour. I sat on the brocade settee across the tea table from her pale blue one and spread my skirts out. "That is, of course, your choice. However, I believe it is in your best interest that you do. Remaining silent will only make you look more suspicious." Her frown deepened, and I could see the thoughts flickering across her grey eyes like clouds across the silvery surface of the loch. She seemed nonplussed and uncertain what to do. I wasn't sure whether that was because she genuinely didn't know what was happening, or if she had just realized we suspected her of something. She carefully lowered herself to the cushions and moved her embroidery aside. Her movements were strained and stiff. I could only compare them to the way she behaved 2 days prior, when she had been agitated by my presence, but not forced in her movements like she was now. I wondered what that meant. Would Lady Stratford turn violent when cornered, as her role as murderess suggested, or would she crumble from within? I perched cautiously on the edge of my seat, not willing to take a chance. "Have you spoken with my husband?" she surprised me by asking. "Not yet." "I told you he could answer these questions far better than I. Why do you continue to pester me in this manner?" She fisted her hands in her lap and lifted her chin. "I can assure you he will be most displeased when he learns how I've been mistreated." I wasn't entirely certain of that. In fact, Lord Stratford seemed remarkably indifferent to his wife's welfare. I suspected Lady Stratford was keenly aware of this. If her husband's treatment of her at dinner 2 nights past was any indication of the state of their marriage, I couldn't blame her for wanting to pretend otherwise, particularly in a situation like this. I thought I would have lied as well. "You know we are only doing our best to uncover Lady Godwin's murderer." I struggled to keep my voice calm, even as my heart pounded in my chest. "Can you blame us for being suspicious when we discovered you lied to us about Lord Stratford being one of Lady Godwin's lovers?" "I told you! That is a vicious rumour!" she snapped. "One we have confirmed, and one we have confirmed you knew about." Lady Stratford's mouth tightened into a white line. "We have also confirmed that you knew your husband was the father of Lady Godwin's baby, and that you convinced Lady Godwin to give the baby to a couple living near your great-aunt, so that you might visit the child from time to time." She stared back at me boldly, but I could see the edges of her composure beginning to fray. Her chest rose and fell with each agitated breath. "You can't have confirmed it! Not if you haven't spoken to Lord Stratford." I answered evenly, refusing to rise to her bait. "And when we talk to him, what do you think he's going to tell us?" She blinked like an animal that realizes it has walked into a trap. "Let's cease with the denials," I told her more sharply. "They will do you no good. I'm afraid you have much more serious implications to contend with than simply the effect all of this will have on your reputation." Lady Stratford looked startled by this proclamation, I wondered whether she was one of those ladies who believed reputation was everything, or if she truly was naive enough to think that was the only thing at risk in this situation. "Why did you convince Lady Godwin to give the baby up for adoption to a couple near Glasgow?" I asked. "Because she didn't want the child," she blurted, as if such a thing was unfathomable to her. "She planned to pass it off to the housekeeper at one of her husband's properties to raise. She didn't care what became of the babe." I could understand Lady Stratford's distress over such a proclamation. And this couple actually wanted the child. Yes. They have been desperate for a baby. The wife birthed a stillborn babe not long ago and almost died herself. The midwife told her she would never be able to have another child, so adoption was their only chance to be parents. I heard the fervency in the Countess's voice, the desperate need to help this nameless couple from Glasgow. It tugged at my own heart. "The couple lives close to your great-aunt. Did you plan to assist the child?" She hesitated, perhaps thinking I might disapprove of her interest in a bastard child that was not even her own. "I thought I might look in on them from time to time, just to make certain the child was well cared for." I knew she was understating the matter, but I did not press her. I was well aware that a less sympathetic gentlewoman would find her intentions untenable. "You must have been furious with Lady Godwin," I remarked, trying to make the comment sound as if it was not leading. "First for bedding your husband, and then for expecting his child." Lady Stratford was not completely foiled by my nonchalance, but she answered me nonetheless, shifting awkwardly in her seat. "Yes. Yes, I was," she answered quietly. How unfair it must have seemed for such a lady to be blessed with a baby, when there are so many other women who are more worthy. Lady Stratford stared down at her lap, twirling a diamond and ruby ring round and round her finger. "I'm quite certain that couple who were going to adopt Lady Godwin's little girl would have been much more deserving of—" Lady Stratford's head snapped up. "It was a little girl," she gasped. Raw longing shimmered in her gaze. "Yes," I replied, suddenly wary. Lady Stratford lowered her head, sniffing as tears overflowed her eyes. If she had killed Lady Godwin and taken the child from the womb, then she would know it was a little girl. Was she feigning this emotion, or had she truly not known? Either possibility soured my stomach. I weighed my next words carefully. It was a terrible thing to know you wielded the power to harm someone just with the knowledge of what rested on your tongue. I did not like it. It gave me new respect for the manner in which Gage conducted his interrogations. The charm he exerted was used as much for personal protection as for softening the blow of his questions. I didn't have that charm. All I had was an innate sensitivity to this subject, and the wisdom to cushion the blow. Leaning toward Lady Stratford, I clutched my hands together and gentled my voice. "You are having difficulty conceiving." I didn't phrase it as a question, but it was in essence one, nonetheless. Lady Stratford glanced up at me, more in confirmation than surprise, as more tears filled her eyes. "The chasteberry tonic, the red raspberry leaf tea, even your garnet necklace." I gestured toward the amulet dangling over her décolletage. "They are all supposed to cure barrenness." The Countess pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve to dab at her eyes, but still she did not respond. "You have been married to the Earl for nearly 7 years," I pressed, hating the necessity of doing so, "and still you have not given him a child. He must be anxious for an heir." Her mouth thinned into a line of annoyance. "Is that all anyone ever thinks of? My husband's need of an heir? What about me?" she demanded, pressing her palm to her chest. "All I've ever wanted from this marriage was children. I watch as my sisters and friends fill their homes with babies they don't even want, and yet I remain childless. I have suffered my husband's attentions and his odd remedies and methods for conception, and still no baby grows in me. I'm reminded time and time again of how I have failed in my duties as a wife." She sniffed. "Of all people, Lady Darby, I thought you might understand." I sat back, realizing what she meant. "I don't know whether I have difficulty conceiving," I admitted. "Sir Anthony visited me so rarely. I don't think it is possible to know." Lady Stratford almost seemed more shocked by this revelation than anything else, and I wondered what that said about both my attractiveness and the Earl's sexual proclivities. But I understood that conceiving an heir would one day become central in his thoughts, and I would be expected to deliver on the implied promise noblemen believe we have made when we agree to marry them. "All we are is brood mares," she agreed angrily, "and when we can't deliver—" Her words trailed away, and she shook her head as more tears filled her eyes. "I wanted to deliver. I want a child, Lady Darby." "And so you promise to care for Lady Godwin's?" She nodded. "Even though the baby's father is your husband?" She dropped her eyes and nodded. Her despair tugged unwillingly at my heart. "You must have been devastated when you discovered Lady Godwin, your friend, was carrying your husband's child. It would have taken away any doubt as to who was to blame for his childless state." "She threw it in my face," the Countess choked out. "She knew how much I wanted to have a child, how much Lord Stratford and I fought about it, and she waved her conception in front of my face like a prize." Her words were harsh and crisp, strangled with hurt and frustration. "She didn't even want the baby. She slept with my husband, conceived his child, and proved me to be barren. And she didn't even want the baby." Her shoulders shook, and she pressed a hand to her mouth to withhold her sobs. "Did you kill her for it, Lady Stratford?" I asked, unable to withhold the question. The Countess shook her head and swallowed audibly. "No. I wanted her dead," she admitted. "I wanted her dead, but I didn't kill her." I sank back into the cushions, wanting to believe her, wanting to believe that this woman who so longed for a child of her own would not dare to harm another's. But the evidence said otherwise. Gage suggested she went mad, that she murdered Lady Godwin, thinking to save the child from her duplicitous, uncaring mother. Was that why the baby had been removed? Someone who is insane might overlook the fact that a baby so young cannot survive outside the womb. A shiver ran down my spine. I could not withhold a sigh of relief when I heard the knock on the parlour door. Lady Stratford glanced at me curiously as I sat forward. "That should be Mr. Gage," I told her, crossing the room. True to form, Gage stood on the other side of the door, gazing at me solemnly in question. I gave him an almost imperceptible nod to let him know Lady Stratford confirmed my suspicions about her infertility. His frown deepened, and the intensity in his eyes sharpened. I stepped back to allow him to enter, nodding quietly to Philip and Lord Stratford as they followed. Lady Stratford sat up straighter and patted at her eyes with her handkerchief. "What is going on?" Her dazed expression sought me out, and I suddenly felt guilty for forcing her to face these men when she was still so vulnerable. I backed up to stand in the shadow of the drapes, wrapping myself in the heat they had collected from the sun. "I'm afraid we have a few more questions to ask you, Lady Stratford," Gage answered for me. "Questions that we felt it would be best for Lord Stratford to be present for." Lady Stratford blinked and glanced at her husband. "I don't understand. I've just spoken with Lady Darby. I thought I answered all of her questions." She looked at me again. "These queries are different, and I'm afraid quite serious." Gage was trying to be gentle with her, but I could hear the repressed anger creeping into his voice. The Countess shifted in her seat. "And I have to answer them." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Lord Stratford barked, marching across the room to stand over his wife. "Just ask the damn questions, Gage." He glared down at her, his hands on his hips. "I'll see to it that my wife cooperates." I glanced over to where Philip leaned against the wall across the room from me, content to merely observe the proceedings, as I was. He looked grim and tired, and at the moment decidedly displeased with Lord Stratford. If Gage had attempted to interrogate my sister in such a manner, Philip would never have stood for it, no matter what evidence Gage presented him with. Philip was as bloody-minded as one of his wolfhounds with a bone when it came to protecting his wife. Gage set the box he borrowed from my studio on the back of the leather chair and studied the now scowling Lady Stratford. She clearly disliked her husband's proclamation. I couldn't blame her. I disliked it as well. "You told us that on the night of Lady Godwin's murder you immediately went to bed with a megrim after dinner, and that your maid Celeste attended you, that you stayed in bed all night and did not hear about the murder until the next morning. Would you like to make any amendments to those statements?" "No, that is the truth," she replied sharply. "Did your maid remain with you the entire night?" Lady Stratford's brow lowered. "She slept on a cot in the dressing-room, so I suppose. I cannot say for certain that she remained there the entire night, but she was there every time I called for her." "So she conceivably could have slipped from the room sometime that evening, after you had fallen asleep, to, say, meet a beau?" Gage asked offhandedly. Lady Stratford shook her head. "Celeste doesn't have a beau, and besides, she could not have departed before midnight. She stayed with me, alternating hot and cold compresses until I fell asleep." I held my breath, unable to believe Lady Stratford had just allowed the teeth of Gage's trap to snap down on her. By providing herself with such a seal-tight alibi, placing her in the presence of her maid the entire evening, she had also lost her chance to blame the entire murder on Celeste. The Procurator Fiscal might have allowed the Stratfords to convince him the maid was responsible, but not now. Not after Lady Stratford had so boldly stated she was with her the entire evening. I glanced at Lord Stratford, wondering if he was just as oblivious to Gage's stratagem. "So, if I accused you of murdering Lady Godwin, you would tell me that was impossible because you were in your bedchamber, with your maid, the entire time?" Gage asked sulkily. Lady Stratford stiffened, and her eyes widened, whether in shock or fear I could not tell. "Now just hold on, Gage," her husband suddenly interjected. "What are you hinting at?" Gage ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Lady Stratford. "What if I told you that your maid's apron was found covered in blood?" The Countess's face paled. I don't understand," she mumbled in a thready voice, glancing up at her husband in supplication. Lord Stratford's face darkened. "If that's all the evidence with which you have to threaten my wife, by Jove, Gage, I'll—" "There's more." Gage glared at him to close his mouth. Lord Stratford huffed a breath and crossed his arms over his chest. "I've been told you embroider, my lady," Gage said, addressing the Countess again, who seemed more bewildered than ever. "Yes?" "That you're quite good." She did not respond to this, just watched him warily, as if waiting for the hatchet to drop. "Are you, by chance, missing a pair of embroidery scissors?" She glanced down at the basket at her feet. I don't know." She sounded genuinely befuddled and frightened. "When I arrived here at Gairloch, I was missing my normal pair of shears, but I thought I must have left them at home. I always carry a second pair." She leaned over to pick up the scissors sticking up out of the basket to show them to us. "So I never thought much of it." Her explanation sounded credible, however even the most foolish of criminals could have concocted such an excuse. "Are these your scissors?" Gage asked, once again pulling the shears from his pocket. Lady Stratford leaned forward to take them from Gage, but her husband snatched them out of his grasp before she could reach them. He flipped them over in his hands before handing them to her with a scowl. I could tell the Earl wanted to say something, but he held his counsel, waiting to see what else Gage revealed. Lady Stratford stammered. Her hand shook as she examined the scissors. "They look like mine." The breath in my chest tightened. Gage's eyes hardened. "We found them in the maze, near the place where Lady Godwin was butchered." I jerked at his gruesome choice of words. "They were coated with her blood." Lady Stratford flung the scissors to the ground, cringing away from them. But that can't be." Her face was ghastly white. "Someone must have stolen them. I swear to you, I did not, could not." She seemed to choke on the words. Gage reached into the box and extracted the shawl. He unfolded it and held it up for all of us to see. "My lady, is this your shawl?" Lady Stratford gasped and covered her face with shaking hands. "Yes," she admitted between shallow, quick breaths. "But that... I didn't. I don't know how that blood got on it." "We found it wrapped around Lady Godwin's child and buried in a grave by the stream at the far north end of Cromarty's property," Gage said harshly, speaking more to Lord Stratford than his wife. "Her child?" Lady Stratford gasped. "But Lady Godwin wasn't due for another 4 months." Her eyes flew around the room, as if looking for answers from one of us. "I don't understand. Did she begin her labour early?" "No, Lady Stratford," Gage answered coldly, clearly not taken in by this display. For myself, I was not so sure she was faking. I had seen my fair share of theatrics at the Bow Street Magistrates' Court in London, and the hysteria shining in Lady Stratford's eyes was far too real for my comfort. The implications of Gage's words must have finally penetrated her mind, for she keeled forward and began to sob uncontrollably. "Oh no, that poor child, that poor little girl." Gage perked up at her words. "I told her it was a girl," I explained before he could assume otherwise. He glanced back at me and nodded. "What will happen to my wife?" Lord Stratford asked in a hard voice, drawing our attention away from the weeping woman. Gage gestured toward Philip. "Cromarty says there is a set of bachelor quarters at the back of the carriage house. They're being cleaned as we speak. For her own safety, and those of the other guests, we think it might be best if she and her maid were removed to there until the Procurator Fiscal from Inverness arrives. She should be perfectly comfortable," Philip added in a tight voice. Lord Stratford nodded stiffly. "My God," Lady Stratford gasped. "You all actually believe I did it? You truly believe I murdered Helena?" Her voice broke, and she pressed her handkerchief to her mouth. "I didn't do it. I swear to you, I never touched her. I couldn't have." "Why couldn't you have?" Gage demanded, giving her no leniency, even in her outpouring of emotion. "Because..." Her eyes met mine desperately. "Because of the baby." She shook her head wildly. "I could never have hurt that child, no matter what Helena did." The men were all silent, and I wondered how they could remain so stoic in the face of her pleas. Emotion burned the back of my eyes and my throat. It took considerable effort not to let the tears fall. Lady Stratford glanced wildly up at her husband, whose warm chocolate eyes had gone cold. "Please, Derek," she whispered brokenly, "you must believe me. I did not kill Lady Godwin." "That will be for the official from Inverness to decide," he replied, and turned away from her. I could almost feel the blow that Lord Stratford's words caused his wife. They ricocheted through her frame like an icy blast from the North Sea. She cowered from him like a whipped dog, seeming to crumple into herself. I turned away from them, unable to face either of the Stratfords. The Earl angered me with his callous treatment and his swift abandonment of his wife, and Lady Stratford's desperate tears and shuddering frame unnerved me. Her emotion seemed all too genuine, and I was suddenly having a very difficult time believing she was the murderer. Either her acting skills were so great that they rivaled even the most celebrated actresses of the stage, or we had just made a serious mistake. If only I knew for certain which she was, fiend or innocent. For if Lady Stratford was wrongly accused, it placed her in a situation with which I was all too familiar. The thought burned a hole in my stomach. Chapter 23. Alana was asleep when I slipped into the nursery a short while later. She sat in a Windsor rocking chair, cradling a slumbering Greer on her shoulder. "Aunt Kiera!" Malcolm exclaimed. I shushed him. "Come play with my soldiers," he whispered, in the exaggerated way children do. "I'm going to pretend it's the Battle of Waterloo." I crossed the room to peer down at his elaborate setup. "I'll even let you be Napoleon." I couldn't help but grin at my nephew's magnanimous spirit. The puckish little boy never wanted to play on the side of France, and well I knew it. "Thank you, but—" "No, Aunt Kiera!" Philippa cried, racing across the room with one of her dolls. "I wanted you to play with me." I sighed and glanced at Alana, hoping her older children's voices had not woken her. "Aren't you two supposed to be having lessons?" "Mother gave our governess the day off," Malcolm replied, smiling happily. I shook my head at my silly sister. I suspected she dismissed the nursery maids for the day as well. "Your mother and sister are asleep," I leaned down to tell the children as they began to argue. "We need to play quietly." "We can play soldiers quietly." I arched an eyebrow. "So none of your cannonballs are going to explode?" He grinned sheepishly. "And your tea parties are not any quieter." I turned to tell Philippa as she whimpered and tugged on my hand. "Go pick out a book, and I'll read to you until your mother wakes." They scampered off to the corner where two short bookcases stood, bickering over which story to choose. I only hoped it wasn't Hansel and Gretel yet again. I really was in no mood to read about lost children. Pulling a blanket from one of the children's beds, I laid it over Alana and Greer, careful not to wake them. My sister looked exhausted. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her complexion seemed paler than normal. I pressed my wrist to her forehead to feel for a fever, and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Greer's pudgy cheeks were red from rubbing, and her breathing sounded a bit congested, but she was sleeping peacefully. I picked up her twisted teething rag from where it had tumbled to the floor. The knot had begun to slip. I tightened it so that the sugar would not fall out and set it on the table. Philippa crawled into my lap, and Malcolm squeezed in next to me in a large armchair. "This one." My nephew flipped open the book of the Brothers Grimm Children's and Household Tales to the story of Rumpelstiltskin, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Philippa snuggled close, and I pressed my cheek against her soft hair as I began to read. Halfway through the tale, I glanced up to find Alana watching me. A gentle smile curled her lips. She shared my amusement when the children shifted in their seats, squirming with excitement as the Queen told the imp his name. "Can you spin straw into gold?" Philippa asked me as I closed the book. "No, you ninny!" Malcolm cried as he hopped off the chair. "Malcolm, don't call your sister a ninny," Alana scolded. "How do you know?" Philippa dashed after him. "Have you ever tried it?" "Because it's impossible." I shook my finger at my sister in mock earnestness as she began to rock her youngest. "You were supposed to stay asleep." Alana offered me a weary smile and then shifted Greer from one shoulder to the other. The baby grunted and then settled. "Do you want me to take her?" She shook her head and tucked the blanket tighter around the child. "Do I have you to thank for this?" she asked, tugging on the quilt. "I thought you might be cold. Besides, it gave me an excuse to check you for a fever." She looked up at me in surprise. "Alana, are you feeling all right?" I asked in a gentler tone. She sighed in frustration. "I'm fine." Her eyes narrowed. "Did Philip send you up here?" "No, but he did tell me that you refused to leave the nursery." She brushed her hand over the golden dusting of hair on Greer's head, avoiding my gaze. I glanced at Malcolm and Philippa, who were engaged in some sort of secret conference, presumably about their plans to spin straw into gold. Lady Stratford and her maid have been removed to the bachelor quarters in the carriage house. Alana's eyes widened. Mr. Gage believes they murdered Lady Godwin and her baby. I added as an afterthought, now that my sister knew about the child. Alana was silent for a moment, watching me as I worried my hands in my lap. "But you don't." I started, realizing what I had said. "I don't know," I admitted hesitantly, disturbed by my inability to wholeheartedly accept Lady Stratford's guilt. "Mr. Gage must have good reason to suspect her," she reasoned. "And I know Philip would not have allowed him to lock Lady Stratford in the carriage house without sufficient proof." "I know. Has Lord Stratford been informed?" I nodded. He didn't even put up a fight against it. Alana's rocking slowed. "Well then, you must have obtained some pretty convincing evidence." I leaned against the arm of the chair and cradled my forehead in my hand. "I suppose." I knew I sounded as sulky as a child and hated myself for it. Alana did not need to deal with me when she already had 3 little scamps of her own to worry her. "So what's troubling you?" I looked up at my sister, seeing the dark shadows under her eyes again. "Do you really want to know?" She stopped rocking to glare at me. "I wouldn't have asked otherwise." I glanced at Philippa and Malcolm to be certain they weren't listening, and then leaned toward her. "The evidence is compelling enough, and all linked to the same person. But I can't help but notice that they're also items that could have easily been stolen. They could have been used for the express purpose of throwing blame on Lady Stratford." Alana arched an eyebrow doubtfully. "There are also matters of common sense to consider," I hastened to add. "Does Lady Stratford really have the height and strength to inflict those wounds? Could she have crossed the garden, slipped into the maze to kill Lady Godwin and returned to the house all without being seen? Could she and her maid have moved that rock and dug the baby's grave?" "Well?" she asked, knowing me well enough to realize I would have contemplated the answers to these questions before ever bringing them up. I sighed and sank back in the chair. Gage believes anger and madness can both give a person more strength than we realize. "But you don't." I plucked at the fraying hunter-green upholstery of the chair. "I don't know, and that's the problem. I'm forced to admit that it is possible, if not likely, that she could have done all those things. Just as I'm forced to admit that the murder weapon we found could have made those cuts, even though I have serious doubts. I don't have enough experience with this to assert my opinion strongly. Not even when it came to the remnants of charred cloth Gage had found in Lady Stratford's cold hearth, believing the lady and her servant had burned their bloody clothes from the night of the murder. The rocking chair creaked as Alana shifted and Greer murmured something in her sleep. "Well, you trust Mr. Gage, don't you?" I nodded and turned to watch Philippa wrestle one of her dolls out of Malcolm's hands. "Then if he believes there is enough evidence to prove Lady Stratford is the murderer, I think we should believe him." I only wished it was so simple. I did trust Gage, but I also had a deep-seated suspicion of people outside my family, particularly men, and that made it difficult not to continually second-guess my feelings and reactions toward him. The fact that I found myself in Lady Stratford's position not so very long ago only complicated matters, driving me to find definitive proof rather than trust in the hackneyed legal system that could have so easily failed me. "So why are you having trouble believing Lady Stratford guilty?" my sister asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. "Is it because she's a noblewoman? Surely you realize the aristocracy are just as capable of committing murder as the lower classes. Of course. Then what? What is it? I don't know, it's just... I hesitated, trying to put a finger on the reason for my hesitation. She wants a child so badly. Did you know she was having trouble conceiving? I had my suspicions. I pressed a hand against my stomach. When I confronted her about it, when I asked her about the child, my breath caught. Alana, you should have seen the look in her eyes. To struggle for 7 years to get with child and then discover that your greatest fears have been realized, that you are in fact barren. I shook my head, unable to find the words to express the heartache. Nevertheless, I could see in my sister's eyes that she understood. She hugged Greer tighter and pressed a kiss to her downy head. Despite the fact that Lord Stratford was the father of Lady Godwin's baby, Alana gasped. Lord Stratford was the father? I nodded. And despite the fact that Lady Godwin, who was supposed to be Lady Stratford's friend, not only slept with her husband, but also proved her to be the one who could not conceive, and threw it in her face, I just do not believe Lady Stratford was capable of harming that child, of removing it from. Remembering my audience, I stopped myself, glancing up to find my sister watching me with horrified eyes. I cleared my throat. I can imagine her harming Lady Godwin, but not that baby. She looked toward the hearth, seeming to consider my words. I closed my eyes, trying to shut out the terrible images, the darkness of the last few days. I breathed in deeply the scent of camphor and talcum powder, listening to the soft rocking of Alana's chair against the heavy rug and the merry chatter of my nieces' and nephews' voices. The nursery seemed like a cosy little cocoon when compared to the vast echoing corridors of Gairloch Castle. It was no wonder my sister had shut herself up here with her 3 children. Maybe she went mad, she offered. I blinked open my eyes to stare at the exposed timber ceiling. That's what Gage suggested. But you don't believe it. I lowered my gaze to find Alana studying me. I suddenly realized that by expressing all of these doubts, I only gave her more reason to remain closeted in the nursery with her children. Pressing my hand to my forehead, I groaned. I don't know what I believe, Alana. Mr. Gage is undoubtedly right. I'm probably just jumping at ghosts, remembering when I was accused of those heinous crimes in London. Yes, but Kiera, you were innocent, she pointed out. I nodded, biting back the urge to express my worry that Lady Stratford might also be. So, I proclaimed, a feeble segue into a different topic. Are you going to return to sleeping in your own bed tonight? You can't have gotten much rest here. You look exhausted. Unfortunately, my sister knew me only too well. Kiera, she scolded gently, have you expressed your doubts to Mr. Gage? I plucked at the upholstery again. No. Then perhaps you should. And if he doesn't listen to me? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. I already suspected he was not going to accept my doubts easily. To his mind we had caught the real culprit and proved my innocence. What more could I want? Then I think you should do whatever it takes to set your mind at ease. She shook her head at me fondly. You spend far too much time in your head, dear, and sometimes I worry where it takes you, especially in this case. I gave her a grateful smile, thankful that she supported me, even if she didn't understand me. Maybe I was being ridiculous. Maybe I should just let it go. But I couldn't get rid of the terrible feeling in my gut that somehow we got it wrong. I kept seeing Lady Stratford's eyes, the pain and fear and desperation written there, and I worried it wasn't feigned. I wanted to be certain that the real murderer had been caught, not just someone to take my place as the sacrificial lamb. I wanted the truth, and if that truth pointed to Lady Stratford, then so be it. But until I had been convinced, I knew I would never be able to rest. Greer sniffled and reached up to swipe at her nose, rubbing her already raw cheek. She began to fuss, and Alana tipped her forward to croon to her softly. Her teething rag was on the floor, I told her. Let me clean it off and wet it. Thank you, she replied absent-mindedly, as she tried to clear Greer's nose. Malcolm and Philippa looked up as their baby sister let out a howl. They were remarkably well behaved today, and I wondered if they sensed their mother's exhaustion. I tightened the string holding the sugar inside one end of the rag before handing it to my sister. Greer immediately chomped down on it, lapsing into a whimper as she turned into her mother's chest for comfort. Sighing in relief, Alana tipped her head back against the chair and closed her eyes. Alana, are you certain you're feeling all right? I asked, worried by the drawn appearance of her face. The last time I had seen her look so poorly was the morning after she nursed Malcolm through his fever. Her haggard countenance scared me. She must have sensed this, for her head fell sideways toward her shoulder in defeat. I'm expecting again, she admitted. I couldn't stop my eyes from flaring wide in surprise. Does Philip know? I think so, though I haven't told him. I nodded, suddenly better understanding the flares of temper between them in the past few days. It had been from anxiety as much as anger. Alana had difficulty during Greer's birth, much more so than the other two, and the physician had suggested they seriously reconsider having any more children. From my sister's tone of voice, I don't think they had been trying for another one. How far along are you? A month, 6 weeks, not long. Greer sobbed, and Alana adjusted her position. Do you want me to take her? Alana shook her head, stubborn as always. How are you feeling? How do you think? She snapped. She took a deep breath and rested her head back against the seat again. Sorry, you didn't deserve that. It's all right, I told her automatically. Then I broached a topic I knew she was going to dislike even more. You're exhausted. Why don't you leave the children with me and lie down and take a nap? I'm fine, she replied woodenly. Alana, I promise you I'm fine. No, you're not. Her gaze met mine, and I could see the fear holding her in its grip. I can't leave the children, she replied, knowing what I was really hinting at. I just can't. Not yet. Maybe when the man from Inverness arrives, but not yet. I ached for her. The knowledge of what had happened to Lady Godwin's unborn child clearly distressed my sister, especially now knowing she carried another little one inside her, one she probably had not wished for. Her instinctive reaction was to protect her own babies, and the only way she could do that was by keeping them in her sight. Would you lie down on one of the children's bed and take a nap if I took care of the children? I asked, sensing it would take physical force to pull my sister away from the nursery. Neither Philip nor I wanted to go down that road. You have to finish your investigation, she protested. Besides, I need you to take my place as hostess at dinner this evening. I balked. Do they really need a hostess? I mean, surely they could get by without one. Kiera, please. I should think Philip's aunt, Lady Hollingsworth, would do a much better job. Kiera, she begged, I need you to do this for me. I know it is a lot to ask of you, but I need you to do it nonetheless. I groaned, hating the way her tone made me feel guilty. This wasn't a lot to ask of me. I was her sister, and she had taken me in 16 months ago without a single hesitation. Fine, but only if you do something for me in return. Alana's gaze turned wary. I'm going to recall the nursery maid, and when she arrives, I want you to take a nap, right over there on Philippa's bed. I pointed toward the pink-frilled bed in the corner. Will you do that? Sensing my determination to be just as stubborn as she could be, she nodded in defeat. I hopped up to pull the tasseled cord that would ring for Molly before she could change her mind. Planting my hands on my hips, I turned back to find my sister watching me with a small smile playing across her lips. It's not often, but once in a while you manage to do something conniving enough to assure me you have our St. Maur family blood flowing through your veins after all. I pursed my lips. Yes, well, as conniving as that was, I'm certain you got the better end of the bargain. Her smile brightened, and I whirled around to leave the room. Enjoy your dinner, dear, she called after me. Chapter 24. Dinner that evening went far better than I expected, though by no means did I actually enjoy it. How could I when no one would stop talking about Lady Stratford's detainment? Many of the guests claimed they had suspected the Countess all along, but of course none of them found it necessary to apologize for condemning me instead. Only Lord Westlock, who was positioned on my right, now that I sat in Alana's place, had the grace to appear uncomfortable and embarrassed in my presence. And well he should, for I still sported a lump on the back of my head that was tender to the touch. Gage was lauded and fussed over for uncovering the murderer, while I watched in frustration as glass after glass of wine was lifted to toast his name. More than once I was forced to bite my tongue, lest I say something inappropriate, or worse, reveal my involvement in the investigation. Perhaps I should merely have been content to have the attention and suspicion removed from me, but I couldn't help feeling dissatisfied, and even a little angry. Philip caught my eye, and smiled sympathetically, as yet another round of wine was poured for Gage. I nodded in acknowledgement and raised my glass along with everyone else, choking down another sip of the burgundy while most of the others drained their goblets. It must be difficult sitting there holding your tongue. Lord Marsdale leaned toward me to drawl, irritating me with the reminder of his presence. I supposed I shouldn't have been surprised that, as acting hostess, I would be stuck sitting between Marsdale and Westlock, a marquess and baron respectively. Lord Stratford had declined to join us for dinner, otherwise he would be seated in Westlock's place. I couldn't say I would have liked that arrangement any better. At least Lord Westlock was quiet, though Lord Marsdale more than made up for his silence. "What?" I asked, having more and more difficulty hiding my annoyance with the man. He ran his fingers around the rim of his glass. "Well, after all, didn't you have a great deal to do with catching Lady Stratford?" I looked him squarely in the eye for the first time that night. "I don't know what you're talking about." He chuckled. "Come now, Lady Darby, there's no need to lie to me. Mr. Gage is intelligent and clever, but I'm quite convinced you had more to do with this than anyone is letting on." I contemplated the surge of pride that welled up inside me and made me want to confirm his statement, to announce to the entire table what I'd done. It seemed unfair that Gage should receive all the credit. I had to remind myself that I hadn't assisted with the investigation for the accolades. I had done it to protect my sister, my nieces and nephew, and to clear my own name. Admitting I had taken part in the autopsy and uncovering the child's grave would only cast more scandal on my name, and that of the family I defended. The guests might be comfortable with Gage in the role of hero, but my participation would only arouse more suspicion. It was better this way, no matter what my pride thought. "Poor man," Lady Hollingsworth murmured into her empty wineglass from the seat next to Marsdale, distracting me from his bold stare. "Lord Stratford must be beside himself." Her arm wobbled as she raised the glass overhead to signal to the footman passing behind her. How much had Philip's aunt had to drink? "I would be horrified," Lady Bethel bleated from across the table, pressing a hand to her rather substantial bosom. "Why, if Bethel ever did such a thing, I don't know what I would do." I hoped she would contact the authorities. "He must have had some clue as to what kind of woman she was." The Marchioness sipped from her refilled glass. "I mean, I could see it." Lady Stratford was always so cold. It's no surprise her husband found another woman to warm his bed. Lady Bethel tittered, and I blushed. Stuffy Lady Hollingsworth had definitely consumed too much wine if she was willing to discuss such intimate matters at the dinner table. She leaned forward as if to impart some juicy secret. However, her whisper emerged loud enough for half the table to hear. Or that she was crazy enough to kill his mistress because of it. I frowned, not liking the woman's suppositions. It was exactly the same kind of cruel speculation that swirled around my reputation after I was dragged before the magistrate. I set my fork aside with an audible clink, unable to palate another bite of the cook's delicious beef tenderloin. The ladies glanced at me distractedly, but were too caught up in their conversation to pay me much notice. I stared across the distance of the table, trying to capture Philip's attention. If his aunt was this sotted, I was certain he would want to be warned about it. At least now the Earl will be able to find a new bride, Lady Hollingsworth declared, her words beginning to slur. This time, one who can give him an heir. She nodded rather conspicuously toward her daughter Caroline, who smiled at whatever the gentleman next to her was saying, blissfully unaware of her mother's plans. I inwardly cringed. A match between Caroline and the Earl would be a disaster for Caroline. I could not care less how Lord Stratford fared. Oh, yes, Lady Bethel nearly cooed. I hear he's desperate for an heir. If he dies now, the title and entailed property goes to some distant French cousin. She pronounced the man's nationality as if it carried the plague. Oh, how horrid! Lady Hollingsworth commiserated. Lady Bethel nodded and then leaned forward over the table. I worried the contents of her bodice would spill out over her plate. But do you really think they'll hang her? A countess? Such a prospect seemed to appall the Baroness more than anything else. Her friend was not similarly afflicted. But of course, as well they should. She killed another gentlewoman. If Lord Stratford's tart had some demi-rep or a servant girl, perhaps it would be a different matter, but one can't simply go around killing gentlewomen, even if you are one yourself. I opened my mouth to scold the woman for their extreme insensitivity, when I felt a subtle pressure against my leg under the table. My gaze flicked to Marsdale, whom in the intensity of my anger I had forgotten. He shook his head subtly, cautioning me against speaking. Reluctantly I swallowed the heated words, feeling them scald the back of my throat like a drink of too hot tea. I'm surprised you haven't made any witty rejoinders, I bit out through clenched teeth, wondering at his uncharacteristic silence during the lady's ridiculous conversation. He smiled sadly. Some conversations do not deserve wit. He glanced at the two women still deep in conversation, and when he looked back at me, there was a twinkle in his eyes, especially when they lack good taste. I couldn't stop the small twitch of a smile from curling my lips at his implied insult to the ladies, who were completely unaware that they had just been reproached by one of society's most notorious scoundrels, no less. Marsdale grinned over his wine-glass, clearly pleased to have amused me. Feeling someone's gaze upon me, I glanced up the table to find Gage watching us. Even annoyed as I was by all the praise he was receiving, I couldn't help but be struck by his good looks, made all the more arresting by his black evening kit. I wanted to blame it on my artist's eye, but I knew I would only be lying to myself. Gage was attractive to me, as more than just a portrait subject. Gage nodded, just a slight dip of his head, so as not to draw the others' attention. I nodded back, wondering if the gesture was a dismissal. Now that the killer seemed to be caught, did he no longer see a use for me? An ache began to form beneath my breastbone. So, that's how it is. I turned distractedly to Marsdale, whose eyes shone with devilry. "That's how what is?" His head tilted to the side, a sly smile playing over his mouth. "There's no need to play naive with me. All you had to tell me was that you preferred light." He nodded toward Gage. "To dark." A flush of heat raced up my neck and into my cheeks. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't prefer anything." He raised his eyebrows. "I don't," I insisted, reassuring myself that it was the truth. I truly didn't care what color a man's hair was. "Well then," he drawled, wagging his eyebrows and adopting his customary lazy grin. I knew it was aimed to disarm me. "There's still hope for me yet." I sighed and shook my head at the man, but he refused to be deterred, and I unexpectedly welcomed his outrageous flirting and inappropriate commentary, grateful for the distraction it provided from the rest of the table. After dinner, I accompanied the ladies to the parlor for tea. I anticipated that I would have to endure their gossip and small talk for at least a half an hour before the gentlemen deigned to join us, so when they began to wander in no more than 5 minutes later, I thought perhaps Philip had taken pity on me. However, it swiftly became clear from the men's excited talk that was not the case. Philip's mare, Freya, was foaling. It was very late in the season for such a thing, but I knew my brother-in-law had been expecting the horse to give birth for days now. He and Mr. Abingdon had rushed directly to the stables from the dinner table, and several of the other men were talking of joining them. Not wishing to remain any longer than necessary, I decided my favour to Alana had been fulfilled, and slipped out of the room before anyone could detain me. The fire in my hearth snapped merrily, casting flickering shadows across the walls. The firelight winked and flashed in the stained glass propped atop the mantel. When I was a little girl, I had taken the 2 pieces from a broken window being replaced in the village church near my father's estate, loving the way the colours merged and swirled, changing with the light. I brushed my fingers over the cool, smooth glass, watching as the shadows cast by my fingers deepened the colours almost to flat black. In stark comparison, the surface away from my fingers seemed to ripple in the firelight like water, like a living thing. I turned away, feeling oddly hollow inside. I stared at my bed, the fatigue from so many sleepless nights pulling at my bones, but I knew my head would never rest, not with this pit growing in my stomach, and the fear and doubt coalescing in my mind. I knelt to light a pair of candles from the flames to brighten the room. Then I dragged my tired feet across the carpet and slipped off my shoes to curl up in the window seat. Hugging a pillow to my chest, I parted the curtains and peered out at the carriage house below. It sat, quiet and unobtrusive, next to the stables, which bustled with activity. Gentlemen milled outside the carriage yard with the coachman and stable hands, all waiting for the foal's birth. Even the footman who stood guard at the door to the carriage house was drawn to the excitement, though he was careful to maintain his post. I wondered if Lady Stratford and Celeste could hear the men, and whether they worried they were there for them instead of a horse. There was a knock on my door, and thinking it was my maid, I called out, "Come in." "I thought you were locking your door," a deep voice replied. I looked up to find Gage lounging against the door jamb, one hand cradling a bottle of champagne, and the other a pair of glasses. My heart tripped in my chest. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the breathless quality of my voice, I swallowed and added, "I thought you would be joining the other men down in the stables." I nodded toward the window. "I have seen enough foalings." He closed the door with his foot. "To last a lifetime. I have no need to see another." I had not pegged him for a man who cared much for horseflesh. "How many foalings have you witnessed?" "2. One when I was an adolescent still trying to figure out a woman's body, and another years later, while I was deep in my cups. I did not enjoy either experience." A smile tugged at my lips. "You thought to learn about a woman's body from a horse?" He grinned wryly. "Silly, I know." "Do many boys do that?" He shrugged. "I haven't the foggiest." I tilted my head to the side. "Well, I suppose it's a good thing young ladies are not allowed to view such things, or else we might never let any of you gentlemen near us." He raised his eyebrows. "Better the foaling than the conception." I threw the pillow at him, and turned toward the window to hide my amusement, continuing to watch him out of the corner of my eye. He dodged and smiled devilishly. "You would have gone to your marriage bed expecting Sir Anthony to bite you on the back of the neck to hold you down." "Stop!" I gasped, trying my best to stifle my laughter. I was quite sure he could hear it in my voice anyway. "I don't want to imagine that." He chuckled. "Well, we certainly don't want that. I don't believe my manly pride could support your thinking of another man while I'm in the room." He began to work the cork out of the bottle. It emerged with a pop. "What's this for?" I asked. He poured some of the bubbly liquid into a glass and handed it to me. "I thought we should celebrate." He smiled. "This has been an interesting 4 days, and they would have been much less enjoyable without your assistance." He poured his own glass and joined me by the window seat. "Shall we make a toast?" "Haven't you tired of those yet this evening?" I teased. He grimaced. "Yes, they were all acting a bit ridiculous, weren't they?" When I didn't comment, he laughed. "I'll take that as your agreement." "All right, then." He perched on the padded ledge across from me. "This toast is for you, Lady Darby, for I certainly wouldn't have found the murderer without you." Both of our cheeks flushed at the shared realization that he would likely have accused me of the crime. He cleared his throat and raised his glass. "To your future. May it be bright and beautiful." I drank to that, wanting the embarrassment to stop. The champagne was sweet and peppery, and burned as it rolled down my throat. I drained my glass and took a deep breath, feeling a giddy rush to my head. Gage chuckled. "Shall I top you off?" I shook my head. "After all the wine at dinner, I think I've had more than enough to drink this evening." Indeed, I felt lethargic and just a tiny bit tipsy. He polished off his own glass and settled deeper into the window seat. Our bent legs were almost touching. Hidden beneath my skirt, my toes curled into the cushion, tingling with the knowledge that they could stretch out and graze the muscles of his leg. I leaned forward again to see outside, hoping to distract myself from the sensation swirling in my gut. Most of the gentlemen had vanished from the stable yard, and I wondered if they had been run off or had just grown bored. "What's wrong?" I glanced up to find him studying me. "What do you mean?" "I expected to find you relieved, but you seem almost as tense as the evening we made our trip down to the chapel cellar." I watched my hand smooth back and forth over the velvety fabric of one of the pillows. I couldn't understand why I was so hesitant to explain what was bothering me. Perhaps it was because my doubts seemed insubstantial, even to me. I was worried how he would react, and maybe a bit afraid he would tell me I was being foolish. It had taken considerable effort to convince him to believe in me. I didn't want that to all be ruined by a feeling, a sensation I couldn't even explain. "I'm wondering," I began uncertainly, "if we are seeing the big picture, if we really accuse the right person." Gage tapped his champagne flute against his leg twice and leaned over to pick up the bottle. "You don't think Lady Stratford murdered Lady Godwin?" he stated evenly as he poured himself another glass. "I don't know," I admitted, allowing some hint of my distress to creep into my voice. "I just have this feeling that we're missing something." "What?" "I don't know." His calm seemed to only exacerbate the turmoil I felt inside me. There are just a few things that are bothering me.
Such as?
Well, the murder weapon. I still don't believe that a pair of embroidery scissors was used to slice Lady Godwin's neck. The cut was simply too clean, too even. He took a sip of champagne, watching me steadily over the rim.
So, are you saying it is impossible that the scissors made that cut?
No, I hedged, having already known he would contradict me with such a question. Just that it is highly unlikely.
But by that admission, you are still saying it is possible.
I frowned at the extreme logic he was using, not liking how silly it made me sound. Well, anyone could have taken them from her embroidery basket. Just because they were hers does not mean she used them in such a capacity.
True, but that means they would have also needed to steal her shawl and her maid's apron.
The tone of his voice told me just how doubtful he was of such a thing happening.
That would take quite an organized killer, someone with a real vendetta against Lady Stratford.
I dropped my eyes from his gaze, not wanting to see the challenge there. I couldn't argue with his assertions. It did all seem very unlikely, if not impossible. Lady Stratford had as much, if not more, of a capacity to incite enemies as anyone present at Gerloch. Jealousy, be it of her beauty or her position, could do strange things to people, not to mention the hatred a snubbing could cause, and Lady Stratford had snubbed more than her fair share of society. Well, what about the amount of strength and stamina it would have taken to dig the baby's grave? I challenged. You can't tell me that you believe Lady Stratford and her maid to be capable of such a thing. He leaned over to set his glass on the floor.
A footman?
I startled, uncertain I'd heard him correctly. What?
I suspect a footman moved the rock and dug the grave, he replied calmly, as if what he was saying made complete sense.
I glared at him in confusion, irritated by his insouciant demeanor.
I spoke with the gardener to find out if any shovels have gone missing, he explained. And he told me that a few mornings ago he noticed one of the spades was not placed in its usual position, as if someone had used it and then returned it.
Gage leaned forward,
and the gardener specifically remembers seeing a man lurking about the garden shed the night before.
He nodded his head in emphasis and sat back against the wall.
His eyes gleamed with satisfaction at uncovering this last bit of information.
A man, I restated.
Yes.
Did the gardener get a good look at this man, or are you just assuming it was a footman? I snapped in exasperation.
Gage arched an eyebrow at my display of temper. I didn't assume anything. It just so happens that, as of this afternoon, one of Cromarty's footmen has suspiciously gone missing.
I had no reply to that. A footman's disappearance just hours after Lady Stratford's detainment did seem exceedingly suspicious.
I suspect Lady Stratford convinced this footman to assist her with, if nothing else, at least burying the child.
How? A bribe?
I had a difficult time imagining one of Philip's loyal staff being coerced into doing something so horrible. Money can be a powerful motivator, Gage replied, correctly reading my thoughts, and perhaps the footman didn't know exactly what he was being paid to bury, though I can't imagine he would be naive enough to believe it was harmless. Perhaps he only realized just how much trouble he could be in after Lady Stratford was detained, and he panicked. I turned to stare at the log crackling in the hearth. Gage's assumption seemed logical. I could not dispute that. But how could he know that they were right? What if the man lurking around the gardening shed wasn't the footman? His eyebrows lifted in doubt.
Well, what if it was someone else? I persisted. And what if this footman has disappeared for another reason? What if he's in some kind of trouble?
That's a lot of what-ifs, he murmured dryly.
I glared at him. And your assumptions aren't. You're still jumping to conclusions, even about Lady Stratford.
Gage closed his eyes and sighed.
Lady Darby, my father has been an inquiry agent for nearly 12 years, and I have been assisting him for a number of those. Rarely in an incident with no witnesses do we uncover evidence that is so cut and dry. Lady Stratford cannot convincingly explain away the shawl and the scissors, and neither can I. If I thought I could, I would do everything I could to make certain I had reached the right conclusion. There is simply no other explanation. But you should have seen her this afternoon. I pleaded with him to understand. When I forced her to admit her barren state, she was heartbroken. Her pain and anguish were genuine. She is desperate for a child. I just cannot believe she would have cut into Lady Godwin's womb. Kill Lady Godwin, yes, but she would never have harmed that child. The child was not her own. Believe me, my lady, there is a difference, and Lady Stratford would have seen it as such. No, I replied, shaking my head. I can't believe it of her, and you wouldn't either if you had seen the look on her face. She was acting, he snapped, as annoyance twisted his features. You are inexperienced with such things, Lady Darby, but I am not. Being accused of a crime brings out the most brilliant acting you have ever seen. I have seen performances to rival any production on the stage of the Theatre Royal. Then how do you know who is telling the truth? You don't. That's why you rely on the evidence. It is the only thing that is certain. Not instincts or strange feelings, which do come in handy from time to time. However, you cannot build a solid case around them. I understood what he was saying. I even agreed with him, to a certain degree. But I still couldn't escape the horrible sensation pressing down on me that, in this instance, we were very wrong. Couldn't we at least follow up on any other leads? What other leads? He sighed and raked a hand back through his hair. There is no use in pursuing this further. There is nothing else to even consider. I will find the footman and question him, and then it will be finished. Maybe. No, Kiera. It's over. I understand you feel some compassion for Lady Stratford, but you cannot change what she has done. His gaze turned brooding, and he seemed to look inward. There are some people who are guilty of the crimes they are accused of. I turned away, confused by the personal significance he seemed to invest in those words, and hurt by the betrayal I felt, because he would not help me with this. Now, he rose to his feet, I think you just need a good night's sleep. You'll feel differently in the morning. The dark has a way of making us see shadows where they are not. The door closed softly behind him. I pulled my legs up and wrapped my arms around my knees. Was he right? Was I jumping at shadows, at memories of the time I was dragged before a magistrate and accused of unspeakable acts? I didn't know. All I knew was how hurt and frustrated I was that Gage had not tried harder to understand. It wasn't as if I wanted to doubt Lady Stratford's guilt. I wanted to feel triumphant and confident we had caught the murderer, just like everyone else. My uncertainties and misgivings certainly weren't welcome sensations. They gnawed at me like an open wound. I leaned over again to peer out at the darkened carriage house. My sister was right. I couldn't let this go. Not yet. Not until I knew I had done everything I could to uncover the whole truth, whatever it might be. I would try to get a good night's sleep, as Gage suggested, and when the doubts did not go away, as I knew they wouldn't, I would start the day with a rested mind and a fresh pair of eyes. I had at least one more day to uncover the truth before the Procurator Fiscal from Inverness arrived, or else damn my conscience and Lady Stratford to the consequences. Chapter 25. The following morning, the weather was damp and dreary, which was, of course, fitting considering the mood I awakened in, and the course of action I had chosen to take before I finally fell asleep after tossing and turning for half the night. I would be drenched by the time I finished retracing the killer's steps, But perhaps I would be closer to the truth. It appeared I must be made to suffer in my endeavour to acquire proof of Lady Stratford's guilt or innocence. I dressed in my warm charcoal grey walking dress and sturdy boots, and pulled up the hood of my heavy hunter-green cloak before stepping out into the rain. I picked my way across the muddy carriage yard, careful to avoid the ruts now filled with water. From the outside the stables appeared lazy and quiet, but inside I found the stable hands bustling about, joking with one another while they completed their morning chores. Old Gaffer, the stable-master, pointed me toward the back where Philip leaned over a stall, his arms draped along the top. He glanced up as I approached and smiled. His eyes drooped with fatigue, and he was badly in need of a shave, but he seemed content. The foaling must have gone well. "How is she?" I asked. He waved a hand toward the stall. "Take a look." I peeked over the wall to see the chestnut-brown foal standing on shaky legs, already nursing from her mother. "Is it a she?" He nodded. I grinned at the little filly. "She's a beauty." "Aye." "Where are Beowulf and Grendel?" I asked, glancing around the floor near his feet. Normally they followed Philip around like two lovesick swains. He glanced at me curiously, and then whistled. The two wolfhounds trotted around the corner. I reached out to pet Grendel's shaggy brindle coat. "I'm going to take them for a walk." Philip's eyebrows rose toward his hairline. "And this weather?" I diverted my gaze, concentrating on scratching behind the dog's ears. "I want to get out of the castle," I replied, hoping he would think I was just eager to escape the guests. Beowulf bumped into my leg, wanting the same attention as his brother. I laughed. "Wait your turn, old boy," Philip scolded with a chuckle. His voice was husky from lack of sleep, and his brogue had deepened. "Just be sure they dinna run you ragged," he warned. "They haven't been allowed to run free in these, so they're liable to get a bit carried away." "Don't worry. I'm well aware what I'm in for." The rain fell in a steady shower, drenching my cloak in a matter of minutes. Any sane person would have stayed indoors if they could help it, so I expected to have the grounds completely to myself. I led the two dogs past the carriage house, nodding to the footman guarding its door, and then across the garden toward the path leading into the western woods. I had planned to begin at the maze and retrace the killer's steps around the eastern circuit of the path to the place where we uncovered the baby. However, I was conscious of Philip watching me from the stable's dooryard, and not wanting to arouse his suspicion, I decided instead to work my way around backward. The rain striking my hood lessened as I stepped beneath the bower of thick pines, sycamores and yew trees at the edge of the forest. And for a moment I thought it was the loss of this sensation that caused my scalp to tingle and the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. I scanned the woods before me, searching the leafy shadows, and then turned back toward the castle. My gaze settled on the deserted western block, carefully studying the windows spanning the facade. The curtain of rain made it difficult to see at such a distance with much clarity, but I could have sworn someone was watching me, observing my progress into the forest. An icy chill ran down my neck, like the cold rivulet of a raindrop. I hurried into the shelter of the trees. The woods were still, except for the soft patter of rain against the leaves and the panting of the dogs as they wove to and fro among the vegetation. I tried to reassure myself that the wolfhounds would alert me to any danger long before it reached me, but I could not shake the creeping sensation along my spine. I found myself glancing over my shoulder and easing cautiously around bends in the path. By the time the wolfhounds and I reached the hill where Lady Godwin's baby had been buried, I was thoroughly sick of my paranoia. There was nothing nefarious about someone watching me from the castle windows, even from the empty west wing. Perhaps it had merely been a bored guest gone exploring or a servant hiding from chores. There was no proof of ill intentions, only my nerves getting the better of me. I huffed in irritation and directed my attention to the dogs. So far they had found nothing more troubling than a sparrow carcass, which I had to drag them away from. I hoped the eastern loop of the trail, which I had yet to search, would offer up something more pertinent to the investigation. We set off across the back boundary of Philip's property, strolling through the field of heather that stretched northward, forming a glen between two highland ridges. The eastern forest swallowed us beneath its branches, thicker than its western cousin, and even more steeped in shadow. With the gloom, the crawling sensation returned, sending my heart tripping in my chest and distracting me from the task at hand. In fact, if not for Beowulf and Grendel, I might have blundered onward unawares. Their whines raised goose-flesh all over my skin, and I glanced around me cautiously, moving forward to see what the dogs were pawing at. The edge of the forest was not more than 15 feet away, and I wondered if perhaps this was the spot where Philip and the wolfhounds had found blood 3 days ago. He had suggested that the killer laid the baby there, just inside the woods, and then rejoined the other guests in the garden, or in Lady Stratford's case, returned to her bedchamber. Then the murderer returned later to bury the child's body. I shook my head. Why hadn't the killer left the child with its mother, even after taking it from her body? Why bury it? Had the killer hoped to hide the baby's existence? Had Lady Stratford thought to hide her husband's indiscretion? All of it seemed so extreme, so unnecessary. Returning to the scene to bury the child without being seen, leaving evidence behind in the child's grave. All of those steps left a trail and heightened the risk that they would be caught. Of course, all of this supposition assumed that the killer had been thinking at all and not just acting mindlessly, whether in anger or fear. Gage certainly believed Lady Stratford had been reacting, and therein lay the crux of my doubt. For I somehow felt that most of this had been carefully thought out, planned for a specific purpose, that did not mesh with the amount of physical evidence we had discovered against Lady Stratford. Beowulf, who had been circling a tree, suddenly whined piteously and stood up on his hind legs to paw at the bark above his head. I moved closer and patted his head in reassurance as he dropped down. There was a hole in the trunk of the oak just above the level of my head. I scowled down at Beowulf. You're supposed to be searching for evidence, not chasing squirrels up trees. He ignored my scolding and stood up on his hind legs, trying to reach the hole again. Grendel joined him, and the two pinned me between them as they whined and batted at the tree. I stared up at the hole, unnerved by the dog's persistence. What if it wasn't a squirrel the wolfhounds were pawing at, but a piece of evidence stashed where no one would ever find it? My mind whirled with possibilities. The real murder weapon. A bloodied piece of clothing. An incriminating letter. I lifted my hand to reach in, and then stilled. What if it wasn't evidence, but truly a family of squirrels hiding from the dogs, or worse, some kind of insect or spider's home? I cringed at the thought. I found myself wishing for Gage's solid presence by my side. Certainly he was self-important and aggravating, but whether it was because of the pistol he carried or the confidence he exuded, at least I felt safe with him, and could rely upon him to conduct some of the more horrifying tasks, such as reaching into a hole in a tree trunk that might be home to an agitated animal. He had been rather a bulwark for me, in the chapel cellar, at the baby's grave, even in my art studio. He had been there when I needed him. I couldn't imagine how I would have made it through the last 4 days without him, and I badly wished he were there with me now. Taking a deep breath, I screwed up my courage and shut my eyes. I tentatively probed inside the hole, grateful that at least I was wearing a sturdy pair of kid leather gloves. When nothing immediately bit me, I leaned forward on tiptoe, trying to reach deeper inside the hollow. My fingers brushed against something soft, and I stilled. When the object did not move, I snagged it with my fingers and began to pull it carefully out of the hole. My first glimpse of the white fabric made my heart leap into my throat. It was a handkerchief, a rather plain one, covered in streaks of dried crimson blood. The dogs sniffed at it, forcing me to lift it high to keep it out of their reach. The square had clearly belonged to a man or a servant, for I had never seen a lady carry such a simple cloth. Customarily, a gentlewoman's handkerchiefs were embroidered and trimmed in lace, and I highly doubted Lady Stratford's were any different. However, the square could be her maid's, or it could indicate there was a man involved, one we had yet to discover. I moved toward the edge of the forest, leaning my hip against a sycamore along the path. The air was fresh with rain and summer green, and musky from the mud churned up under my feet. But I still fancied I smelled the cloying, metallic scent of blood wafting from the handkerchief. I carefully tucked it inside the pocket of my skirt, shielding it from the rain and any prying eyes that might still be watching me from the house. Staring across the expanse of the lawn toward the castle, I searched the facade. It was impossible to tell from such a distance, especially through the rain, but I studied the windows, looking for a twitch of a curtain or a shifting of light to indicate that there was someone there, that someone was spying on me. I couldn't see them, but I felt them there regardless. Just as I had the morning Gage and I returned from the maze, a trickle of fear caught in my throat. I was reluctant to leave the shelter of the trees and step out into the wide open expanse of the lawn. It seemed like such a vulnerable position, even with the dogs in tow. However, there was no alternative route to the stables, unless I planned to slash my way through the thick growth of over 100 yards of forest to find the little-used path winding through the forest behind the maze, carriage house, and stables. Such an act would be ridiculous. Scolding myself for my foolishness, I swallowed my nerves and struck out across the lawn. Almost immediately I felt the unseen pair of eyes tracking my progress, this time from a window in the eastern block. I forced myself to walk, to measure my strides, even though my shoulders inched up around my ears and my heart leapt forward in my chest with each step. Beowulf and Grendel trotted alongside me like two dutiful guards. I suspected their presence was all that kept me from breaking into a run. Once again I wished for Gage. This investigation had been much easier to conduct with him by my side. Perhaps I should try talking to him again. He'd said I might view things differently in the light of day, and so might he. Gage was not unreasonable when he put aside his rather masculine impulse to discount my intuition. With this new piece of evidence, surely he would be forced to take me seriously. I simply had to appeal to his reason. With bolstered spirits, I hurried across the carriage yard. Philip stood speaking with old Gaffer just inside the stable door when I shooed Beowulf and Grendel inside. Though he still sported dark circles under his eyes, it appeared Philip had at least found time to bathe, shave, and change clothes at some point during the morning. "Are you just returning?" he asked in surprise. "That was quite a long walk." I shrugged and quickly changed the subject. "Do you know where I might find Mr. Gage? He rode out with Mr. Fulmer an hour or so ago. They were headed for Drumcork to see if they could locate our errant footman." I smothered a rather childish impulse to stamp my foot. So that was Gage's chosen course of action, to avoid me. I thought he would at least seek me out this morning, if for no other reason than to make certain I wasn't going to do something foolish, like pursue this investigation further myself. The man could be quite territorial about such things. Instead, he'd run off in pursuit of the footman without so much as a "by your leave," and taken the gardener, whom I desperately wanted to question, with him. Who knew how long it would be before they returned? "Did you need him for something?" Philip asked me with some concern. I considered telling him about the handkerchief, about my doubts and suspicions, but he looked so tired, not only from the mare's foaling in the middle of the night, but also Alana's continued resistance in leaving the nursery. Telling him about my misgivings would only add to his worries. Besides, he would insist we consult Gage before taking any further steps to remedy the situation, and I had no intention of sitting on my hands, waiting for the prodigal son to return, while Lady Stratford remained locked in the carriage house, and a potential killer ran free. I had a few more ideas how I might uncover information, and Philip would only prevent me from pursuing them. So I lied. It's not important. I flashed a reassuring smile. I'll just speak to him when he returns. He nodded rather uncertainly, but did not question me further. In an effort to avoid the other guests, I struck out for the side entrance, which fed into the servants' staircase and wound up toward the family hall. As the door swung shut behind me, I stumbled to a halt, suddenly realizing how dark and isolated the stairwell was. Dim sunlight filtered through the small windows on each landing, the only sources of light for the entire stairwell. Raindrops pinged against the glass, echoing through the space. I rubbed my palms down my skirts and ordered myself to stop jumping at ghosts. There was nothing there to get me but the figments of my own imagination. I shook my head at my foolishness and began to climb. The stairwell was darkest at each kickback, and I found myself hurrying past each one to get closer to the stormy light straining through the windows. One flight below my destination, I heard a shuffle of feet on the landing below me. My heart kicked in my chest. There had been no sound of a door opening or feet stomping up the stairs after me. Was someone intentionally being quiet? I didn't want to wait and find out. Gripping the banister, I propelled myself upward as fast as I could run. I couldn't hear much beyond the pounding of my footsteps and my heart, but it sounded as if someone was pursuing me. Flinging open the door to the family wing, I darted into the hall. I forced my steps to slow to a brisk walk, glancing over my shoulder to see if anyone emerged from the stairwell after me. When I reached the door to my bedchamber, my hand shook so badly I had difficulty turning the doorknob. I stepped inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I pressed my back against the solid oak, listening for steps outside in the hall. Half a minute later, when nothing happened, the panic began to drain out of me. My gasping breaths began to slow. Another minute later, I began to feel ridiculous. I stumbled away from the door and flung my cloak over a chair in front of the hearth to dry. I stared into the low flames crackling in the fireplace. Had I just made up that entire pursuit in my head? I sank into the chair and scraped a hand through my hair. I tried to think back to the moment in the stairwell when I thought I heard someone on the landing below me, but all I could see were the darkened corners and feel the surge of terror pumping through my heart. I shook my head. I needed to stop this nonsense. There was nothing to indicate that anyone had actually been following me. If there had been a shuffle, it had doubtless been a mouse. If there were feet pounding up the stairs behind me, it had probably been a servant hurrying to an upper floor. I really had to stop letting my morbid imagination run away with me. Just because I was afraid that the killer was still running free did not mean they were running after me. I pulled off my sodden half-boots and tossed them across the room, angry at my foolishness. Then, rising in a swirl of skirts, I yanked the cord to summon my maid, Lucy. The bottom drawer to my escritoire stuck, as it often did when the weather was damp, and I slammed my fist against its front panel below the handle, prying it loose. My jewelry box lay tucked inside, between an old sketchbook and a journal I hadn't written in since I was 12. Why I still kept it, I didn't know. I carefully extracted the bloody handkerchief from my pocket and opened the jewelry box to lay the cloth on top. Locking the box, I slid the drawer shut, making certain the swollen wood stuck as before. After tucking the key inside the loose backing of the landscape painting hanging above my desk, I settled in front of my dressing table and began to pull pins from my wilted hair. Lucy exclaimed in horror when she saw my bedraggled appearance, and began to fuss over me in the same way I suspected she fussed over her numerous siblings. Normally I found her scolding tiresome, but today it felt familiar and soothing. She helped me to change into a plum afternoon dress with an overlay of black embroidered flowers. It was trimmed with black lace along the wide, low neckline and long sleeves. She pulled a brush through my thick hair and braided it into a tight coronet, which I knew, regardless, would be falling down around my ears by nightfall. Then I devoured the luncheon she brought me on a tray and set out to my next destination, determined not to see danger around every corner. Striding into the hall where many of the guests were housed, I passed Lady Bethel and Mrs. Calvin. I returned their polite greetings and ignored the curiosity shining in their gazes. I felt their eyes on my back and measured my steps so that the ladies would turn the corridor long before I reached my destination. Pausing at a door near the far end of the hall, I glanced around me to be certain no one was watching before I slipped inside. The room Lady Godwin had been given was decorated in shades of lavender and pearl grey. The furnishings were dainty, and the bedding and draperies covered in ribbons and frills. It was clearly a lady's boudoir. I could just imagine how insulted a man like Mr. Gage or Lord Marsdale would feel if they were assigned such a chamber. They would probably expect a willing lady to come with it. I locked the door, so as not to be surprised in the middle of my search, and then crossed the room to open the drapes and let in a little light and air. The chamber smelled heavily of Lady Godwin's cloying perfume. I noticed that much of the ladies' luggage had been brought to the room, so that Fay could perform the tedious task of repacking all of the Viscountess's belongings for the journey back to London. I wondered how the maid was faring. If her employer's death hadn't been enough of a shock, to have the lady who so kindly offered to escort her back to England turn up as the suspected murderer must have overwhelmed her completely. I sorted carefully through the trunk filled with petticoats and other undergarments, including a pair of stays that extended down over the hips. Lady Godwin must have worn it to hide the growing swell at her waistline. Shoes, hats, gloves, and other accessories filled another trunk. However, a thorough search revealed nothing of interest. Her gown still hung in the wardrobe in a rainbow of exotic colours. I had noticed the Viscountess liked colour, and the more striking the shade, the better. The surface of her dressing table was covered with potions and unctions, some of which smelled quite horrid. They all claimed to make a woman look younger, slimmer, or more beautiful, and I was curious as to whether any of them actually worked. I found an ornate box in one drawer and thought it might contain jewellery. However, it proved to be filled with a rather lovely collection of delicate paper figurines, a swan, a butterfly, a crane, and a rose, each one lovingly crafted. There was no evidence that Lady Godwin had not created the figures herself, but I somehow knew they were gifts. From whom, I could not begin to guess. I was intensely curious as to why the Viscountess would keep such funny little creatures and treasure them enough to carry them with her on her travels. She had not seemed the least sentimental, but this collection proved otherwise. I shook my head and crossed to the desk. The surface was covered in correspondence. I thumbed through the letters, most of which were from her husband's solicitor or her sister in Shropshire. There were a few bills and one short message from Lady Stratford about the arrangements at her great-aunt's cottage near Glasgow. Nothing to incriminate anyone, nothing to even hint at an illicit relationship. Just evidence of a woman who was constantly spending money and asking for more. A woman who had a much younger sister who asked eagerly about London and spoke of a gentleman suitor who had recently called upon her. In fact, the single interesting bit of information the correspondence yielded was the creator of Lady Godwin's paper figurines, this self-same sister who claimed to miss Lady Godwin so very much and longed to see her little nephews. I sank down on the edge of the bed with a sigh. The only thing this search had achieved was to prove how human Lady Godwin had been. She had been more than a woman who took far too many lovers, including her closest friend's husband. Lady Godwin had an existence outside of those bedrooms, a life before she met Lord Godwin, and more depth than many of us had suspected. I almost wish she had remained that vain, unfeeling caricature of my imagination. It made accepting her murder much easier. I smoothed a hand over my hair and glanced down at my shoes. A piece of paper had fallen to the floor and slid so far under the desk that only a corner peeked out. I picked it up to set it with the rest of the correspondence, skimming it as I did so. The words written there made me stop. It was a letter begun by Lady Godwin and never finished. It was not addressed, but the information it contained made it easier to guess whom the intended recipient had been. The words jogged something in my memory, something I had read very recently, and I began rifling through the correspondence on the desk, looking for one of the letters from Lady Godwin's younger sister. A quick second scan of the note yielded the connection I had been looking for. I reeled, feeling as if all of the wind had been knocked from my lungs. It seemed almost impossible, the events that I could suddenly see unfurling in my brain. Such actions would require the mind of a heartless, malicious individual. I shivered. I had conversed with just such a person, had perhaps even laughed with them, and I had never suspected what truly lay beneath the jaded exterior. I stared down at the two missives again. They appeared so innocuous, yet they pieced together a tale so twisted I could scarcely believe it. It was no wonder Gage had overlooked their importance, especially when he had yet to uncover the facts that would make sense of the words. Lady Godwin had spoken in such vague terms, I'm not certain I would have seen any more than Gage if I had read them but 2 short days ago. I thought of the letter Lady Godwin had been so eager to post to her sister, the one Alana had so casually mentioned when she was trying to give Philip the direction of Lady Godwin's family. I would have given a great deal to read that missive, even though I was quite certain I already knew what it said. I folded the letters I did have and tucked them securely into my pocket. I swallowed, trying to remove the revulsion that coated my throat. It filled my stomach, making me feel tainted by the evil that continued to lurk among us. If only Gage had not ridden to Drum Cork. One glance toward the windows told me that the rain had not abated, but increased, racing down the windows in crooked streaks. The wind stirred up white caps on the grey waves of the loch. Gage would not be returning any time soon. I took a deep breath and rose unsteadily to my feet. Perhaps I should speak with Philip. Even if he insisted on waiting for Gage's return, at least someone else would share this burden of knowing. I scolded myself. That was no reason to explain my suspicions to my brother-in-law. If I told him, it would be out of concern for him and his family's safety. Alana and the children still remained in the nursery under guard, and as far as I could tell, no one else was in danger from our murderer. Further violence would not be in the killer's best interests, seeing as they had gone to so much trouble to cast the blame on Lady Stratford. It would not be right to share what I had uncovered with Philip. He was already consumed with worry over Alana's condition, and exhausted from dealing with the guests, as well as Freya's foaling. Why should he be made to suffer any more anxiety than he already did just to ease my troubled mind? I could wait a few more hours for Gage's return. Unlocking the door, I glanced back into the shadowed chamber briefly to make certain I had not overlooked anything, and then slipped out into the hallway. When I turned to make my way back down the corridor toward the stairs, my heart leapt into my throat. "Faye!" I gasped, pressing a hand over my pounding heart as I leaned back weakly against the door. "My goodness, you startled me." The maid blinked back at me with wide eyes. "Pardon, madame." No, it's all right." I laughed a bit breathlessly. "I'm just a bit jumpy today." The maid nodded hesitantly. Pushing away from the door, I brushed a hand down the front of my dress. "How are you?" I asked, remembering the girl's predicament. She swallowed and lifted her chin. "I will survive." I nodded in appreciation of her bravery. I hoped she would find a worthy new employer upon her return to London, and quickly. Faye's eyes slid past me to the door. "How is the packing coming along?" I asked, thinking quickly. The maid must be wondering what I had been doing in Lady Godwin's former bedchamber. "Lady Cromarty asked me to see if you needed anything." The wariness did not leave her eyes. I believe I have everything." I pressed my hands to my skirts, making certain the letters I had tucked inside were still well concealed. "Well, if you think of anything, please let me know." She nodded. I pasted a smile across my face, hoping it looked reassuring, and stepped away from the door. Moving swiftly down the hall, I refused to let myself look back to see whether Faye was watching me. It was clear she didn't trust me, or my reasons for being in Lady Godwin's chamber. In any case, by tomorrow the truth would be out, and any strange actions on my part would be well justified. However, I didn't want to give her any reason to spread word of my visit to Lady Godwin's chamber before Gage returned from Drum Cork. The last thing I needed was for the murderer to catch wind of my actions and begin to wonder whether I suspected anything. Pausing in my descent of the staircase, I looked up toward the ceiling high above as the drumming rain became deafening, echoing through the space. Its furious pounding was like anvil strikes to my nerves. Closing my eyes, I said a silent prayer for the storms to abate and for Gage to return safely. Then I lifted the skirts of my gown and hurried back to my room to pass the time. Once Gage returned, this would all be over. The wait would be the worst part. If only I'd been right. Chapter 26. I waited all afternoon and into the evening. I wrote letters, I sketched, I stretched new canvas across several empty frames, though because of the rain I could not prop open the windows and finish preparing them by brushing them with gesso. I paced the floor and tried, rather unsuccessfully, not to glance at the clock every 5 minutes. But when darkness fell, transforming the cloud-strewn twilight into murky night, I could wait no more. Sebastian Gage had not returned to Gairloch. I didn't know why. The rain had stopped 2 hours earlier, so the weather could not be blamed for his failure to make the 30-minute journey back to Drum Cork. Perhaps he'd been detained. Perhaps the missing footman had put up a fight when Gage confronted him and accused him of assisting a murder. I hoped Gage wasn't being too hard on the fellow. In light of the evidence I now held, I sincerely doubted the man had anything to do with Lady Godwin's murder, or her baby's burial. In any case, Gage should be bringing the footman back to Gairloch, which left me to wonder, once again, why he hadn't appeared. Maybe Mr. Renshaw had invited him to dinner in the village. Gage would have introduced himself to the squire upon his arrival in Drum Cork, and a dinner invitation would likely have been forthcoming. Such a request would only be considered polite, especially when the storms rolled through earlier. However, I couldn't help thinking of the squire's 2 pretty daughters. I gritted my teeth. They were likely fawning over the handsome Mr. Gage like royalty, and he was probably eating it up, relaxing and enjoying himself while I stewed. I squeezed my fist around the puzzle piece in my hand, feeling the wooden edges bite into my palm. I was tired of waiting at Gage's leisure. If he couldn't be bothered to present himself, then I saw no need to delay further. I would simply have to take matters into my own hands. I tossed the puzzle piece down on the table and marched across the room to yank the bell pull. I wanted the truth. I needed it, and I was determined to have this matter resolved before I laid my head down on the pillow, before my loved one spent another night under the same roof as a murderer. I locked the letters I had taken from Lady Godwin's room inside my jewellery box, with the bloody handkerchief for safekeeping. Then I picked up a page of foolscap and jotted off a quick message to Gage, explaining my findings and my intention to speak with Lady Stratford. No matter how much I wished to do otherwise, I knew better than to run off without leaving word of my whereabouts in case Gage returned to the castle and asked for me. Lucy looked at me oddly when I instructed her to slip the note under Gage's door, but upon seeing my seething countenance, wisely held her tongue. The evening air was cool for late summer, even by the Highland standards. I pulled my deep green cloak tighter around me, bowed my head to keep the gusting wind from blowing the hood back, and struck out across the stable yard. It was littered with black puddles, and I was forced to slow my pace to carefully pick my way around them. I jerked my toe back as it slid into one of the inky depths, sending ripples across the water. In the gloom they appeared bottomless, like cavernous holes an unsuspecting person might tumble into. I shivered, and stood still as the moon slipped through a gap in the scuttling clouds overhead, and rose in the reflection of one of the pools like a slumbering creature opening its eye. It blinked, making the air seize in my lungs, and then was gone, disappearing behind the smoky grey clouds above that blocked out the stars. My heart thudded in my throat, and I considered turning back, to wait for Gage or to ask Philip to accompany me. Surely this could not be a good omen. But then I saw the lantern swaying in the breeze above the door to the carriage house. Its light beckoned me onward. Abandoning propriety, I lifted my skirts and dashed across the yard, hurtling over the puddles in my path. The guard watched my approach with unabashed interest. I was certain I was giving him quite a good look at my legs, but I didn't care. Let the servant gawk. The creatures lurking in the shadows were far more troubling. I lurched to a stop before the guard and tried to smile up at him disarmingly. "Lady Darby, how can I help ye?" the footman asked. He searched the stable yard over my shoulder as if hoping to see someone had accompanied me. "I wish to speak with Lady Stratford," I informed him, still huffing from my mad dash. The guard opened his mouth, but he seemed at a loss for what to say. "But I'm sure—" "I will speak with her," I added before he could protest. "If you need to lock me in with Lady Stratford or observe us while we speak, so be it. But I will speak with her." The guard frowned, and he looked like he might try to object, but then he released a long sigh. He shook his head as if in resignation. "Who am I to complain?" he grumbled, fumbling with the key in the lock. "His lordship won't be taking it out of my hide if you're no supposed to be here." I felt a moment's unease, knowing he spoke the truth. Philip would not be happy with my actions, coming here alone and bullying the guard, but I comforted myself that the end would justify the means. Once we had the real murderer behind lock and key, it wouldn't matter that I'd left the castle alone at night in order to secure the proof we needed. Besides, I was with the guard now, so technically I was not alone. The lock snicked open, and the footman pulled the lantern from the peg above and pushed open the door. We passed through a short, musty hallway with several doors leading off it. I glanced through a door that stood open to the right into a room cluttered with spare carriage parts and tools. Wheels leaned against the walls, and leather tacking hung from the exposed timbers of the ceiling. An old carriage seat was shoved into one corner, its leather cushion covered with ragged holes. The guard stomped past a door on the left, which I suspected led into the larger part of the building, where the carriages were stored, and marched straight toward a heavy oak door in the back. He knocked once. "Visitor," he called, before twisting a key in the lock. "I'll leave this one open, but the outer door'll have to stay locked," he told me apologetically. "I understand. Just knock when you want let out." I thanked him and waited for him to retreat to his post outside before approaching the door he unlocked. Light spilled from beneath it, and I could hear hushed voices within. Uncertain how I would be received, I reached out and knocked hesitantly. The voices quieted, and a pair of feet shuffled toward the door. It creaked open, and Celeste's frightened eyes peered out through the crack. "Lady Darby!" she gasped. "Good evening, Celeste," I said gently. "I was hoping I might speak with Lady Stratford." I tried to look past Celeste into the room, but the door blocked my view. The maid glanced behind her, presumably to gain permission from her employer, and I hovered for an uncomfortable beat of time while Lady Stratford exercised her prerogative to make me wait. My nerves stretched and tautened, and I was on the verge of saying something to force my way in when Celeste finally stepped aside and allowed me to enter. The bachelor quarters were smaller than I anticipated, but cosy and well-maintained, albeit dark. I imagined that even during the brightest day the room would remain quite gloomy, for a single tiny window high up near the ceiling on the outer wall was the only source of sunlight. As many of the bachelors I knew preferred to carouse all night and sleep during the daylight hours, I could understand how the dearth of windows would be preferable. It also gave Lady Stratford few options for escape. A large bed, covered in black and mahogany-striped fabric, dominated the interior wall of the room, while the opposite side of the chamber boasted a writing desk, wardrobe, and a small breakfast table with 2 chairs. A sideboard rested against the wall beyond the table. It was covered with assorted bottles of liquor, and I wondered if the Countess had given in to the urge to drink herself into oblivion. If our situations were reversed, I certainly would have considered it. I was considering it even now, just standing in this space. A pair of tan leather chairs were situated before the hearth, which held prime place in the middle of the back wall. This was where Lady Stratford sat glaring at me as I finished my inspection of her prison. "I hope you haven't come here hoping to coax a confession out of me, for you won't get one," she announced crisply. I took a deep breath to settle my nerves and swallowed my impatience. The Countess had every right to be angry with me. I would have to be gentle with her. "That's not why I've come, but I do have some questions for you." "And why should I answer them? So far your questions have brought me nothing but grief." Her voice rang with bitterness. Ignoring the stab of guilt her words caused me, I inched closer. "Because I think these answers might help prove your innocence." Lady Stratford stared at me blankly. "I don't think you killed Lady Godwin," I continued, taking the opportunity her silence presented me. "But I think I know who did." I moved a step closer. "However, I need your help to prove it." You don't think I'm guilty?" she asked uncertainly. I shook my head. "I don't." Lady Stratford's rigid posture began to crumple, and she cupped a hand over her mouth. Her eyes were shadowed with fatigue, and her complexion was pale. But even racked with grief, and detained for a crime she didn't commit, the Countess was still impeccably coiffed, with nary a wrinkle in her gown or a hair out of place. It made me feel quite shabby, and my own crumpled plum muslin, an unruly braided coronet. I perched on the edge of the other chair. "Will you help me?" She nodded, allowing me a glimpse of the timid hope blossoming inside her, as yet scared to fully bloom. I wanted nothing more than to promise her that she was safe, that everything would be all right, except I knew it never would be again. Not when she learned what I suspected to be true. "Do you need a moment?" I asked, pressing my hands into my lap to keep them from fidgeting. I had waited half the day with this weight hanging over my head. I could wait a little longer for her to gather herself. The Countess sniffed and pulled a lacy handkerchief from her sleeve to dab at her eyes. No. I want this nightmare to be over with. Go ahead. Ask." I shifted in my seat. "First of all, do you know if Lord Stratford has visited Shropshire recently?" Lady Stratford blinked in confusion, clearly not having expected such a question. "Why, yes. He went there to view some property he was considering purchasing." I suppressed the urge to snort. It was obvious from the Countess's expression that when Lord Stratford spoke of property, she believed he was talking about land. Unfortunately, I suspected this property was of a much more human variety. "When did he journey there?" She tilted her head in thought. "A month ago. Maybe 2. I nodded. That fit with my suspicions. "Whose idea was it to accept my sister's invitation to Gairloch's? Yours or the Earl's?" Her brow furrowed. "Well, I thought it was mine, but now that you mention it, Derek did seem particularly eager to attend. After I discovered Lady Godwin was going to be present, I thought maybe that was the reason why, even though he had broken off his affair with her in May. Am I... Her eyes widened as the direction of my inquiries became clear. You don't think... I held up my hand to forestall her query. Just a few more questions. Has Lord Stratford visited you in your rooms? She coloured. I know it seems an indelicate question, but I assure you it is relevant. She looked down at her hands, where they were clasped in her lap. Her knuckles were white. Yes, he has. Her eyes lifted to mine, and I could see the hurt and disillusionment shining in their depths. At the time, I found it odd. I even remarked upon it to my maid. She gestured towards Celeste, who confirmed her words with a nod. Derek stopped coming to me months ago, around the time Lady Godwin must have discovered she was expecting. I had tried to convince him we should try again, but he seemed disinterested. I could hear how much it pained her to discuss these things, but I could not spare her feelings in this. When he came to me several nights before Lady Godwin's death, I thought he'd changed his mind. Are you trying to tell me it was for another reason entirely? Maybe. I hedged. My nerves tightened with dread. Did you ever find him in either your bedchamber or your dressing room at odd times? Times when he had no reason to be there? Lady Stratford shook her head. No, not that I can recall, and Celeste never mentioned. I did. The maid's soft voice rang through the room like a shout. She still stood next to the door as if uncertain where to position herself. What? The Countess sounded genuinely shocked. What do you mean? Why didn't you tell me? Celeste shrugged awkwardly, wringing her hands. I didn't know if I should, she stammered before turning to me. I found his lordship in her ladyship's bedchamber the night of Lady Godwin's murder. He told me he was checking on her. I thought it odd, but when I heard about Lady Godwin being murdered and how her body was found in the garden that night, it seemed to make more sense. That's why I didn't say nothing. The Countess seemed momentarily nonplussed by the idea that her husband had looked in on her while she was sleeping. Then she shook herself sharply and tossed her handkerchief into her lap. Enough questions. I want to know what you're implying. Her eyes were heavy with shadows. Do you believe that Derek... Her remaining words were swallowed by a choked sound, as if she couldn't bear to say them aloud. That he stood back and allowed me to take the blame. Oh, I don't think he stood back. I think he deliberately set about blaming you. Lady Stratford looked as if she might be sick. How else do you explain your scissors being found near the body, and your shawl wrapped around the baby? I pressed, wanting to break through any illusions she might still hold about her husband's goodness. She pressed a fist to her mouth, and I wondered whether it was to hold back a protest or a sob. My gut churned with fury and disgust, and the man wasn't even my husband. Lady Stratford swallowed and lowered her shaking hand to her lap. What do we do now? I leaned toward her. I left a note for Mr. Gage as soon as he returns from... A loud crash reverberated through the walls. We all jumped. My gaze flew to the door. What was that? I gasped, pressing a hand to my racing heart. Lady Stratford shook her head in bewilderment and opened her mouth to speak when a series of softer thuds and smacks filtered to us through the wood. Celeste backed away from the door, bumping into the small dining table behind her. I slowly rose to my feet, trying to push back, the dread rising inside me like a tidal surge. It's probably just Mr. Gage, I said, knowing I was trying to reassure myself as much as them. As I was saying, I left him a note. Another thud shook the walls. He's probably just upset I came to question you without him, I added with a breathless laugh. He can be like that. though why his arrival would necessitate such violent sounds, I had no idea. I was expecting him to join us as soon as he returned from Gerloch. Surely this is him now. I realized I was babbling and clamped my mouth shut, curling up the corners of my lips in some semblance of a smile. I hoped it looked more encouraging than it felt. A key jiggled unnecessarily in the lock. Had the guard forgotten he left it open for me? I pressed my sweaty palms against my thighs, praying that all I would see was Gage's angry face when the door opened. If a sharp reprimand were in order, I would gladly take it and thank him for it later. If only it was him, and not who I feared it was. My heart dropped to my knees as Lord Stratford strode through the door. Chapter 27. "Good evening, my dear," Lord Stratford drawled to his wife. There was a harsh gleam in his eyes that belied the insouciance of his words. "I simply had to see if the accommodations they provided you were as lacking as I suspected." His gaze slid over the contents of the room, like a snake slithering through the brush, before landing on me. "Why, Lady Darby, how kind of you to keep my wife company." Something about the way he said kind made a chill run down my spine. "I'm sure she's enjoyed your visit. It's only too bad it shall be so short-lived." Lady Stratford and I looked at each other. "You wish to speak with your wife alone, of course," I gasped, thinking quickly. The Countess looked panicked at the prospect, but I knew the best way I could assist her was to get away, to find help. "It was lovely chatting with you," I told her, trying to hide the quaver in my voice as I took several steps toward the door. The door slammed, making the blood surge sharply in my veins. Lord Stratford clucked his tongue. "Come now, Lady Darby. You don't really think I'm going to just let you waltz out of here, do you?" A frightening glitter entered his eyes. "I'm afraid it's too late for that." I swallowed, the fear coating my throat, and made myself continue moving forward. "Don't be ridiculous," I replied with forced lightness. "Even in the dark, I'll be quite safe walking from the carriage house to the castle. Besides, there is a guard just outside the door who will be able to observe my progress the entire way." "Not any more." Lord Stratford pulled out a pepper-box pistol from his pocket. I stopped short and stared wide-eyed at the weapon. All my concentration seemed to narrow to the two barrels of the gun now trained at my chest. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, making me acutely aware of that weapon's ability to stop it. Stratford heaved a sigh and shook his head in mock regret. "It's your own fault, my dear. If you'd left well enough alone, you wouldn't be in this predicament." "So, it was you," his wife gasped, momentarily drawing his attention away from me, though not his gun. "You killed Helena and arranged to have me blamed for it." Her voice shook with horror and outrage. "Very good, Charlotte." He gave her a mocking bow, while still somehow managing to keep the pistol levelled on me. "However, I assume Lady Darby helped you to that conclusion. You're not clever enough to have figured it out on your own." "How could you?" she shrieked, rising to her feet. "Sit down," the Earl ordered as he swung the gun toward his wife. Air rushed into my lungs, making me feel almost light-headed. I glanced back at Lady Stratford, who stood frozen. She seemed to only just realize how perilous a situation she was in. "You wouldn't shoot me," she declared, with far more bravado than I had expected from the China shepherdess countess. It jarred me out of my immobility. Unfortunately, Lord Stratford was not as distracted by his wife as he looked. "Tut, tut," he scolded as I shifted my foot to take a step forward. His eyes were startlingly sharp, like a hawk sighting its prey. Be a good girl and stand over there by my wife." He waved his gun at me in such a careless manner that I flinched, certain it would go off. He chuckled. "Don't worry, Lady Darby. It won't fire until I'm ready for it to do so." A shiver ran down my spine. Following his instructions, I backed slowly toward the Countess, all the while keeping one eye trained on Lord Stratford's gun, while the other frantically searched the room for some kind of weapon. "So you admit it? You admit you killed Lady Godwin and her child?" I accused, trying to keep him talking. There had to be a weapon here of some kind, something sharp or heavy. It appeared that all such objects had been removed, likely to keep them out of the hands of our supposed murderer, Lady Stratford. Even the hearth tools had been confiscated from their usual position next to the fireplace. I prayed they had forgotten something. Lord Stratford smiled back at me smugly, as if he knew exactly what I was doing. "You there, maid," he called to Celeste, who stood quivering in the corner behind the dining table. "Come here." She whimpered and shrank back further into the corner. He spared her a glance, narrowing his eyes. "If you do not wish to be shot, I suggest you obey." With tears streaming down her cheeks and quaking with fear, she inched toward him. Her hands pleated the fabric of her apron. "Now!" Her body jerked forward, propelling her across the room to come to an awkward standstill 2 feet from the Earl. Her breath soared in and out of her chest at such a rapid rate that I was afraid she might pass out at any moment. Then again, perhaps such an outcome would not be such a bad thing, especially if she collapsed straight into Lord Stratford. I stared at the maid's mouth, where she sucked in air between parted lips, urging her to breathe even faster. Stratford reached into the pocket of his greatcoat and pulled out a length of rope. "Hold this," he ordered the girl, who clasped the hemp between her hands as if it were a reptile. Stratford leaned over to extract a wicked-looking blade from a sheath inside his boot. "Now, measure out the cord into 2 equal parts." The maid blinked up at him in terrified confusion. "Find the middle," he barked, giving her detailed instructions, and then forcing her to hold the rope while he sliced it into 2 relatively even sections. I watched in dread, knowing what was about to happen. If only I'd thought to bring a weapon with me, a knife, a letter opener, a bottle of turpentine, and a match, something. I scolded myself for not taking such a precaution. I thought of the ever-present pistol tucked into the waistband of Gage's trousers with desperation. Why hadn't I done something similar? Even a tiny weapon strapped to my thigh would make me feel better than I did now, whether I was able to get to it without alerting Stratford or not. I glanced up at the single window, the only exit from the room other than the door blocked by Stratford. The window was positioned too high on the wall for me to boost myself through without assistance, and by the time I reached it, Stratford would put a bullet in my back. Maybe a distraction would work. I turned to Lady Stratford and then the fire, trying to think of some way to stop what was about to happen next. "Bind Lady Darby's hands," he instructed Celeste, bringing my head back around, "and make certain it's good and tight. I'll be checking your knots, and I will not hesitate to shoot you should they be inadequate." The maid looked up at me with large, frightened eyes. I knew she had no choice. I knew he would shoot her if she did not do as she was told, but I couldn't comply. I couldn't hold my hands out for her to bind, not knowing that escape, that self-defense, would be all but impossible with my hands immobilized. "Lady Darby," Lord Stratford warned. The click of the gun cocking ricocheted through the room. I flinched, bracing for impact. When it did not come, I blinked up at Stratford. His lips curled into an evil smile. "Let's cooperate, shall we?" I locked my knees and lifted my chin, refusing to cower. Fear and panic might be choking me, but I was not going to give him the satisfaction of seeing it, at least not any more than he already had. Forcing breath into my constricted lungs, I pressed my wrists together and presented them to Celeste. Her hands shook as she wound the rope around my hands. I tried to jostle the cord to keep some slack in the line, but she would not allow it, following Lord Stratford's instructions to the letter. My skin burned from the rub of the rough cord, and my fingers protested the blood loss. I could not stifle a hiss of pain as Celeste tightened the last knot. Lord Stratford's eyes gleamed with delight. "Very good," he crooned as the maid stepped back to show she was finished. He released the hammer on the pistol. My heart gave a jolt before settling into a steadier rhythm. "Now, my lovely wife." Celeste flicked a glance filled with terror and shame at me before moving toward Lady Stratford. "Lady Darby." He gestured for me to move toward him. I glared at him in disgust, which only seemed to amuse him further, but followed his command, not eager to hear the gun cock again. "Hold out your hands." He gave the cord such a vicious tug I had to grit my teeth to keep from crying out in pain. "All right. Now, step back." I gladly complied. While Stratford's attention was mostly focused on Celeste tying his wife's hands, I scanned the room again for any potential weapons, any means of escape. I was desperate to knock the gun from Lord Stratford's grasp. If I could disarm him and stun him, perhaps I could make a run for it. Unfortunately, the heaviest object I could see was a book lying on a table on the opposite side of the room. There was no way I could get to it without alerting Stratford to my intentions. Where was Gage? And for that matter, where was the footman who was supposed to be guarding the carriage house? Had Stratford really killed him like he had implied? We'd heard no gunshots, but a stab from the knife tucked in Stratford's boot, or a blow to the head could be just as fatal. Hadn't anyone heard or seen anything? The stable stood next door, filled with horses and stable hands, not to mention Philip's wolfhounds. Surely one of them had witnessed Stratford approaching the carriage house. I stifled a grunt of frustration. Stratford had clearly planned his actions before coming here, whether my presence was a happy coincidence or not. So there was no reason to believe he would not have made certain his appearance went unnoticed. After all, the man had murdered his mistress and unborn child, and managed to place the blame on his wife, all while evading suspicion, until I decided the evidence provided wasn't enough. I couldn't be sorry. I had been determined to seek the truth, but I wanted to kick myself now for not confiding in Philip. Maybe, if I had told him what I had discovered, and where I was going, I would not be facing the barrel of a loaded pistol with my hands tied. Or maybe Stratford would have found it necessary to shoot Philip had he accompanied me. Or Philip might have forced me to wait for Gage, and Stratford could have abducted Lady Stratford and Celeste right from under our noses. It was clear that Lord Stratford did not intend to murder us, at least, not immediately. Otherwise, why would he bind our hands? But where was he taking us? Celeste stepped back from Lady Stratford, and he beckoned her forward to check her knots, much the same way he had done mine. I had to admire the Countess's bravery, lifting her chin and staring down her nose at her husband as if he were an insect. Only the flicker of her eyelashes told me that his tug on her bindings had been as painful as mine. "You truly are lovely, my darling," Stratford murmured, running a finger down her pale cheek. Her face tightened in revulsion, but she did not look away. "It's too bad. Such beauty should never hide something so barren and useless." The last word hissed through his teeth as he pushed her back. She flinched and staggered. Celeste steadied her. "Now," he declared, turning away from his wife as if she no longer mattered and focusing on me. "We're going to take a little walk." My heartbeat accelerated again. "My lady wife is going to lead," he smiled, a vicious twist of his lips, and levelled the pistol at me. "And Lady Darby, you shall have the privilege of walking just before me." He flicked a glance at his wife and her maid. "Should any of you choose to scream or run, I will not hesitate to shoot you. So remember that, before you attempt anything heroic." He leaned toward me with cold-hearted delight. "Lady Darby." I stiffened in frustration. If he had let me lead, I might have been able to dart into the forest. By standing directly in front of him, the gun would be trained right at my back. I had no hope of escape. Fear crawled up inside me and squeezed my chest in its icy grip, threatening to block out rational thought. I fought to slow my breath, to stop the fog of panic from taking over. I had to stay alert. I had to watch for my opportunity. I had to stay alive. "Move!" Stratford barked, urging his wife through the door. Celeste fell into step behind her, weeping uncontrollably into her still unbound hands. If the maid would just pull herself together, she would have the best chance of escape. I glared at her back in frustration. Stratford prodded me with his gun. "Let's go, Lady Darby." I shivered as we inched forward through the corridor toward the outer door. Lady Stratford wrangled it open, and I offered up a swift prayer that someone would see us leaving. The words died on my lips as the soft wash of shrouded moonlight illuminated the crumpled form of the guard lying in the storage room doorway next to the extinguished lantern. I gasped and leaned closer, searching for signs of life, but Stratford propelled me forward, digging the pistol into my skin between my shoulder blades. "Move!" I stumbled, barely stopping myself from taking a hard tumble onto the broken cobblestones of the path in front of the carriage house. Righting myself, I followed Celeste around the corner of the building into the woods. "Right!" he ordered his wife, directing us toward the little used path that ran through the forest behind the carriage house and stables down toward the loch. The heavy overgrowth of summer whacked against my legs, dampening my skirts with moisture from the earlier rains and dragging down my steps. Whether by Lady Stratford's conscious choice, or because she was having difficulty following such an unknown trail in the dark, our progress slowed to a crawl, allowing me to catch my breath. Stratford hissed for them to move faster, jabbing me in the back with his gun, but after a dozen steps, their pace faltered once again. I tried to ignore the throbbing between my shoulder blades and the pistol aimed at me, and focus on my surroundings. There was no sound beyond the rustle of the wind through the trees and the shuffle of our footsteps against the musky earth. The snap in the breeze and the brine on my tongue told me we were nearing the sea loch. My surroundings were not completely foreign, but I had not travelled this path many times in the last 16 months, so I could not say whether we had already passed the tiny side trail that looped back toward the front drive or not. Everything looked so different in the dark, and if I darted off into the woods anywhere but that trail, I wasn't certain I would be able to navigate without tripping over a root or becoming entangled in a bramble bush. Stratford prodded me in the back and snarled at his wife again, who picked up speed as we crested a hill. My stomach sank as the thick bramble of trees and scrub around us parted, allowing me to see the dark, steely waves of the loch glimmer faintly in the light of a stray moonbeam breaking through the clouds. I had missed the side trail, and soon enough we would arrive at the shore. The trail twisted, and we were out of the forest, descending down a grassy hill toward the beach. A small rowboat was pulled up on the shore. I faltered, and Lord Stratford's hand shot out to squeeze my upper arm in a punishing grip. "Yes, Lady Darby, we're taking the boat." He hummed into my hair. "Does that bother you?" Of course it bothered me. My hands were bound, and he was planning to take me out onto the open waters of the loch. If I fell overboard, I would never be able to swim. The thought terrified me, but I wasn't going to tell him that. "Where are you taking us?" I demanded. "Oh, I don't think you want to know that yet, love." The icy bands around my chest tightened. "Then why?" I gasped, suddenly desperate to keep him talking. "You went to so much trouble to place the blame on your wife and her maid." "And you?" I stilled, remembering the bloody apron in my studio. "I don't know whether you lied about where you found the apron, or Gage finally realized how foolish he was to consider you a suspect, but I was rather impressed you managed to avoid being implicated." Anger cleaved through my fear. "You knew the others were blaming me." "And I would have been a fool not to use that hysteria to my advantage," he stated matter-of-factly. "Just in case Gage never found the scissors or the shawls, so that he could accuse my wife of the murder." "You were going to kill her," I spat. "You were going to kill your wife and then marry Lady Godwin's sister." I was furious he had been playing us all against each other. "Except Lady Godwin found out. She sent a letter to her sister, you know. And then she confronted you about it in the maze." "The bitch threatened to tell my wife," he snarled, squeezing my arm even tighter. "Like she told her about our affair and the bastard growing in her belly." He sighed heavily, as if his display of anger had disappointed him. "I never intended to kill Lady Godwin or her child, but she simply had to be stopped." The extreme changes in his tone unsettled me. He said the last so lightly, as if he were telling me he had to stop the Viscountess from painting her parlour pink, not warning her friend of his treachery. I worried what a man with such quicksilver alterations in mood could be capable of. He was thoroughly unpredictable. "So you decided to implicate your wife?" I asked, leading him on, needing to understand as much as I needed to keep him talking. "Yes. The murder of both my former mistress and my wife would have thrown too much suspicion on me." Lady Stratford stumbled ahead of us as she stepped onto the loose sand of the beach and righted herself. "Careful, darling," her husband called up to her. "We wouldn't want you to hurt yourself." "Not yet," he hissed under his breath. Shaken by his comment, I tried to pull from his grasp, but he yanked me closer. I knew if he took us out in that boat, things could not end well. There would be nowhere to run, no way to escape. As we drew nearer, I realized this might be my last chance. I couldn't climb into that boat, not without knowing I had done everything in my power short of dying to avoid it. I waited until we reached the point where the ground leveled to give myself the best footing, and then whirled around to drive my knee into Stratford's groin. My brother had told me once upon a time that it was the most vulnerable spot on a man's body, and should I ever get into trouble, that was the place to aim. Regrettably, my aim seemed to be off. That or Stratford was quicker than I gave him credit for. My knee collided with his thigh, and though he dropped his grip on my arm when he flinched, he did not go down as I'd anticipated. He snarled and grabbed me around the waist before I took 2 steps. Spinning me around, he struck me across the face. I landed hard on my side in the sand, and it knocked the wind out of me. I gasped for air, and my eyes filled with tears from the sting of the blow. My left cheek throbbed, and I was having difficulty focusing on what was going on around me. Before I could right myself, Stratford yanked me to my feet and lifted me into the boat. I plopped down on the bench with all the grace of a falling rock, and would have tumbled over backward into the bottom of the boat if Celeste had not reached out to steady me. The boat swayed beneath me. Then Stratford hoisted himself over the side and finished maneuvering the tiny vessel out into the water with an oar. Before I could understand what was happening, we were too far away from the shallows to risk jumping out of the boat. "Now," Stratford declared, standing over me, "I would like you to row, Lady Darby." He held an oar out to me with one hand while pointing the gun at my chest with the other. I glanced down at my bound hands, and he tisked. "It doesn't take free hands to row, though I'm sure Celeste will have a much easier time of it." He glared pointedly at the other oar, and the maid immediately picked it up. He forced the oar between my hands. "No sudden movements." he told us as he backed up to sit down in the stern of the boat. His eyes settled on his wife at the prow of the vessel behind me. And you, my dear, need only look pretty, as that is all you seem capable of. I tried to ignore the sting of my cheek and the panic surging through my blood, but the distance growing between the shoreline and me was not helping. The wind whipped across the water, stirring up foamy white caps on the waves below my oar. The sky had steadily begun to clear, offering lengthier gaps between cloud banks so that the moon could shine bright and nearly full upon the choppy waters of the sea loch. To the north I could see the hills of the Isle of Yew rising up out of the middle of the loch. I knew the waters were shallower near its southern tip. I pulled hard on my oar, trying to turn us toward the isle, but Stratford was ever conscious of our direction. "Straighten out," he ordered, almost shouting to be heard above the wind. "We're heading west, Lady Darby." Into the deepest part of the loch. Fear and frustration bubbled up inside me, threatening to overcome my thin veneer of composure. I wanted to cry, and I wanted to scream, and I knew none of this was going to stop Stratford from killing us. "I don't understand any of this," I exclaimed. "You decided to kill your wife simply because she has not been able to conceive a child." "I need an heir, Lady Darby." He spoke slowly and carefully, as if I was stupid. "It's the only reason I wed in the first place. But my wife has been unable to provide me with one." He glared over my shoulder at the Countess. "When I discovered Lady Godwin was carrying my child, I finally knew for certain just who was at fault for my wife's lack of conception. She neglected to tell me how worthless she was before we married. She tricked me." I glanced back at Lady Stratford. Her eyes were icy in the moonlight. "I never knew I was barren. How could I? I was a virgin when I married you." "You knew." His voice was laced with contempt. "You had to. It was no wonder your family was so eager to see you wed to me. You're an earl. That's why they wanted me to marry you." My hands cramped from trying to hold the oar in such an awkward manner, and my muscles ached from the exertion. Even with her hands free, Celeste seemed to be having just as much difficulty. While Stratford argued with his wife, our progress across the lake had slowed considerably, and I consciously allowed our speed to drop even more. I hoped that by doing so, there would be time for someone to notice we'd gone missing and come searching for us. "It doesn't matter." Stratford slammed his fist down on the bench below him, making the boat sway and all of us jump. "You were useless to me. I should have recognized that sooner. I needed an heir, and you couldn't provide one. So you needed to die so that I could remarry." "And how did you intend to do that?" Lady Stratford replied with an amazing amount of daring. I feared her emotions were making her reckless. "Were you planning to slit my throat like you did Lady Godwin's?" Stratford's eyes gleamed with relish. "Of course not, my sweet. Your death needed to look like a suicide." His wife stiffened. A little bit of laudanum and 2 slits to the wrist seemed more ladylike. "With my embroidery shears? You never would have gotten away with it." Her voice was still clipped, but it was fading. "Ah, but if everyone discovered that Lady Godwin was expecting my child, and that you knew about it, it would be all too easy to understand how you could be so distraught." The feigned sorrow in his voice was far more chilling than his anger, especially when I told them how I blamed myself for not being more sensitive to your distress over your barrenness. "You never loved me at all," she accused, heartbreak and disillusionment stretching her voice. "Not even on our wedding trip, when we—" She broke off, unable to complete the sentence. Stratford's jaw hardened as he watched his wife struggle with her emotions. "All I was to you was a broodmare," she spat accusingly. The boat shifted as if she intended to rise from her seat. He swung the pistol around to point it at his wife. Ah, he warned her in mockery. Let's not be too hasty. Lady Stratford thunked back into her seat. It matters not to me how soon you die, so long as your body washes up on shore, but I assume you would rather prolong the matter. You said you needed an heir, but why? I blurted, trying to distract him before his wife provoked him into firing his gun. I still didn't understand his obsession with having a boy child. Why does it matter who inherits the title after you die? Because the earldom will go to a bloody Frenchman, he snarled, leaning toward me. His dark eyes glittered almost feverishly in the moonlight, sending a chill down my spine. I spent 5 years fighting the sons of bitches in Spain and Portugal and then at Waterloo. I took a bullet in the shoulder and another one grazed my scalp. I nearly died at the Battle of Salamanca. I'll be damned if I'm going to let one of those frogs hold the title to one of the most ancient and venerable earldoms in all of England. The man was crazy. He was willing to murder 4 women and a child just so he could remarry and father an heir. I could understand his continued animosity toward the French, but not his willingness to go to such extreme measures to keep his title out of their hands. Perhaps the bullet that grazed his scalp had damaged his brain somehow, for I could not believe that a man who was right in the head would do such a thing. My body went cold at the realization that we were in a boat in the middle of a storm-tossed loch with a madman. A murderer was dangerous enough, but as long as he was sane, there was at least some chance of rationalizing with him. A madman was unreasonable and unpredictable. We had no hope. He was going to kill us and dump us over the side. A whimper caught in my throat, and I felt tears of despair begin to flood my eyes. I blinked them back, determined not to show my panic to this lunatic. I would not give him the satisfaction of watching me fall apart. I allowed the wind that had picked up almost to a howl to whip the loose strands of my hair across my face, shielding my struggle as I turned to stare out over the loch. The glint of something on the water caught my eye. At first, I thought it might be the way the moonlight was striking the waves, or a seal venturing into the shelter of the loch from the sea. But then I realized that it was a ship. My heart leapt in my chest. Please, let them be searching for us, I prayed. Please, let it be Gage. I studied Stratford through the tendrils of my hair, knowing I had to distract him. I had to give that boat enough time to slip as close to us as possible, without the Earl noticing. Otherwise he might panic and shove us all overboard before the others were near enough to help us. But why kill the baby? I asked, drawing Stratford from whatever dark thoughts he was contemplating. He glared at me. I understand why you killed Lady Godwin. You had to keep her quiet so that you wouldn't warn your wife. Lady Stratford gasped, having not been privy to our earlier conversation on the beach. But I don't understand why you took the child from her womb. Why would you do such a thing? What purpose did it serve? Celeste made a gagging sound. I glanced at her out the corner of my eye, wondering if she was going to be sick. It didn't serve a purpose, Lord Stratford replied, other than to tell me whether the bitch was telling the truth. I gaped at him in horror. I needed to know whether she really carried my child, and I was curious whether it was a boy. Lady Stratford choked on a sob behind me. Besides, Stratford's mouth curled into a chilling smile. It all worked out rather well for me in the end. Ripping that bastard from the womb made Mr. Gage believe that the motive was the child. It helped to convince him that my wife was to blame, since she wanted a child so badly, and she couldn't have one herself. His tone mocked her. His eyes returned to me, narrowed in anger. Everything was working out so well until you decided to go searching for more evidence. You couldn't leave well enough alone. I shrank beneath his glare. What was it that made you doubt my lady wife's guilt? Couldn't believe a delicate, well-bred creature could be capable of such a thing, he sneered. I flicked a glance at the approaching boat, gauging its progress. It still seemed so far away. No, I replied, keeping my voice even. It was in fact the very same reason you believed we would suspect her in the first place. Her desperate longing for a child. He scowled, clearly not liking my answer, and began to turn his head back toward Ger Loch. You were the one watching me today, I accused, frantic to keep his gaze away from the approaching vessel. The snap of the wind and the slap of the waves against our hull drowned out the sounds of the other boat's pursuit, but I knew it was only a matter of time before Lord Stratford heard them. His stare slid back to mine. I've been watching you for quite some time. Since the night I returned to the castle to find Mr. Gage leading you and Lord Westlock back from the chapel. I knew then that you had been asked to assist him, and your actions since then have only confirmed my suspicions. He shook his head, as if in scolding. You should have listened to my letters. I tensed. So he had written them. But of course he had. That seemed rather obvious now. Was it you in the servants' stairwell? I couldn't resist asking. I wanted to know just how many of today's ominous occurrences had been real and how many figments of my imagination. I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. What do you think? I scowled. What were you planning to do? Hit me over the head? Perhaps. You're far too resourceful, Lady Darby. First you took the dogs with you on your little walk, and made it impossible for me to get close to you without raising an alarm. Then you eluded me on the stairs. My muscles tightened as he gestured with his gun, reminding me just how quickly he could end my life. When Faye mentioned that you had been in Lady Godwin's chamber today, I knew you were looking for something, and I couldn't risk having you find evidence to implicate me. So when I saw you cross the stable yard toward the carriage house, I knew it was my chance to finish you both. His gaze slid over each occupant of the boat, and he grinned. It has worked out amazingly well. Perhaps I should thank Cromarty's mare for dropping her foal last night. At the time I cursed it for preventing me from getting to my lovely wife and her maid, but since waiting has dropped you into my lap, Lady Darby, and provided me with a wonderful scapegoat, I cannot be cross. I gasped. You intend to blame me? His smile turned smug. Whom do you think they will blame when you and Celeste have disappeared and my wife's body washes up on shore with a bullet through her heart? My hands tightened around the oar. Tut! Tut! Stratford scolded me, aiming the pistol directly at the centre of my chest. No sudden movements with that, Lady Darby. My gun is liable to go off. I gritted my teeth, wanting to snarl at the man. How dare he threaten my life, and plot to ruin my reputation and that of my family once and for all? What would Philip and Alana and my nieces and nephews have thought if he had succeeded? What would Gage? Would they have continued to believe in my innocence, or be forever shamed by my memory? I felt an absurd surge of relief that his plans were not to come to fruition. It was obvious now that the other boat was pursuing us, and whether or not I survived this ordeal, they would know I had not orchestrated it. Neither I nor my family would be blamed. I was so absorbed by my conflicting emotions that I failed to act quickly enough when Celeste gasped, obviously having caught sight of the boat. Stratford turned his head to see it. By this point, I could clearly see the prow of the ship slicing through the water toward us, closing the distance fast. My heart surged in my chest. I wanted to reach out and smack the foolish maid. Stratford growled and leaned forward to yank the oar from my grasp. Damn you! He grabbed hold of the bindings around my wrists and pulled me toward him. Crying out in pain, I tumbled to the floor, purposely trying to evade his grasp. A man shouted from the other boat. You saw them coming, didn't you? Stratford released the rope to tug on my arm. "Get up!" I struggled against him, even though it wrenched my shoulder terribly, for I knew that if he managed to pull me to my feet, he would use me as a shield. Stratford had no more than 2 bullets in his double-barreled pistol, and without me for leverage, they would be nearly useless against the 4 or 5 men in the other boat. He might shoot 2 of them, but he would never get away. I cringed at the image of Gage or Philip taking those bullets. "Get up!" Stratford snarled. And then I saw it. Poking up out of his right Hessian boot was the knife, the blade he had used to cut the rope. The weapon I suspected had actually been used to slice Lady Godwin's throat and abdomen. I glanced up to find Stratford's gaze focused on the men in the boat, and reached out to grip the knife handle clumsily between my bound hands. As he jerked me upward, making the muscles in my shoulders scream in protest, the blade slid cleanly from its sheath. Stratford whirled me around in front of him, wrapping his arm across my shoulders and pressing the cool muzzle of the gun against my temple. "Stop right there! You too, darling." I closed my eyes, terrified for a moment that the pistol would go off. When my pounding heart did not stop beating, I cautiously opened my eyes to see Lady Stratford standing in the back of the boat, gripping Celeste's oar. Her icy eyes glimmered with fury. Her gaze met mine and briefly dipped to the knife between my palms, letting me know she had seen it. She did not give me away. "Drop it!" Stratford ordered. She tossed the oar into the bottom of the boat with a clatter. Stratford whirled me around to face the water and the other vessel now inching toward us. "I said stop right there, or I'll put a bullet through her skull." I sucked in a breath and forced it out again. The world around me seemed suddenly fuzzy, and I knew I had to stay conscious. If I was going to survive this ordeal, passing out was not an option. I had to calm my rampaging heart. The bite of the chain of my mother's pendant against my skin, from where it snagged between Stratford's arm and my body, helped to sharpen my senses. "Let her go!" I heard Gage order harshly. I blinked open my eyes to find him aiming a pistol toward me. I knew that it was meant to be pointed at Stratford, as was the gun held by another man standing in the boat, but I could not help feeling unnerved to have 3 weapons pointed at me. "I think not," Stratford answered calmly. Too calmly for my taste. "Not unless you want her brains splattered all over this boat's stern." My stomach pitched violently at the threat. Gage's face tightened, and his gaze dipped to meet mine. I almost wished he hadn't, for I could see genuine fear shining in the depths of his eyes, and I had a terrible suspicion it was for me. It was not the least reassuring. "What do you want, Stratford?" he asked the Earl. "That's a dangerous question," Stratford replied, his words gusting past my ear as the boat rocked beneath our feet. "How about instead I settle for telling you what is going to happen next?" Against my hair, the muscles of his cheek pulled upward in a nasty smile. "You, Lord Cromarty, and the others are going to head back to Gairloch Castle, while the ladies and I continue on our way." Celeste sobbed. "And if we don't," Gage challenged, "then Lady Darby dies, here and now." I stiffened, knowing his threat to be real. Philip murmured something behind Gage, who shushed him. "How do we know you won't harm Lady Darby, if we do what you say?" "You don't." Stratford sounded amused with himself. "My way, there's a chance she might survive. Your way, there isn't." I closed my eyes, swallowing the bitter lump of fear in the back of my throat. There was no way out of this without using the knife. It was ironic to think that only 4 days ago I had assured myself that even though I had never held a knife, I would be able to wield one if the need ever arose. Well, that need was now. If they let him go, Stratford intended to kill us no matter what he told Gage. I was certain of it. And if they refused, he would shoot me and at least one more person before likely being shot in turn. Either way, I would die. And I didn't want to. Not yet. Not like this. Not when I had wasted so much time hiding. I finally felt brave enough to live again, and if I did nothing now, I might never have the chance. I blinked open my eyes to look into Gage's beautiful pale ones. He looked so frightened, so uncertain of what his next course of action should be, and I could lift that burden from him. I only hoped that if something went wrong, he knew how much he meant to me, how much I cared, how much more than a shallow golden Lothario I now saw when I looked at him. "What will it be?" Stratford demanded, tightening his arm across my chest. I knew what I had to do. The knife felt awkward and slippery between my hands. I struggled to rotate it without dropping it, cutting myself, or tipping off Stratford to its presence. Gage's eyes dipped, catching the movement, and widened with a look of absolute horror. He shook his head slightly, telling me to stop, but I would not heed. I could not heed. Offering up a silent prayer, I shifted my arms to the side. "There is one other way, you know?" I felt Stratford shift so that he could look down at me, but I only had eyes for Gage. "My way!" The last emerged as more of a grunt as I drove my hands backward with all my might, sinking the blade deep into Stratford's abdomen. Warm blood coated my fingers, and the sickening squelch of torn flesh rent the night air. Stratford howled and knocked me off balance as he reached down to grip the knife. A gun fired, and another answered. I tumbled forward, and unable to catch myself, I plummeted over the side of the boat and into the icy water. The bitter cold drove the air from my lungs, and a stabbing pain in my side momentarily made the world go dark. When I opened my eyes, I could no longer see the faint light of the moon, or tell which way was up or down. The sodden weight of my skirts wrapped around my legs. I panicked, kicking wildly, trying desperately to propel myself in the direction I thought was up. My lungs burned, and my eyes stung from the salt water. I tugged and thrashed, trying to loosen my bindings, but they would not come undone. I could not break free. Chapter 28. The world around me went quiet, and a tingling sensation washed up over my skin. I couldn't kick any more. Then something warm touched my shoulder and wound its way under my arm. I couldn't tell whether it was friend or foe, but it was pulling me along behind it. I hoped toward the surface. My mind began to darken, blurring at the edges, and I struggled to remain conscious. When my head broke the surface, I gasped, pulling in as much of the cool air as my lungs could hold. It soared in and out of me, sharp and sweet, ambrosia on my tongue. The haze around my vision began to fade, and my hearing returned with a ringing in my ears accompanied by the sound of slapping waves. Too weak to do anything myself, I leaned into the warmth behind me and just breathed. My chest burned, and my side ached terribly, but I was breathing. I was alive. I blinked open my eyes, trying to understand, and peered up into Gage's face. "Kiera," he panted, his chest heaving from the exertion it must have taken to pull me to the surface. "Were you hit? Are you bleeding?" One arm held me tightly to the solid heat of his chest, while his other hand moved quickly over my limbs and torso. "I don't think so," I mumbled, having difficulty feeling anything at the moment beyond the warmth of his body and the tingling cold of the water. Even the throbbing in my side and on my cheekbone where Stratford had struck me seemed muted. My eyes drifted shut, too tired to stay open. "What about you?" I stammered. His fingers combed through my hair, probing my scalp for lacerations. "I'm fine, but we've got to get you out of this water." I could hear the worry in his voice. "Over here," he called. "I've got her." I heard the rumble of voices and the slap of oars in the water, and opened my eyes to see one of the boats moving toward us. Gage's hand cupped my jaw, and I flinched when his thumb brushed across the bruise on my cheekbone from where Stratford had struck me. His eyes hardened, and a muscle twitched in his jaw as he turned my face toward him, so that he could view the contusion better. "Is Stratford dead?" he finished for me. "Yes, and if he wasn't, I would wrap my fist around his throat and choke the life out of him." A stronger wave rolled into us, splashing into my face. I blinked and blew the water from my mouth, tasting the salt on my lips. "And Lady Stratford and her maid, they're safe. And Philip." Gage's eyes warmed. "Cromarty!" he yelled, never taking his eyes from me. "Yes." At the sound of Philip's voice, I relaxed even deeper into Gage's arms. I wished my arms were unbound. I wanted to wrap them around his neck. Gage lifted me higher against his shoulder, as if reading my mind. "Kiera wants to know whether you're alive." If I'd had the energy, I would have narrowed my eyes at the inappropriateness of his humor. "Kiera, I'm still breathing," Philip hollered back, his voice tinted with relief. I turned into Gage's shoulder and pressed my forehead against his cheek. He was so warm, so nice. I inhaled deeply, and he smelled so good, musky and briny, albeit a bit fishy. But I didn't care about that, as long as he held me close like this. Gage's fingers wrapped gently around my nape and pulled my head back. I resisted at first, not wanting to leave the cozy nook in his shoulder, but I didn't have the will or the energy to fight him. "Kiera," he murmured. "Kiera, I need you to open your eyes." I sighed and forced them open, knowing that the concerned tone of his voice should mean something. I just didn't know what. "Kiera, I need you to stay with me." I tried to nod, but I couldn't seem to make the muscles in my neck work. "Kiera." His callous thumb brushed over the pulse at the side of my throat, making it flutter. "Can you stay with me?" I smiled, and his eyes softened with a tenderness that made me feel pleasantly fuzzy inside. His warm mouth pressed to my forehead, and then my nose, and then, with a sweetness of sincerity, to my lips. My heart stuttered in my chest, and a shiver worked through my frame. When he pulled back, my teeth began to chatter. I wished he would put his warm lips back on mine. Light suddenly pierced the darkness around us, and I blinked and shied away, blinded by the source. "There they are!" I heard Philip call out. "A little farther, to the right!" My eyes adjusted enough to see Philip leaning over the prow of the dinghy, holding a lantern. The small craft pulled up alongside us, and he handed the light to someone behind him and reached out to pull me aboard. With help from another man and Gage, he was able to hoist me up onto the boat. Philip helped me sit on one of the benches and settled a blanket around my shoulders while Gage pulled himself back onto the boat. "Kiera, are you hurt?" Philip asked, leaning down to look in my eyes. "I don't know," I mumbled. Now that I was seated, my side throbbed. I twisted, trying to gesture to it. Philip's gaze dropped, and I knew something was wrong. But I couldn't seem to care. I just wanted to lie down, to close my eyes. It took too much effort to stay upright. I heard him call Gage over, and the two men studied my side, all the while forcing me to stay seated. "Kiera, we need you to keep your eyes open," Gage told me. I shook my head. "Kiera, you have to keep your eyes open." I shook my head again, confused why he was asking this of me. He shook me and called my name, but it seemed so very far away. I couldn't understand. I didn't want to understand. And then there was nothing. I woke to the sensation of fingers brushing through my hair. and for a moment I thought I merely dozed, that I was still floating in the water with Gage's strong hands probing my head for wounds. But the ground below me was far too steady, and my body was much too dry and warm. Oh, how toasty and warm I was. I breathed deeply. The scents of lavender and chamomile were so much lovelier than the briny loch water. I blinked open my eyes to find my sister staring down at me. "Hello, dearest," she murmured softly. Tiny teardrops flecked her lashes. I glanced around me, trying to absorb the fact that I truly was lying in my bed, in my room, and not being tossed about in the choppy loch. Sun streamed in through the windows behind Alana, and birds chirped outside. "What happened?" I asked, pushing up on my elbows. I sucked in a sharp breath through my teeth as pain shot up my left side. She leaned forward to push me back down. "Stratford's bullet grazed your side," she replied, answering the most apparent interpretation of my question. "He shot me," I gasped in confusion. She nodded. "You lost a great deal of blood, but the bullet did not lodge in your side or cause any injury to your tissues or organs. The physician assured us you wouldn't suffer any permanent damage." I wrinkled my brow, trying to remember when Stratford had fired at me. "It must have happened when I fell into the water," I decided. Alana fussed with my pillows. "That's what Mr. Gage said." I stilled her hand and forced her to look me in the eye. Her mouth tightened with emotion, and I pulled her head down next to mine, wanting her close. She wept tears I could not yet summon, but knew would come later. Tears of relief and loss and frustration. For now I could but hold my sister close and share what comfort I could, soaking it in as well. Her tears quickly spent, she sniffled and lifted her head, searching the nightstand for a handkerchief. She sank back in her chair and dabbed at her eyes. "Forgive me," she mumbled through her stuffy nose. I squeezed her hand. "There's nothing to forgive," I replied, and rushed on before she could protest. "Now, tell me what happened. How did I get back to the castle?" "Mr. Gage carried you." Her eyes darkened with remembered fear. "You were unconscious and so very cold." She swallowed. "We all feared the worst." I recalled hazily the moments in the water before they pulled me into the boat, the extreme fatigue, the warmth of Gage's body, the kiss. But my memory faded to almost nothing after Philip settled a blanket over my shoulders. To be honest, I wasn't even certain whether any of the events I recollected after falling into the water actually happened. I stared up at the deep cobalt blue of my canopy. I wondered if I would ever know whether Gage had actually kissed me. "So they brought me back to the castle and you summoned the physician?" She nodded. "I sent for him as soon as I heard Philip and Mr. Gage had gone looking for you. I know you don't like Dr. Gunn, dear, but I didn't know what else to do." "It's all right," I tried to interject. "We wouldn't let him bleed you. I know how archaic you believe that procedure." I squeezed her hand, cutting her off. "Alana, it's all right. I understand. Whatever he did could not have been so bad. I'm still alive, am I not?" I tried to joke. She frowned. "Yes. Well, it was a near thing. If Gage and Lucy and I had not gotten you warm so very quickly, it might have been too late." My chest tightened, hearing the distress in her voice. "I'm sure. I'm sorry. I suppose I shouldn't jest about such a thing." "No, you shouldn't." She turned away to fuss with the items littering the top of my nightstand. She handed me a glass of water and ordered me to drink, which I did gladly. I peered over the rim of the glass at her. "You've emerged from the nursery," I said, remembering her self-imposed exile. I'd promised Philip I would coax her down from the 4th floor, but I hadn't exactly intended to do so in such a drastic manner. "Yes, well, somebody has to look after you. I had a terrible premonition all day yesterday that something bad was going to happen to you. "Alana," I scolded gently. She waved her hand at me. I know. There's no way I could have known it would come true. But I shouldn't have locked myself away like that just because I was afraid, especially when I knew you needed me. Your children needed you too. I couldn't stand for her to take any of the blame upon herself for what had happened to me. Besides, I should have at least told Philip where I was going. I reluctantly admitted, even if I thought he might try to stop me. Well, she folded her arms across her chest. Don't admit that to Philip. I stared at her in shock, and her face creased into a reluctant smile. I started to laugh, but the movement pulled at the wound in my side too much. Alana reached over to help settle me more comfortably. The man can be insufferable, and you're right. He would have stopped you, and then where would we be? Or perhaps a more pertinent question, where would Lady Stratford and her maid be? At the bottom of the loch, I'd wager, instead of Lord Stratford. Is he really? She nodded her head once sharply in satisfaction. Sir Graham shot him right through the head. He toppled out of the boat, and the search parties have yet to find his body. She shrugged. We might never find it. Who is Sir Graham? Sir Graham Fraser. She took the glass from my hand and poured me another drink of water. He's the Procurator Fiscal from Inverness. He met up with Mr. Gage on the road from Drumcork yesterday evening. She handed me the cup. They must have arrived not long after Lord Stratford kidnapped you. If they had ridden into Gairloch but a few minutes earlier, they might have encountered Lord Stratford leading you three ladies from the carriage house. I dismissed the comment, knowing it would do no good to dwell on what-ifs. They found poor Beowulf and Grendel drugged near the door to the stables. Oh no! Are they all right? Never fear, the brutes are already recovered, though I suspect they'll be a bit more cautious of taking food from a stranger in the future. I wasn't so certain of that. The two wolfhounds were rather fond of filling their bellies. How are Lady Stratford and Celeste? Resting, both relatively unharmed. Just a bit shaken. That seemed a huge understatement, especially in Lady Stratford's case. It wasn't every day that your husband framed you for murder and then tried to kill you, but I didn't argue the point. And the guard? I asked more hesitantly, remembering the odd positioning of his body in the doorway to the storage room. Alana's eyes dropped. Dead. My chest tightened in sorrow. Did he have any family? A mother and sister in the village. Philip has offered to pay for the funeral and provide the mother with a pension. He also promised the sister a position here at the castle when she's old enough. That's kind of him. Alana shrugged. It was the least he could do. I nodded and sipped my water. We sat silently for a moment, both contemplating the deceased footman and his family, I presumed. He was heavy in my thoughts, as was the realization that I had stabbed Lord Stratford. I knew that in the end it was the bullet that killed him, but it still troubled me to know I had harmed another human being, no matter how necessary it had been, or how much he had deserved it. I flexed my fingers. How strange it had been to feel the blade sink into human flesh after watching Sir Anthony do it so many times. No matter what I had claimed only 4 short days ago, the experience had not been even remotely the same, and I had not been prepared for it. Misunderstanding the alarm and uncertainty tightening my features, Alana leaned closer to squeeze my hand. "Oh, dearest, it's over," she assured me. Her brilliant blue eyes softened with affection. "Stratford is dead, and we're all safe, because of you." She smiled, and I tried to grin back, but I knew the effort had not been very successful. "Are you hungry?" she asked, rising to her feet to pull the cord to summon Lucy. "I'm sure they must have some soup left over from luncheon, and there is always some sort of cold meat and cheese lying around." "Luncheon?" I gasped, turning to stare at the sunlight pouring in through the window. For the first time since waking, I noted the slant of the sunbeams across the floor.
"Why, yes, dearest. It's already late afternoon. Your body was exhausted from last night's ordeal."
And the numerous sleepless nights before that, I suspected. There was a knock at the door, and Alana called for my visitor to come in.
"Is she awake?"
Philip murmured, poking his head around the doorframe. His face broke into a brilliant smile when he saw me looking back at him. "Well, good afternoon. It's nice to see you've returned to the land of the living." I grinned broadly at him, relieved to see him looking so well.
"Now don't start making her feel guilty," Alana scolded, planting her hands on her hips. "She's already shocked she slept so long. She needed the rest."
"I'm sorry." He raised a hand in defense. "I didn't mean to imply such a thing. I'm just glad to see she's awake." He smiled gently down at me. "How do you feel?" I shifted so that I could see him better. Sore, but otherwise fine. I knew he was only asking about my state, physically. "Do you feel up to speaking with Sir Graham?"
"No, she does not,"
Alana snapped before I could open my mouth.
"She was kidnapped, shot, and nearly drowned, for heaven's sake. She needs her rest, not to rehash last night's events."
I appreciated my sister's protectiveness, but I did not want to be shielded. I wanted it to be over. I wanted this entire terrifying experience to be finished. And I knew the only thing I could do to hasten its end was to answer Sir Graham's questions. A part of me, born from the injustices of my life with Sir Anthony, still feared the Procurator Fiscal might believe I orchestrated the whole thing, that he would arrest me for murder. No matter how I tried to stifle it, I couldn't shake that fear. It would remain overshadowing my every thought and action until this investigation ended and Sir Graham returned to Inverness.
"Yes,"
I said over Alana's voice. She glanced back at me in shock. "Yes, Philip, I'll speak with him."
"Kiera?"
my sister protested, alarm tightening her voice. "I need to do this," I told her firmly. "Now and not later, after I've stirred myself up with anxiety." I softened my voice, pleading with her to understand. "I need this to be over."
"All right,"
she agreed begrudgingly.
"But you'll conduct the interview here in your bedchamber, and I'll hear no complaints about it. We can have the chaise longue moved from my parlour for you to recline on, so you don't have to remain in bed."
I hid a smile at her continued effort to control the situation.
"But if he puts too much strain on her, I'm holding you accountable,"
she threatened her husband, stabbing a finger in his direction. Philip nodded and looked to me. "I'll be with you the entire time," he promised me, his eyes shining with sincerity and devotion.
"And me as well,"
Alana added. A lump formed in my throat, and I had to blink several times to hold back the wetness stinging my eyes. "Thank you," I told them. Philip nodded.
"Give us an hour,"
Alana told him. Chapter 29. As promised, exactly 1 hour later, I found myself reclining on Alana's oatmeal silk chaise longue, primped and presented like a Christmas goose. Lucy and Alana had fluttered and fussed over my appearance for nearly the entire hour, giving me little time even to ingest a bowl of cockaliki soup. My hair was to be styled neatly but effortlessly, my complexion glowing but not flushed with health, my clothes flattering but not overtly so. When I asked my sister why on earth they had gone to so much trouble just to wrap me in an emerald green silk dressing gown and pull a quilt over my legs, she only shook her head and muttered something about our mother rolling over in her grave. After that, I suspected it had something to do with the finer feminine arts I had never bothered to master, since they all seemed to take such a ridiculous amount of effort only to receive indefinite results. Case in point, it would have taken me 5 minutes to pull half my hair back from my face and don my current attire, even with the gunshot wound in my side.
Granted, I might be slightly more winded and perspiring from the exertion. My hair might not have lain so perfectly smooth, my gown so creaseless, but nevertheless, my appearance did not require such detailed planning. The only benefit I could see to such fussing and primping was that I had been allowed little time to fret over the pending interview with Sir Graham Fraser. So much so that when Alana opened the door to his knock, I was so annoyed with her that I had to remind myself that I was supposed to be worrying. And perhaps that had been Alana's intention all along. I smothered the irritation still trickling through my veins and pasted on a bland smile to receive the procurator fiscal. "Lady Darby," Sir Graham proclaimed as he bowed over my hand in greeting. "Allow me to say how glad I am to hear you will recover from your wounds." The man's eyes twinkled with kindness beneath two bushy white eyebrows. They looked like two scraggly tufts of cotton blossom stuck to his face. His tall forehead was etched deeply with wrinkles, as were the corners of his eyes and the sides of his mouth, making me believe he smiled brightly and often. "Thank you," I replied, genuinely charmed by the older man. I offered him a small smile. "I'm glad as well." He chuckled. Yes, I'm certain you are. Well then," he looked up to include everyone in the room, "let's get this over with as quickly and painlessly as possible. Shall we?" His voice was good-natured, but brisk, a man accustomed to doing things efficiently. I appreciated his good wishes, but I valued his willingness to hurry matters along even more. I nodded firmly, feeling the first flutter of nerves in my stomach in the past hour. Alana directed him to one of the navy blue chairs before the hearth, while Philip claimed the chair opposite. Tea was offered and declined, and then Alana was leaning close to me, uselessly fluffing my pillows. "What about you, dear? Would you like some tea?" I could tell from my sister's raised eyebrows that she was asking me far more than whether I was thirsty. "No, thank you," I replied, addressing her concern. "I'm fine." She searched my eyes anxiously for a moment, as if to ascertain I was telling her the truth, and then nodded. Stepping back, she pulled a ladder-back chair closer to my chaise to sit by my side, hovering over me like a sentry. Sir Graham, who had waited patiently through our exchange, now folded his hands over his stomach. "Lady Darby, if you're ready to begin." I dipped my head for him to continue. "I've already spoken with Lady Stratford, and her maid, Lord Cromarty," he nodded to Philip, "and Mr. Gage, which leaves—" "Did someone mention my name?" My chest tightened at the sound of Gage's voice. I had not seen him since they pulled me from the water, since our kiss, and I had to stop myself from turning toward him where he stood in the doorway, over my shoulder. Such a movement would wrench the wound in my side, and make me look far more eager to see him than I wanted to admit, even to myself. "Am I late?" he asked, with what sounded like forced joviality. His confident footsteps crossed the room. "I thought you said 5:30, Cromarty." "I did, but you don't have to be here, Gage." I looked up, catching Gage's eyes as he came abreast of Alana's chair. A charming smile was pasted across his mouth, but I could see the lines of worry crisscrossing his forehead. "I know," he replied, "but I thought perhaps I should be. I'm eager to hear how Lady Darby uncovered the information we missed." I wanted to take offence at his declaration of interest, particularly since the man had displayed no such curiosity 2 days prior, when I expressed my concerns regarding Lady Stratford's guilt. But I couldn't maintain my indignation, not when I could so easily read the concern reflected in his eyes, concern that I suspected was for me. "Yes, well, it's up to Kiera whether she wants you to stay or not," Alana interjected brusquely, still playing the part of overprotective sister. She turned to me expectantly, awaiting my decision. I looked to Gage again, noting the tightness around his eyes. He was genuinely worried I would send him away, and for some reason such a possibility pained him.
I felt the tenuous strands of my lingering anger begin to loosen inside me. It seemed small and petty to maintain my irritation when the man had saved my life. He had dived into the freezing waters of the loch, with no small risk to his own safety, and cradled me in his arms as he pulled me to the surface. No matter the fault of his actions beforehand, he had been there when I needed him most, and I would be eternally grateful. "Kiera?" Alana pressed, interrupting my thoughts. She frowned at me in confusion, making me wonder how long I had been staring at Gage. Fighting a blush climbing its way up my neck, I cleared my throat. "Of course he can stay." The tightness around Gage's eyes eased, and the brittleness of his smile softened to something more genuine. I turned away, unsettled by my reaction to him. In the past, my annoyance had always kept any softer feelings I might be contemplating for the man buried, but without that aggravation, that drive to prove him wrong, I suddenly had no armor to block the other confusing emotions. They floated to the surface, pulling and twisting my insides with unfamiliar sensations. They were at once invigorating and frightening, and I was as yet unprepared to deal with them. I plucked at the stitching on my quilt, watching out of the corner of my eye as Gage moved to stand next to the fireplace. He propped his elbow on the edge of the mantel and leaned his hip into the stone. The man seemed incapable of standing up straight if there was a wall or mantel or doorway to lean on. Sir Graham cleared his throat, recalling us all to the purpose of this gathering. "As I was saying," he glanced quickly around the room, as if to verify there were to be no more interruptions. "I've already questioned most of the witnesses, and, as you already know, I was present for most of the events that transpired last night on the loch. Lord Cromarty and Mr. Gage have already filled me in on the rather unorthodox level of your assistance with the investigation." My throat tightened at the censure in his voice, even though most of it seemed to be levelled at Philip and Gage. "But that is not the issue at hand." He turned to study me with a calm demeanour. "What I need from you, Lady Darby, is for you to fill in a few holes, if you will. There are a few matters the gentleman and I have been unable to piece together ourselves." I traced an embroidered flower on the quilt over my lap, trying to hide my internal agitation. They must be rather curious how I'd figured out Lord Stratford was the murderer before he admitted as much, after kidnapping us from the carriage house. Lady Stratford told us that her husband's original plan was to murder her so that he could remarry, and when Lady Godwin found out about it and confronted him, he killed her to keep her quiet. "That is true," I replied calmly. "He admitted as much in the boat last night." "But you already knew Lord Stratford was Lady Godwin's murderer, even before he told you so." My nerves took a wing inside my stomach. "I suspected it." "May I ask how, Lady Darby?" Sir Graham asked, gently prodding me. "Was it just a simple hunch? All Lady Stratford could tell us was that you had inquired about a recent trip her husband made to Shropshire to view some property." "Yes, except it's not the kind of property you're all thinking of." They glanced at each other, quizzically, as I turned toward my sister. "I need you to get something for me." She sat forward in surprise. "Of course." "It's in the bottom drawer of my desk, the jewelry box." She stood and moved toward the escritoire while I explained to the others. "When I went walking yesterday morning, I found a man's handkerchief stained with blood stuffed inside the hole of a tree. Well, actually Beowulf and Grendel found it," I amended. "I just retrieved it." "My wolfhounds," Philip explained to Sir Graham. "I assume it was near the spot where you found blood several days ago, and speculated that the murderer had laid the child there and come back to bury it later." Philip's eyes looked troubled. "You found this handkerchief before you returned to the steeple with the dogs." I flushed and nodded. "And you didn't tell me about it." His voice was flat. I was waiting for Mr. Gage. You'll remember I asked after him." He nodded dully, hurt by my apparent unwillingness to confide in him. "There was nothing we could do about it until he returned," I hastened to add, "and I didn't want to worry you any more than you already were." My gaze flicked to Alana, who was now standing next to me holding the small wooden box. Her brow furrowed, clearly realizing I had been referring to his worry over her and her barricading herself in the children's nursery. She held the box out to me. "Is this it?" "Yes." My gut churned at the hurt gleaming in both Philip's and Alana's eyes. I wanted to explain further, but what could I say? Neither of them had been in a state to help me, and that had not been my fault. I began to explain before cutting myself off. I shook my head. Now was not the time to discuss family dramatics. "I need the key. It's tucked inside the backing on the frame above the desk there." Alana moved away solemnly, and I tried to forget the pained expression I had seen on her face. I turned back to address the men. At the time, I couldn't be certain it was a man's handkerchief, but unadorned as it was, I knew it wasn't a lady's, which only increased my suspicion that Lady Stratford was not the murderer. So I decided to search Lady Godwin's chambers. "Thank you," I told my sister, taking the key from her hands. "But I searched her chamber 4 days ago," Gage said. "Yes, I know. And had I searched it then, I also would have missed what I'm about to show you." I carefully extracted the handkerchief from the box and handed it to Philip, who rose to transfer it to Sir Graham. "These are 2 letters I found on Lady Godwin's escritoire," I said, passing them to Philip as well. "The first is not addressed or signed, but it is clear once you read the contents that the intended recipient was Lord Stratford. Notice she mentions how they were lovers with a great deal between them. Then she tells him she knows what he is about to do and that he won't get away with it. 'My family is not for sale,' I quoted. Gage moved around to read over Sir Graham's shoulder. "I never saw this letter," he replied almost defensively. "It had fallen to the floor and slid under the writing desk. Perhaps you missed it. In any case, the information it contained was useless until we uncovered Lord Stratford had been her lover and was the father of her child. And without the next letter, there would have been no connection." Sir Graham flipped to the next page. "This note is from Lady Godwin's younger sister, a Miss Karina Herbert, who resides in Diddlebury, Shropshire." Gage looked up at me, his eyes bright as he quickly realized the implication. I nodded at him in confirmation. "Miss Karina tells her sister of a Lord S. who arrived to pay her court, promising to return as soon as he could to ask her a most important question." I thought of the young lady who had obviously fallen head over heels for the fiend's charms, and was about to be given a very harsh and cruel awakening. "I'm sure you can guess that her Lord S. is actually Lord Stratford," I said solemnly. Sir Graham stared at the letter for some time, as if having difficulty digesting the cunning and malice of Lord Stratford's actions. "The man was courting his wife's replacement while plotting to kill her. Despicable!" he spat, shaking his head. "Yes, the man has proven several times over how black his heart was," Philip pronounced in anger as he settled back into his chair. "You might also remember Alana told us that on the day she was murdered, Lady Godwin asked her to have a footman meet the mail coach in Drumcork to post a letter to her sister, this Miss Herbert," I told them. "I can only guess that Lady Godwin was so urgent to have the letter posted because she wished to warn her sister." Alana shook her head. "Poor girl! But why Miss Herbert? Wouldn't Lord Stratford have been wiser to choose someone that none of his acquaintances knew?" "Yes, but Lady Godwin had already borne 2 boys to her husband," I pointed out, "and more important, Lord Stratford himself had been able to impregnate her. I assume that Stratford believed her sister would easily do the same."
So his only motive for killing his wife was because she had not borne him an heir. Sir Graham's voice rang with disgusted incredulity. I'm afraid so. Well, who is the Earl's current heir? He huffed. A brother? A cousin? Was there some animosity between them? A distant cousin, Philip answered. A Frenchman, I believe. I nodded, thinking back on Stratford's angry words the night before. He seemed to harbour a deep hatred of the French, something he developed during his service in the war. The man served under Wellington, Gage confirmed, having returned to his position next to the hearth. He rubbed his chin in thought. He suffered several gunshot wounds, if I recall. One in his shoulder and one that grazed his scalp, I confirmed. Philip's fingers drummed the arm of his chair in agitation. What I would like to know is whether Stratford deliberately set about blaming his wife. His gaze flicked to his own wife. I mean, how did Lady Stratford's scissors and shawl end up covered in blood? Did he just happen to have them in his pocket when he went to meet Lady Godwin that night? I wrapped my arms around my swirling stomach and stared at my knees. Make no mistake, Philip. Every move Lord Stratford made from the moment he murdered Lady Godwin with the knife he carried in his boot, incidentally, not the embroidery shears, was deliberately intended to direct the blame toward his wife. Or me, I added silently. He smeared the scissors with blood and placed them in the maze. Then he swiped the very shawl his wife had been wearing at dinner that night from her room and wrapped the child in it. My voice hardened with anger. Even his decision to remove the baby was influenced, at least partly, by his desire to point the finger at Lady Stratford. All of our evidence wasn't actually evidence at all, even the apron. Gage explained. His voice was clipped, his eyes hard. He manipulated us, from the very beginning. Wait. Philip leaned forward in his chair. Wasn't he one of the first people to appear after Lady Lydia screamed? I nodded and sighed. And if I thought deeper about it at the time, I might have realized how odd his appearance was. The others stared at me in confusion. I reached up to fiddle with the lapels of my dressing gown. The buttons of his frock coat were all off by one, as if they'd been buttoned up very quickly. I shook my head. I noted it, but I was so distressed that I didn't understand the significance. Well, don't scold yourself, Kiera. Philip grimaced. Stratford helped Gage and me move the body to the cellar, and we never noticed anything suspicious. His brow furrowed. The man must have ice in his veins to be able to do such a thing and not give himself away. Likely learned from his time fighting France, Sir Graham said grimly. If he served for any length of time on the peninsula, he would have had to train himself to block off his emotions just to be able to survive. He sighed and shook his head, as if dismissing some troubling memory of his own. I wondered if he had spent time fighting abroad as well. Though killing an enemy on the battlefield is a far cry from killing one's own mistress and child. He shook his head in disgust. Did Stratford make up an alibi? I thought back, trying to remember whether we had ever questioned him about it. Gage gave a short bark of laughter. He thought he had. We all turned toward him curiously. Unfortunately, he was foolish enough to assume Lord Marsdale would cover for him. What do you mean? I asked. His eyes crinkled with humour. Remember when we asked Marsdale where he was during the time of Lady Godwin's murder? He told us he and Lord Stratford retired to the men's parlour for a smoke immediately after dinner. Oh, yes, I gasped in remembrance. He told us Lord Stratford left soon after, leaving him with no one to corroborate his alibi until Lord Lewis Effingham arrived to tell him about the murder. Sir Graham appeared baffled. Why would Lord Marsdale do such a thing? Marsdale is the Duke of Norwich's heir. Gage muttered wryly, as if that explained it, and apparently Marsdale's reputation preceded him, for Sir Graham heaved a sigh in understanding and shook his head. Well, In this instance, at least, it seems the Marquess's devilry has done more good than harm, foiling Lord Stratford's hoped-for alibi. A spark of amusement lit his eyes. Perhaps I should inform the Duke just how helpful his son has been to this investigation. Philip's mouth twitched. Yes, I'm sure His Grace would be happy to hear that his wastrel heir is finally taking on some responsibility. It might tempt him to give his son more. Gage laughed. Marsdale would be so grateful to us. I shook my head at the men's jesting, but I couldn't stop the smile that curled my own lips. Poor Marsdale. He had merely been attempting to further blacken his reputation, and here he'd gone and done something worthwhile by being so honest. I doubted he would find the realization so humorous. There's one thing I just don't understand. Alana huffed in vexation. Her brow was furrowed in serious contemplation. If Lord Stratford went to all that trouble to blame his wife, then why did he change his mind and decide to murder her? Wasn't he taking a big risk? The men's good humour swiftly died, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Well, I replied hesitantly, looking away from Alana's earnest face. I think partly it was because he had begun to worry that he might have missed something, that something or someone could unwittingly connect him to the crime. After all, Celeste had seen him in his wife's chamber the night of the murder, presumably to check in on her. What if Celeste or Lady Stratford remembered something suspicious enough to shift the inquiry his way? I didn't mention that the Earl had also been worried I knew too much, deciding Gage and my sister did not need to be privy to that information, not if it would only worry them and earn me a scolding. But mostly, I continued, I think it was because he needed his wife to actually be dead before he could remarry. Alana's hand lifted to cover her mouth. He started to realize how lengthy the trial process could be, and that there was no guarantee his wife would be found guilty of the crime or executed for it. A guilty verdict was likely, yes, but not certain. And here in Scotland the jury could always find the case simply not proven, rather than guilty or not guilty. I glanced at Sir Graham for confirmation, and he nodded. As for hanging her, well, I'm certain you all realize that the upper classes are not particularly fond of killing their own, particularly when the accused is titled and female. After all, it sets a dangerous precedent. Justice was often skewed when it came to social class, and the upper echelons preferred for it to stay that way. Lord Stratford knew that while his wife still drew breath, he could not take another bride, and he understood that if he waited for a trial, too many things could go wrong. Alana's voice was sickened. So he thought to guarantee her death himself by making it appear as if she'd escaped and then drowned in the loch. Yes. Her face screwed up in puzzlement. But what if her body was never found? Wouldn't dumping her in the loch potentially cause him an even bigger problem? I shook my head. He always intended for Lady Stratford's body to conveniently wash ashore. He hoped to make it look like Celeste had killed her and then escaped. He even admitted he planned to abduct them the night before, but there were too many potential witnesses hanging about when Freya dropped her foal. So he was forced to wait until last night, Alana concluded. And you got in his way. Well, yes. I hesitated to elaborate, not wanting to upset my sister further by expounding on Stratford's altered plans. Stratford thought to make it look like you kidnapped Lady Stratford and Celeste, didn't he? Gage crossed his arms over his chest and glared at me, forcing the point. Alana gasped in outrage. I scowled at him. He was going to make it look like you murdered Lady Stratford and Celeste and then disappeared. He continued doggedly, his voice tight with anger. He was going to leave us all wondering who the real criminal was. I felt no need to confirm what he said. I was still too twisted up inside by how very close Lord Stratford had come to making that happen. Alana pounded her fist on the back of the settee behind my head. Why? The cad! How dare he?
"Calm yourself, Alana," Philip murmured. "We've already seen what a manipulative monster the man could be. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised he thought to use Kiera's undeserved reputation against her." My sister huffed. "Yes, well, the man still deserves to be stuck between the ribs for such vile behaviour." I flinched, wondering if Alana realised Stratford had already been stabbed, and by none other than her baby sister. Philip glanced at me in concern. "That seems a bit pointless now, Alana, seeing as how the man is already dead." "Are we certain?" she persisted, glancing from one man to another. "Could he have swum to shore?" The men all exchanged glances with each other, and then me. "He's dead," Philip told her certainly. "Definitely dead." Alana opened her mouth as if to protest, but then seemed to think better of it. She released a heavy breath and nodded her head, staring down at her lap. Philip rose from his chair and came around to kneel before her. He gripped her hands and leaned forward to peer up into her eyes. They were bright with fear and uncertainty. A lump formed in my throat at the evidence of her distress. "He truly is dead," he assured her in a soft voice. "We can all vouch for that. Lord Stratford will never be able to hurt anyone again. Not Kiera, not the children, not anyone." She sniffed and nodded, her face contorted by the effort to hold back her tears. Philip gathered her close and turned her face into his shoulder to shield her from our view. I turned away, feeling like an intruder on this intimate moment. I was, however, relieved to see them getting along again. I'd grown tired of watching them bicker and fight over the past few days. Sir Graham stared patiently down at his lap, allowing them their privacy. I wondered if he was accustomed to seeing such displays of emotion. In his line of work, it seemed very likely. Gage had probably witnessed his fair share of tears as well. I glanced up to find him watching me. A strange look in his eyes. It made the blood pump hard through my veins. I didn't understand it, and by the tightness around his eyes, I wasn't certain he did either, but I knew it signaled that something had changed between us, something that we couldn't reverse, and I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Gage had come to mean a great deal more to me than I could have ever expected. I cared for him. I couldn't deny that, or the fact that I'd initially misjudged him. But I wasn't easy with the feelings developing between us. Not after his dismissal of my concerns over Lady Stratford's guilt. My anger and frustration at what I viewed as his abandonment might have faded, but the pain and disillusionment had not. I could tell that Gage regretted his actions toward me, though whether that was because of the consequences or a twinge in his own conscience I could not tell. Either way, I couldn't be certain he wouldn't react the same way again, and I didn't think I could be with a man who doubted me. I might trust Gage with my life, but I did not trust him with my happiness or my heart. Chapter 30. The carriage yard and lower levels of the castle were a madhouse the following morning as the guests jockeyed for position, trying to persuade the Cromarty servants to move their carriages to the front of the line to be loaded next. It seemed everyone was eager to escape Gairloch after the long confinement in the wake of Lady Godwin's murder, and I could only say that the residents of Gairloch were just as happy to see them go, some more than others. Though Alana insisted I stay in bed, I simply had too much restless energy. The flesh wound in my side still pained me, and I could not move quickly. But as long as I left off my corset and moved with care, I did not see why I should be confined to my room. My sister scolded when I joined her and Philip for breakfast in the family salon, avoiding the pandemonium downstairs, but I ignored her. When Alana was in the family way, her emotions always swung in great arcs, and I knew that soon enough they would have to take an upward turn. I largely stayed away from the main areas of the castle, wanting to avoid contact with the guests who gathered in the great hall and front drawing-room as they waited to board their carriages for their long journeys home. In the interest of my sanity, and the preservation of even tempers, it seemed best to confine myself to the family wing and the nursery. But late in the morning, when Philippa began to complain of a stomachache, I made the mistake of volunteering to search out Alana. I found her easily enough and coaxed her out into the great hall to explain about her daughter's fussing. She immediately turned her steps toward the stairs, with me trailing alongside her, and we had all but exited through the doorway on the far side of the room when Lady Westlock's strident voice echoed off the stone walls of the chamber. Later I would realize how fitting it was that the confrontation happened in the great hall of the old keep, where weapons and armor decorated the walls from floor to ceiling. The ancestors of the Earls of Cromarty had been warriors, and then the lairds of the Matheson clan, long before the crown bestowed a title upon them, and they took great pride in displaying these reminders of their former occupation. More than once I had caught Philip staring up at the emblem on a shield, or the battered pommel of a sword in grinning reverie, and his son, Malcolm, showed every sign of following him in this absurd masculine regard for the trophies of war. "You know, I simply don't believe it," Lady Westlock hissed. I glanced over my shoulder to see that she stood beneath a flanged mace, gossiping with Mrs. Smythe. Her eyes locked with mine, lit with vicious glee. "They say Lady Darby is the one who discovered that Lord Stratford murdered Lady Godwin, but I think her family bribed Mr. Gage into saying so." I stiffened, both shocked by her derisive words and surprised to hear that Gage had informed the others of my involvement. Part of me was pleased to be acknowledged in such a manner, but another part of me was anxious about how society would react, and what new tales they would invent about me. "They actually think we'll be foolish enough to fall for such a blatant ploy to repair her character," Lady Westlock sneered, echoing my fears. Alana halted in her tracks beside me. Her gaze swung toward Lady Westlock and narrowed with a fury that raised the hairs along my arms. Sensing the impeding altercation, I reached out to try to urge her along, but foolishly Lady Westlock could not be denied her chance to deride me. "If she assisted with the investigation, it was only because she wanted an opportunity to view Lady Godwin's corpse," she declared, raising her voice even louder to be heard across the hall. She seemed completely oblivious to her hostess's towering rage, even though Mrs. Smythe was shaking her head at her in warning. Several ladies and gentlemen on the other side of the room had even turned to stare at her, but Lady Westlock would not be deterred. I decided right then and there that the woman was not only cruel, but stupid. "She's sick, I tell you, sick." "Lady Westlock!" Alana snapped, marching across the hall in long strides. Still oblivious to her peril, the Baroness smirked. "Are your bags being packed?" Lady Westlock seemed startled by the question. "Why, yes, they are. My husband and I are eager to be away." "I'm glad to hear it," Alana announced in clipped tones. Her eyes narrowed as if on an insect. "Because you have exactly a quarter of an hour to get off my husband's property, or I will have you thrown out." Lady Westlock's mouth dropped open comically, her chin bobbing as she attempted to form a response. Mrs. Smythe gasped, while the others gathered across the hall began to whisper to one another excitedly. I pressed my fingers to my lips, having difficulty suppressing my amusement at seeing Lady Westlock in such a state. My sister ignored all but the Baroness, keeping her dark gaze fixed upon her. Well, I never," Lady Westlock spluttered. "How dare you? I will not be treated in such a manner." "You are a guest in my home, Lady Westlock," Alana retorted firmly. "A guest who has belittled and berated members of my family and circulated nasty rumors about them. I am completely in my rights to throw you out." She had steadily shifted forward until she was biting off each word inches from the Baroness's face. "Especially in the light of the fact that your husband attacked my sister." Lady Westlock's face flushed as bright as a beet. "He didn't attack her. He thought she was the murderer, and bashed her over the head." The whispers across the hall grew feverish with speculation. "Figgins!" Alana called to her butler without taking her eyes from Lady Westlock. "Note the time. I want you to make certain Lord and Lady Westlock have departed Gairloch in exactly 15 minutes. If they fail to make that deadline, I give you permission to expel them by force." Lady Westlock's jowls quivered with indignation. "As you wish, my lady," Figgins replied, without even batting an eyelash at the absurd command. "You'll regret this," Lady Westlock threatened. Alana answered swiftly and decidedly. "No, I won't. I would have tossed you out 4 days ago, had we known for certain that neither you nor your husband was the murderer." Lady Westlock gasped. "Be glad I didn't set you upon the road in the middle of the night." With a swish of her lavender skirts, my sister turned to stride off. I remained behind a moment to gloat, wanting the Countess to know that although I allowed my sister to defend me, I did not hide behind her skirts. Lady Westlock's jaw was locked in anger. "Have a safe journey." I glanced at the long clock. "Best hurry. You only have 14 minutes. Then, with a twirl of my own skirts, I followed my sister through the door. Had Lady Westlock been able to pull the mace down from the wall, I was quite certain she would have followed her husband's example and bashed me over the head as well. Much to my sister's disappointment, the Westlocks departed before their quarter hour passed, and though their luggage and servants straggled behind a half an hour later, Alana decided it would not be fair to penalize them for their employer's rudeness. She believed it likely the maids and footmen were punished enough in working for the Baron and his harridan of a wife. The Smythes, as well as the other guests, swiftly followed, one by one, until the great hall and drawing-room were blessedly empty. I was surprised when many of them went out of their way to speak with me before they departed, thanking me for my part in the investigation and inquiring after my health. I understood that most of them were only trying to maintain appearances, or prevent themselves from being thrown out on their ear like the Westlocks, but I could tell that some of them were genuinely trying to make amends for their earlier suspicions of me, even if they never actually uttered an apology. I knew better than to expect one. The nobility were notoriously poor at admitting they were wrong. I only hoped my example would encourage them to be more skeptical of gossip, even as I was aware that these very same people would be racing southward to spread the tale about what had happened here. They would be dining out for weeks on such juicy morsels of information. By noon, the only 2 guests remaining at Gairloch were Mr. Gage and Lady Stratford, who had not left her chamber since retiring to it after the ordeal on the boat. I knew Alana was looking after the Countess and her maid, so I felt no need to bother them. In fact, I suspected Lady Stratford might rather I stayed away, so when she sought me out just before luncheon, I was shocked, to say the least. I had settled onto a settee in the sunny family parlour with my sketchbook when the swish of skirts across the floor alerted me to someone's presence. I glanced up with a smile, expecting to see Alana, only to find Lady Stratford hovering in the doorway. She wore a lovely black crepe travelling costume trimmed in braid. I recognized the gown. It had been borrowed from my sister, though it had clearly been altered, and rather swiftly, to fit the petite Countess. I set down my book, waiting for her to advance into the room. She seemed nervous, her hands wringing the kid leather of the gloves encasing them. I pressed my hand against the arm of the settee to help me rise, and that little movement seemed to jostle her out of her stupor, for she met me halfway across the room. Her eyes searched mine frantically, and I realized she was at a loss for words, something I had never expected to witness from the poised Lady Stratford. Taking pity on her, I offered her my wishes for a safe journey. "Must you leave so soon?" "Thank you," she replied with trembling breath. "But yes, I need to go. I need to get away from here. I think I'll do better at my great-aunt's." I nodded, understanding her need to escape the place where so many dark and terrible things had happened. "Faye is coming with me, and Lady Godwin." I knew Philip had arranged for a wagon to transport Lady Godwin and her child's coffin, as well as her belongings. With the full coterie of Stratford and Godwin's servants accompanying her, I was certain Lady Stratford would make it to her great-aunt's home near Glasgow safely, and I told her so. Her gaze dropped to her hands. I wanted to express my gratitude for what you did for me," she added softly. Her words stilted with emotion. Her head lifted, and she seemed determined to look me in the eye as she said what came next. "And I wanted to apologize for what my husband did to you." I reached out to take her hand. "No," I said gently, shaking my head. Her eyes flared wide with panic. "But—" I squeezed her fingers to stop her. "Your husband's actions are not yours to atone for." She blinked quickly over her suddenly bright eyes. "Whatever evil your husband wrought, it was not your doing." Those words twisted inside me, and I smiled sadly. Believe me, I know. It had taken me 16.5 months after Sir Anthony's death to finally realize that. I didn't want Lady Stratford to take that long to figure it out. We, none of us, should have to live in the shadow of others' misdeeds. She looked at first as if she might like to argue, but then I could see her come to the realization that by doing so, she would also be condemning me for my husband's actions. The light in her soft grey eyes shifted, and she seemed to study me with a new understanding. Her head bobbed once in acceptance, and then she pulled her hand from mine to search for a handkerchief in her reticule. She dabbed at her eyes and gave me a watery smile. "Well," she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. "My carriage awaits." I nodded. She looked as if she wished to say more, but instead she merely acknowledged my nod with one of her own and turned to go. I watched her leave, hoping she would be able to make peace with all her husband had done. At the door she hesitated, and then looked back over her shoulder at me. "When you're in London next, I hope you'll call on me," she declared, sounding more like her old self. My eyes widened in astonishment, and she smiled. Then with a swish of her skirts, she was gone before I could form a response. Alana appeared in the doorway only moments later. She glanced after Lady Stratford's retreating form with a satisfied smirk, clearly having heard her closing remark. "Close your mouth, dear," she told me. "It's terribly unbecoming." Chapter 31. At a quarter of an hour before dawn, the upper corridors were cold and deserted by all but the mice. Not even the chambermaids had yet ventured into the family rooms to stoke up the fires, or at least they hadn't in my chamber. But I didn't normally rise at such an ungodly hour. I shouldn't have had to do so this morning. Closing my door softly, I wrapped my shawl tighter around my shoulders and set off down the long shadowed hall. The hush of night rang in my ears, as yet unwilling to give over to the day. 2 short days ago, I would have been frightened to travel down this corridor alone at night, fearful of what might lay in wait for me in the darkness. With Lord Stratford's death, the castle's solemn passageways had lost their terror. Their stones seemed to cast off the gloom as they had cast off the guests, and returned to their melancholy sentry of ages. I trailed my fingers over the cold granite, grateful to have my atmospheric sanctuary back. Turning the corner at the grand staircase, I could see through the window panes the pink and yellow streaks of light on the horizon presaging the sun. I blew out my candle and set it on the ledge, worried that the shaking of my hands would be too noticeable if I carried it with me.
Turning toward the stairs, I made to descend the first step, but then hesitated with my foot at the edge of the riser. For a moment, I considered turning back, returning to the warmth and comfort of my bed, and allowing Gage to skulk off into the misty light of daybreak, as he wished. It wasn't as if I couldn't use the rest. I had tossed and turned most of the night, sore and uncomfortable because, as Alana predicted, I had overexerted myself the day before. Not that I would admit such a thing. To her, even on pain of dismemberment. There were some things I just did not confess to my sister, and acknowledging that she was right in such a dispute was one of them. Besides, my wound's tenderness had really only been a small part of my unease. More disturbing had been the loss and hurt I felt upon hearing that Gage was leaving in the morning, summoned to Edinburgh by his father on some matter of business. According to the gossip Lucy relayed, he intended to set off at dawn, and as the hours of the evening crept slowly by without a knock at my door, it had become distressingly apparent that Gage intended to set off on his journey without addressing the issues between us, without even saying goodbye. I had been wrestling with my feelings for Gage since the day Sir Graham interviewed me, uncertain what they meant and whether I welcomed them. There were simply too many unresolved questions between us, too many things left unsaid, and though I was no closer to knowing what exactly I wanted to say to him when we did speak, I had always believed that there would be a time when we did, whether or not I was prepared for it. Apparently, Gage was more of the inclination that it was better to leave things left unsaid. It depressed and bewildered me. It tied my stomach up in knots, and it made the blood boil in my veins. What right did he have to decide for the both of us that we would not speak? He was the one who had belittled and dismissed my concerns over Lady Stratford's guilt. I didn't care whether he was embarrassed by that now, or chagrined by his short-sightedness. Whether he'd save my life or not, he owed me an apology and an explanation, because I did not believe for 1 second that he was normally so obtuse when it came to his investigations. He was too intelligent, too skilled, to make such an amateur mistake. Maybe it was painful for him to contemplate his error. Maybe he regretted it deeply. But for him to skulk off into the dawn without so much as a by your leave was cowardly. And of all the faults I could lay at Gage's feet, I had never thought cowardice would be one of them. But now that I stood poised at the moment of confrontation, I felt my own daring slipping through my clenched fingers. What if I was wrong? What if Gage didn't care one whit for me, and his leaving did not pain him in the least? What if it was not cowardice that kept him from coming to me, but indifference? I was not familiar with the workings of the heart, especially when it came to romantic entanglements. I had no experience with them, and had never thought to, until Gage disrupted my world with his dashing good looks and charming smile, with his arrogant manners and obstinate determination to have his way, with his willingness to believe in my innocence despite the discovery of the bloody apron in my studio, and the words of all my naysayers. Until Gage had held me while I cried, and rejoiced to see me smile, I had never known any of the tender emotions swirling about my chest, or experienced the hollow ache his leaving left behind. I wasn't certain I could handle it if I saw only apathy in his eyes as he quit Gairloch and me. Breathing past the sharp pain in my chest, I forced my foot over the rasping carpet runner and down onto the first step. There was only one way I was going to find the answers to my questions, and that was by confronting Gage. I just didn't understand why this impending confrontation seemed to cause me so much more dread than the interrogations I had faced with the suspects during our murder investigation. The stairs creaked under my weight, and the banister felt icy cold under the tight grip of my fingers. I shivered as I neared the great hall, the cold morning air tickling over my skin and creeping under my skirts as it spilled through the corridors,
When I crossed the threshold to the entry hall, I could see Gage standing before the outer door, deep in conference with Philip. The sight of Gage's golden hair limned by the pre-dawn light made the breath catch in my chest and my pulse pound hard. I had not forgotten he was attractive, but somehow the knowledge that I might never see him again made his face seem all the more beautiful. I knew I was being fanciful. I would see him again, likely across a crowded ballroom, as he danced and flirted with other women more suited to his standing, scarcely noting my existence. After all, he was a charming, lovable Raquel with a budding career, whose attendance was sought after at all the most exclusive events, and I was a quiet, eccentric artist on the fringe of society, often feared and berated, and barely tolerated. We were two completely different people, living two completely separate lives. That our paths had ever crossed in such a meaningful way at all was the true mystery. Arms crossed over his chest, Gage shifted to allow a servant to pass carrying one of his belongings out to the waiting carriage. His gaze lifted to me, and he stiffened. Such a reaction in no way comforted me, though it did a great deal to convince me that he was far from indifferent. Whether his apparent concern meant something good or bad, I could not tell. I hovered back as Philip finished whatever he was saying to Gage, and then shook his hand. Philip paused to lay a hand on my shoulder as he passed by, offering me a cryptic smile. I couldn't tell whether he was trying to encourage me or offer his sympathy. I gritted my teeth against the surge of embarrassment that might be the latter. Then, before I could say anything, he slipped away, leaving me alone with Gage. His posture stiff and unwelcoming, Gage stared out at the mist-shrouded courtyard, watching as his carriage was readied for his departure. If not for the sudden tightening of his coat across his shoulders, I would have believed he was ignoring me, but I knew he was aware of each and every step I took in his direction. Nerves tightened my stomach, and for once I was grateful for his stubborn pride, for I wasn't certain I could have crossed the space between us if he had turned to watch. I was using the anger and hurt I felt at his displeasure in seeing me to spur me onward. The sound of my skirts whispering over the flagstone floor was broken only by the jangling of the horses' harnesses as the beasts stamped and pawed at the muddy drive outside, clearly as eager to be away as their passenger was. As I neared, I could see that the luggage was loaded, the driver in place. All that was left was for Gage to climb inside and be whisked away, gone from my life, perhaps forever. The realization twisted like a knife in my chest. My steps faltered, and I stumbled to a stop behind him. The chill of the dawn air seemed to seep through my bones, and I wrapped my shawl and my arms tighter around me, suddenly certain that the thin material and the grip of my hands around my upper arms was all that was holding me together. A ragged breath escaped through my lips, and I willed my limbs to move, to take me forward or backward, anything but to stand here and stare at Gage's back, knowing I was as much a silly fool for this man as all those women I had berated. I knew not what expression was on my face, but I feared that everything was written there, every hidden emotion shining in my eyes. And when Gage turned to me, I could not wipe them clean. All I could do was stand there dumbly, staring at the contradiction he posed. His deportment remained aloof, but the regret and uncertainty shimmering in his eyes, and the warmth of his gaze as it trailed over my features, told me he was not as unaffected as he wished me to believe. His entire bearing was tightly restrained, even the rasp of his voice as he spoke, as if he was afraid of what he might do if he did not maintain control over himself. "I'm leaving for Edinburgh." "I know." He shifted uncomfortably. "My father asked me to look into a dispute there." I swallowed and whispered, "I know." Silence fell between us, charged with the words neither of us seemed to be able to say. I knew I should admonish him, that I should demand answers, but none of it seemed to matter any more, not if he was going to walk away without looking back.
He inhaled sharply and opened his mouth to speak, then closed it tightly with a frown. However, either the silence or my muteness seemed to be too much for him, for he forced the words out. "I'm sorry I doubted you." I raised my eyebrows, surprised by his words. "I know it may be difficult to believe, but I did not do so lightly." He scowled, and I could tell the displeasure was directed at himself, not me. "I do not normally ignore legitimate concerns." "Why did you?" I asked, more interested in hearing his reasoning behind dismissing my uncertainties over Lady Stratford's guilt than hearing his apology for doing so. His lips compressed, and he stared down at his polished Hessians. "I assure you, my motivation for doing so was not out of pride or malice." Now it was my turn to frown. "But you won't tell me what it was." His gaze lifted to meet mine, and a shadow seemed to pass over his eyes. "No." I wanted to argue with him, to flay him with guilt, utilize whatever tactic might force him to talk, but I could tell by his troubled gaze and his locked jaw that nothing would induce him to do so. Whatever his motivation had been, it had clearly been personal, and he was not ready to part with it, no matter the method employed. "Well, can you at least explain to me what you were doing 3 days ago?" I snapped. "You rode off with Mr. Fulmer before I had a chance to question him, which I assume was your intention in asking him to accompany you in the first place." His eyes shifted guiltily. "And whatever happened to the footman you were pursuing? Did you find him?" He nodded. "Holed up in a farmer's barn at the edge of the village with his sweetheart." His brow lowered. "It took nearly the entire day to find the scoundrel." I arched an eyebrow in irritation. "And?" "Our errant footman got the lass with child." I blinked in surprise. "Apparently when he heard from the other servants how Lady Godwin's killer took the baby from her body and buried it in the woods, he panicked. Somehow he decided the killer was after all expectant mothers and might attack his lover and child next." "Oh my," I murmured, imagining the footman having to tell Gage all of this while under duress. The poor man had already been terrified, and I couldn't imagine Gage had gone easy on him during questioning. "Is he all right?" "I should say so," he replied indignantly, clearly reading the bent of my thoughts. "Cromarty is going to let him keep his position, even though the man behaved dishonourably and abandoned his post without warning, provided, of course, that he marries this girl from the village. Rather a light punishment." "So you didn't eat dinner at Squire Renshaw's?" I asked, and immediately wished I could recall the words. A flush rose in my cheeks. "No?" He studied me closely. "Is that where you thought I was?" "Well," I hedged, not wanting him to realize the real motivation behind my question. "When you took so long to return, I just assumed that you had taken shelter somewhere from the rain. Mr. Renshaw's home seemed the obvious choice." Gage shifted a step closer to me, a smile lurking at the corners of his mouth. "I see. And Squire Renshaw's daughters had nothing to do with your concern over such a thing." I lifted my chin, fighting the fiery blush burning its way up into my cheeks. "Of course not." His eyes sparkled. "Well, regardless, I will tell you that when we were introduced, I found them to be flighty and without charm." I tried not to feel pleased by such a pronouncement, but I could not stop the surge of satisfaction warming my chest. "Really? Most of the gentlemen in the region seem to find them quite appealing." He took another step closer to me, forcing me to look up to continue meeting his gaze. "Then most of the gentlemen in this region must be dunces." He was close enough now that I could see the silver flecks in his pale blue eyes, and watch as the widening of his pupil swallowed them. I inhaled sharply, trying to clear the swirling in my head, but the spicy scent of his now familiar cologne only made it worse. My gaze dropped to his lips, and I swallowed, wanting him to kiss me.
wanting to know if my memory of his warm mouth caressing mine as we floated in the icy water of the loch was really true. The jangle of a harness broke the silence around us, and I blinked. The coachman called out to the horses, scolding their impatience. I glanced to the open door, and then back to Gage, who was still watching me with an expression that was as unreadable as it was intense. I have to go. My chest tightened, and the world around me seemed to darken. I know. I wanted to tell him to stay, to beg him not to leave, but I couldn't. Not when I knew he would go anyway, that no matter what I protested, he would choose to climb aboard that coach and journey to Edinburgh, and I would be left standing there watching the distance grow farther and farther between us. My pride couldn't handle it. So I swallowed the words, though they stuck in my throat like a prayer left unsaid. "Well then," he murmured, and my stomach dipped. "I guess this is goodbye." "Yes," I whispered. His eyes searched mine, asking for something I did not understand, for something I could not give. Then he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. The sensation was at once sweet and bitterly painful. I closed my eyes and leaned into the warmth of his body, pressing my cheek against the softness of his freshly shaven face. His hands reached out to grip my upper arms, steadying me, holding me in place so that I could not retreat. We lingered there, in that loose embrace, for a timeless moment, cheek to cheek, and I breathed in deeply the scent of him, trying to capture the memory of his husky voice, the musky mix of his sweat and cologne, the tickle of his breath in my ear. It swelled my heart until I thought it must burst. His calloused fingers pressed into the skin of my arms, and then it was over. He stepped back, and I opened my eyes to find his pale blue ones brilliant with longing. He lifted his hands from my body, leaving a chill in their wake, and turned to go. The hollowness in my chest grew with each step he took away from me, until I feared there might be nothing left inside me but this sense of loss. He climbed into his carriage, and the door slammed behind him. The curtains twitched once as the coach made the turn and slowly rolled down the drive, picking up speed as it curved past the loch and around the bend toward the main road. A shaky breath shivered through me. He was gone. Blindly I closed the door and retreated into the depths of the castle. In that moment, I think I honestly believed whatever had been between us was at an end, that whatever twist of fate that had brought us together had played itself out, and some day I would be able to look back on this and smile, and appreciate it for the turning point it had been in my life, the chance to redeem my reputation and break through the shell of fear I had wrapped myself in, to lay my shadows to rest. But although nearly all of this would prove true, I was mistaken to think that fate was finished with us yet. For as it happened, trouble was brewing near Edinburgh, and it would once again bring Gage and me together, far sooner than either of us could have predicted, and with unexpected consequences. This concludes The Anatomist's Wife by Anna Lee Huber, narrated by Heather Wilds. Copyright 2012 by Anna Aycock. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with the Berkeley Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Group, USA, LLC, a Penguin Random House company, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalogue.